Hi guys, what's up? हेलो 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 हेलो, कैसे हो guys? Hi Aman, hi Ashish, hi Klaus, hi Paji. मजा आएगा. You're feeling good, like much better, much better. इसके लिए अभी स्ट्रीम कर पा रही हूँ. मेरा फेवरेट चाय वाला दूध. जैसे ही बीमार होती हूँ चाय वाले दूध का कमबैक हो जाता है. नम 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 नम. मलाई आ गई यार. छी. Are you following Alliance, huh? प्रेडिक्ट कर आज कितने मैचेस होंगे? आई फील आज होंगे 7, 7 और 8। आई एम कंफ्यूज बिटवीन 7 और 8। अच्छा दैट शो नहीं यार, आई डोंट वॉच रियलिटी शोज। सब लोग जो पोस्ट डालते हैं सिड भाई और ब्रॉडकास्ट में, वो देख के मतलब पता चला मुझे कि पायल इज डूइंग लाइक रियली गुड। सो डब्ल्यू बात है वो एकदम। मेरे को तो देखो पर्सनली मेरे से नहीं देखे जाते रियलिटी शो, सो आई डोंट वॉच। Why your room theme is pink colors? Actually, my room is not pink. It's mostly white. मुझे ऑल्दो चाहिए था कि इसमें पिंक हो काफी कुछ, but it's actually white and purple, like light purple lilac, because it's my favorite color. Do-do-do-do. मैंने स्टोरी डाल दिया, ब्रॉडकास्ट पे डाल दिया। यस। आज आरपी होगा क्या? मुश्किल है, क्योंकि वॉच पार्टी है अभी, तो फिर वॉच पार्टी के बाद अगर मेरे को लगा कि हाँ आई कैन डू मोर स्ट्रीम, आई स्टिल डू हैव एनर्जी, तो अगर फाज्मो खेल रहे होंगे ये लोग तो आई विल गो फॉर फाज्मो, एंड फाज्मो नहीं होगा तो आई विल प्रेफर पालवर्ड, बिकॉज एवरीवन इज ऑलरेडी लाइक वे अहेड ऑफ मी। देयर वोंट बी एनी डिसेंट प्लेसेस लेफ्ट। फिर ना मतलब गेम खेलने का पॉइंट बचेगा नहीं कुछ, अगर सारी अच्छी जगह सब लोग ले लेंगे, लाइक मैं क्या करूंगी फिर? लाइक उससे बेटर तो फिर मैं खेलूं ही नहीं ना इसके लिए। तो यार फाल्मो नहीं होगा, आई वुड प्रेफर पालवर्ड। वरना फिर यही है, अगर सारी अच्छी जगह चली गई ना तो मुझे सोलो छोड़ के किसी का गिल्ड ज्वाइन कर लेना चाहिए, देन फिर वो बस ऐसा हो जाएगा कि खुद के मर्जी का नहीं खेलना वैसा वाला। मेरे को ना ऐसे गेम्स में लाइक खुद से खेलने में ही मजा आता है, मेरे को स्टार्टिंग से ही, मेरे को क्योंकि ऐसे ये ग्राइंड क्राफ्टिंग गेम्स ना मेरे फेवरेट है इसमें, बट ना मेरे को पता नहीं क्यों मुझे अकेले ही मजा आता है, इसके लिए मैं सोलो प्रेफर करती हूँ। ऑल्दो मुझे फर्स्ट टाइम जेरेफ के साथ बहुत मजा आया था, क्योंकि क्योंकि मैं इतना लेट आई थी कि जेरेफ का सारा ना ग्राइंड भी हो चुका था, तो इट वाज टेक्निकली ऐसा कि मैं अकेले ही हूँ। बट खैर जेरेफ बहुत चिल भी है, तो या इफ अभी भी कोई चिल पर्सन मुझे अपने गिल्ड में लेना चाहेगा, आई वोंट माइंड। मेरी स्टोरी पोस्ट नहीं हुई भाई, खूब एक्साइटमेंट हो रहा है मेरे को। हालैंड की रील बनाओ, मुझे बनानी थी आज मैच से पहले बट नहीं हो पाया। हाँ, बाद में हुई जब मैंने ओपन किया इंस्टा। कितना मैचेस लगेंगे? मेरे हिसाब से 7 और मैं एक्चुअली 7 और 8 में कंफ्यूज हूँ। ज्यादा फेवर मेरा 8 की तरफ जा रहा है, लाइक पता नहीं। फाइव? नहीं नहीं। How many teams will cross 50 plus? अगर लाइक मैं 8 गेम्स बोल रही हूँ कि 8 में होगा, तो 8 गेम तक 50 प्लस हो जाएंगे। आई गेस 6 टीम्स, नहीं ज्यादा, 6 7 50 प्लस ना। 8 गेम्स तो काफी है वैसे फॉर 50 प्लस। आई गेस इतने ही 6 7 टीम्स। अभी तो एंट्री भी नहीं हुई है, मतलब थोड़ा लेट ही होगा मैच शुरू। 7:20 तो हो गए। स्क्रीन ही लगा देती हूँ कि मैं वैसे भी ज्यादा बोल नहीं पा रही हूँ।
Actually from the 3v3, coming out with 1 HP on the cannon and barometer, and then surviving and winning the game. Not everybody can do that. But the biggest one I would like to say is Sykes at that moment, actually on the building in the Lava Fisher, I believe it was. He was Watson on the roof, holding off the second team in the last 3v3, holding off 1v2, cracking and doing billion damage, and the match close out the fight. The fact that every single role is so strong, able to take over any fight, is just scary. The rest of the should really be aware that it's not just about the end or anything. The whole team is on their guns.
They definitely are. It looks like all engines are go for that squad, especially when we got a chance to talk with Zero yesterday. If you missed that out, make sure you go back and watch it. But I want to actually switch the conversation to just players' performances, because I feel like when we talk about Wolves, that's what ended up happening yesterday, with No Name just stepping up in a big way, kind of giving them that confidence boost. So I'm going to throw it to you, Lace. Who do you think, which player do you think is going to end up stepping up? Is it going to be No Name again?
It's got to be. Like, he's just a powerhouse. And we saw it in one of the clips, right? They were there. He was kind of like let go on the leash and have the Kraber in hand. And he was the last left alive on T-Wolves when I think it was on the World's Edge map. And he had the ability just to hold it to his team. You know, we're talking about the Team Liquid where they've got those solo players that can, in fact, just lock it down when the squad is not present. And that's exactly what No Name can do. But, you know, it does take this team a little while to get that ball rolling. But once they do, it ain't stopping.
Well, hopefully that ball is going to start getting rolling and rolling quickly, because as you can tell, the countdown has started. Match point finals is finally here. So let's get started.
तो बॉयज नहीं देखा मैंने. ओ शुरू हो रहा है. ये अभी एंट्री होगा अपने टीम का. ओ भाई भाई डांस वांस हो रहे भाई.
Mesdames et messieurs, après 4 jours intenses de compétition, nous y sommes, les 60 meilleurs joueurs du monde, les 20 meilleures équipes. Ce soir, une sera couronnée championne.
Every tournament begins with belief. The belief that you and your team will be left standing in a fountain of confetti, clutching onto the trophy that you have so desperately coveted for years. But belief will only get you to the starting line.
Aujourd'hui, tout recommence. Toutes les équipes sont à 0 points avec un objectif en tête. Réussir à arriver aux 50 points et être finaliste. Une fois cette étape franchie, un dernier objectif. Faire un top 1 pour réussir à remporter la victoire, soulever ce trophée et gagner le WC Paris.
And so for the final time, my name is Barney Banks and I am your host alongside the incredible Luti. And whether you are at home or right here in the Port de Versailles, in the heart of Paris, make some noise for your teams as they enter the Gadia City grids. Starting with Nags, Tyler and Cinetic. They are For Fun Esports.
Drops the Kion there, GK Esports.
Lufka, Blasts and Zane. They are Gaming Gladiators.
Vayne, Cole and Kurev, they are Ninja in Pyjamas Easter!
Blixer, Fun and Monsoon. They are
कैसे आ रहा था?
Sentinels.
Sinap, Justna and Hobley, they are under 436!
Albralelli, Skittle Cakes and Sacred. They are Team Nemesis.
शॉर्ट्स में एंट्री तो क्या हुआ भाई? गेम खेलना है भाई. फैशन शो थोड़ी है.
Loner and Carter, they are Team Vision!
कंफर्ट ज्यादा जरूरी है to play good.
Euris, Arufa and
I
Axis.
need अपनी
They are
team.
Reject.
Ulaviman, Xuvi and Peace, they are Unlimited!
Mike, Satuki
भाई
and
पजामा और
Yuka
शॉर्ट्स
F.
कब से
They are
सेम हो गया?
Zeta Division.
I am comfortable in shorts, but I am not comfortable in pajamas. Like not the same.
Aku, Akis, and Unlucky, they are Alliance!
Alewu.
and duplex. They are Zeddy Esports.
Aguares, Nizul, and Iania, AGAL.
अब आएगी शायद.
Sharky, Legacy, and Jesco.
Yes.
They are S8UL Esports.
Yeah.
No Name, Wentz, and Crazy Kong, Wolves Esports.
Yes.
Pricey, Easy Flash, and Strafing Flame. They are RRQ.
Zero, Sykes, and Panic. They are Team Liquid.
Light, Kinda, and Henchman. They are Elite Esports.
Kills, Wolsey,
अब मैं
and
phone charge पे लगा
Imperial,
सकती
your
हूँ.
reigning club champions,
Falcons.
Team Falcons.
Imperial Hall. Yeah, 100 seconds. This is final. पिछले WC विनर बाहर हो गए. ओह, विकेजी बाहर हो गई. विकेजी थी ना? Imperial Hall का तो और ही अलग है, पता नहीं.
Les meilleurs joueurs du monde sont ici à Paris. Qui marquera l'histoire? Qui repartira avec les 2 millions de dollars? Qui remportera le WC?
We've got $2 million on the line and a legacy that will forever be forged into the ALGS history books at the Esports World Cup.
Bro, ये
So
match
it's
का
time
असर
to
अभी
put
शुरू
up
होना
or
था
shut
क्या?
up. It is time for the match point finals.
Make some noise!
हाँ, ZI भी इंडियन और गए. प्लेयर्स इंडियन नहीं है शायद. और इंडियन.
The goal is always to
सेम
win.
अपने जैसा ना.
Right? The game so far has been incredibly rough. It's hard. I guess we can just call it warm up. Hopefully, the warm up is done.
We are like super confident in our team.
वो तो और कोई
So
मिलेंगे
let's
ना,
focus, should,
obviously.
not do tier lists and put us on lower tiers because we've shown what we can do.
The difference between having a good game from a great game is just those small seconds.
उनका होता होगा कुछ डिसाइडेड कितना और रखेगा, कितने प्लेयर रखेगा, इतना मेरे को आइडिया नहीं है. वो तो डिपेंड करता है. कितने मैचेस होंगे. देखो, मैच पॉइंट सिस्टम होता है, सो कुछ फिक्स नहीं है.
ego boost, pretty much. It's nothing deeper than that.
0 से शुरू होगा. पिछले मैचेस कुछ मैटर नहीं करते.
There's definitely like big names not doing as great as expected.
I just want to apologize to everyone that have watched us. The group stage performance was not great. I'm going to definitely promise that we're going to be showing up on finals way better.
मुझे लग रहा है आज ये मारने वाला है. मुझे पहले से ही लग रहा था क्योंकि ग्रुप स्टेज में ये बहुत शांत था. आज मारेगा ये.
I haven't missed a final since Poland, which is almost 6 years ago. So I'm not too worried.
そうですね。まず
決勝に上がってきた全チームが全力を出した上で僕たちが1位になれるように頑張ります。इंस्टीट्यूशन ही आ रहा है आपको. इंस्टीट्यूशन ही ले आए आप.
We're super proud and we're looking forward to finals. Try our best and whatever happens, happens.
We got through the hard part, so now this is the easy part.
After 4 days of competition, we find ourselves finally on the final day of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at the Esports World Cup 2026. And if you're here, in the arena. If you're at home watching, you're about to be a part of one of the greatest spectacles in all of esports. It's Match Point Finals.
Everyone's going to be talking about it, and the big question is, how many matches will we go today? Could it be 7, 8? Could we go all the way to 13 or 14 like we saw last year, the Esports World Cup 2025? It always provides entertainment here, and we are globally represented in these match point finals as well. 9 from
Sorry भाई, मेरे को full meds का असर अभी हुआ है.
3 from APAC South. Every region is represented.
बहुत नींद आ रही है.
The fact that we have so much representation.
जब होना चाहिए तब तो होता नहीं है.
Global series truly is global. Now 40 teams, of course, descended here, and we are left with 20. We have
मेरा prediction गलत हो गया.
moments. We have had clutches, and of course, we have had that disappointment yesterday, having to send some teams home. But today is all about glory. It's all about becoming a champion. And when you look across this lobby, you look across the teams that are here. There are so many stories that are desperate for a conclusion.
We have the reigning world champions of Sentinels on the stage. You have the history of the club champions in Team Falcons on the stage. You have the up-and-comers, Team Liquid, who look like they could be champions on the stage. All of these stories converging together to create what is going to be an incredible match point finals. But it could be a long old road to victory here. It is not as simple as doing it in just a few games. We could go the distance.
Now, just to remind everyone, or if you don't know at all how this is going to work, a little bit of a change of format for our finals. Match point finals has its own special flavor. You've got to hit 50 points, get that on the board, and then you will become match point eligible. After you win a game, having become match point eligible, you will become champion.
And as I said earlier, we went all the way to 13 games last year. Are we going to find a similar distance, or could we even go further? I'm kind of having my fingers crossed that we will, because the more Apex we see, the better. Now, there are so many fans in the audience here, fans of every single team. That's what's amazing. Every team on the walkout had someone cheering.
It's an amazing, amazing place to be. And if you are here, get behind the boys, because these teams have been fighting it out for 4 days to make it to this stage, to have a chance at lifting that trophy when we are all said and done at the end of today. Honestly, we've got goosebumps here in the caster booth, everyone in the green room, everyone backstage. I'm sure everybody who's sat in the seats watching right now is feeling the same, because we're heading over to Storm Point to kick this thing off.
First game ना अपनी टीम का होगा 6 से
is live.
As we
6 से 10 के बीच होगा, I guess.
Stage, the #1 seed here, Elite Esports. Can they carry on their same trajectory from where they started and continue things into the finals here? Because Elite, we've seen this before on set, and a team dominating throughout group stages, but then they fall flat when they get to the finals in the big moments.
It's a story as old as time. The one team to upset that apple cart, a team who's won the Esports World Cup before. Take yourself back a couple of years. Alliance in our match point finals have got it done at the Esports World Cup. What an opportunity that would be to call yourself a 2-time champion.
2 times champion that no one else has yet to be able to call themselves at the Esports World Cup. And now we've had some interesting zones when it does come to the ALGS so far this tournament. And starting here on Storm Point, are we going to see some similar ones? That's going to be the real question. It looks like we're going to be heading up north when it comes to where we're going to be finishing with this final circle. And the wall has been one of the best POIs that we have seen so far in terms of statistics, and Unlimit are going to be dropping up there.
Yeah, interesting. I was keeping my eyes on Alliance and AG Global. We saw that tweet before the action got underway today, saying that Alliance were going to be aggressive on AG Global, but probably not going to have the opportunity here, because the prio to this zone is going to be the most important. There is that zone. Wolves Esports are moving up to the top of the zipline building, and the fact that all of the wall isn't quite in there, this might be an interesting one. Will Wolves try and move into wall? Unlimit the team dropping over there. They had her in console, and they're playing right at the back building.
We may still see a fight between AG Global and Alliance as they are flying in. There's the first knock.
And it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a trade. Unlucky is down, but Unlucky is brought back to his feet. Can the same be said for Yanya, though? 2 players from AG Global, you saw them escaping. And maybe we are going to see this scuffle continue every single time that we hit the northern side of Storm Point.
Well, AG Global will back away from Alliance in the end. After that knock, it's not worth taking the fight. And
Alliance win game 1 already. In terms of engagements, they also get priority to zone, they can hold them out. And what a day it could be for Alliance.
अल्ट का आइकन ऐसा लग रहा था वो दिवाली पे अनार चलाते हैं ना उसके जैसा.
They picked Northpad. That's going to be the question from my end. I was wondering, you know, why did Alliance take that fight? Why did they pick it? But it makes sense. All of their rotations, all of their macro is used to playing from this POI. It's AG Global who perhaps have stepped into enemy territory.
Well, I get the feeling that that story is not going to end in this game. We just seen the rest coming in. And AG Global will be back to full strength with Yanya rejoining the troops. RR Cube playing the bottom of the zipline building. They're going to have a little bit of a rotate a little bit later on, but with so many teams ahead of them, I don't mind them playing this area and looking to hold a few teams out. Another team that's close to them is going to be Forefront Esports. And they've got some barrels down, expecting a push to come in.
And both these teams qualifying through the survival stage as well. Two teams who were very close to just making it through match point finals naturally, but they had to fight tooth and nail yesterday. And boy, did they both look good. Trust me, they are going to make this a difficult lobby for those who did progress previously, and they have that extra experience under their belts from those extra 10 matches that we had yesterday.
Well, Unlimit are the ones who are blessed by zone first. Dropping over at wall, come straight to them. They have the pick of where they wanted to play. Now, Crypto Seer and Alta is going to be the composition that they've chosen for this game number 1. Usually one which kind of works into Unlimit's game plan, which is to be a little bit more aggressive, to take a few more team fights, but having Pryo in this zone, they're not going to have the best defensive legends outside of the Crypto EMP to stop those pushes coming in.
Now Nemesis, for me, quiet underdogs in this tournament. They've been going about their business, but you look at the composition, you look at how this team is built, the experience and the history of Albralelli against the sheer gun power of Skittle Cakes and Sacred. Definitely potential winners for me if they find form, but it is an if.
अरे फैक्ट भाई मैं नहीं कंट्रोल करती कि कौन सी टीम दिखेगी. ये कपिल कंट्रोल करता है. इसको बोलो, कपिल को बोलो. वो चूज करता है कौन सी टीम दिखेगी.
Usually just slows down the rotate. We do see Team Nemesis, who was the team kind of poking from the green and white buildings outside of Northpad. It looks like the call is to try and maybe get up to purple here. A couple of Evo Harvesters being pinged as we take our attention now over to Cascade Falls.
हमारी टीम
UK
पे
Esports
बॉम्ब आया.
and S8UL a little bit too close for comfort.
Now for GK and for Dropped in particular, it's been a history of always the bridesmaid, never the bride. A lot of second places. Can this be the team that finds him a first place finally at LAN? Even though it's a long old road, as we check back in with what's happening up towards wall, and this is Alliance trying to make a push here.
This is a really big fight. Someone's trying to force this. Hack is down. Alliance are out.
ये क्या हो गया?
A combination of Wolves and a third party from Gaming Gladiators means that Alliance will be the first team to fall in match 1 of our match point finals.
And when you talk about teams that are built for winning, Gaming Gladiators, they have a little bit of everything as well. Could they be Emiya's hopes for taking another trophy here on ALGS LAN? And for Wolves, what a day it was for them yesterday. And you remember the incredible second place finish we saw with the Kraber and the carry from No Name. Only losing in the end to a lamppost, but they've been able to get here to the match point finals. And at the moment, they are taking a little bit of a peep over towards GG, but I think both of these teams now, after eliminating Alliance, they can be comfortable in sitting in their buildings.
Throughout the years, I've lost many a fight to a lamppost, I will say, when I'm not paying attention. So I'm with you, No Name. But that was, I tweeted about it yesterday, it would have been one of this what felt like the biggest single-handed carry from a player to get Wolves into that position and pop up for a win that we would have seen in the history of the Apex Legends Global Series. Wasn't to be, but still extremely memorable. As we take a look at where that zone is going, we are pulling hard in towards the wall, and that's a good zone read from Unlimit to play that backside of it, have their backs clear, and let the lobby flood in front of them.
One team I'd like to mention here is Team Vision on that northeastern side. Not only are they going to be in a good position to transition at the end of this game, but they can hold out the likes of E36 and Zeddy. You can pick up KP and you can move into one of the priority positions depending on where that zone moves. If it does continue to shift a little bit further north, we often get very hard-fought fights up towards there. as our #1 seed coming into this. Elite Esports now just going to have a little look as we check back in with the replay of how Alliance went down.
You can see just getting pinched essentially by two teams who wanted to force that building. Speaking of forcing, Yanya says go. Henchman is down. Light and Kinda have to retreat here. And Yanya's on the hunt.
Yeah, they're not going to let them escape easily here. Jerome goes in.
Kinda goes down. Jaguares with the RE45 from distance will finish that off. And now Light. He's being chased here by the Axel.
भाई क्या
Light turns around.
क्या slide मारते हुए मार रहे हैं?
And that's going to be the end of Elite Esports, the
Elite
#1
भी
seed
गई.
coming into today. But Nemesis are now looking at this. Sacred
199 points वाली
opportunity
team.
to get some KP.
Expect to see a lot of these teams fighting when we're on Storm Point because of the congestion of just big, aggressive, fight-heavy teams on this northwest side. Nemesis are trying to hunt down AG, but now AG happy to try and retreat. Nemesis just one step too late here, and the Axel has very much helped out AG. When you talk about legend changes, you talk about compositions, running the right kind of legend, well, Axel is everything that AG wants.
So Nemesis will retreat for now. The good news for Sacred on the altar is he's managed to swap out that Rampage for a Hemlock.
Not a bad trade.
Always a good thing. But now they've got a little more attention to pay to AG, because AG are back, because they don't really have much of a choice on where they're going to rotate. Arbalali with the fuse ult. EMP's going to be destroyed as well. And now firing these knuckle clusters forward. Even though they've got the high ground here, Nemesis, they don't have the armor advantage. So this is a pretty equal looking fight.
भाई कहीं से जिंदा है घूमने जा रहे हैं इधर-उधर.
Oh, they're going to try and wrap round again. I mean, they went this way before and it didn't really work for them. This is such a long route, by the way. They need a lot of meds, and I'm looking at it, 6 syringes, a med kit.
क्या ही उड़ रहे हैं भाई
They've
लोग.
lost a couple of players here by the looks of it. E36 are pushing up onto them.
Right at the top of command center. Obley's down. Satuki underneath, just playing in and around the knockdown. Oh, CNAP. Oh! Got the armor swap, but it's not a great one. Oh, in the first, Force 36 will go down. And it's going to be Zeta Division who will win their first fight. You did see a scan coming in, though, from height. Zeta Esports are very, very close, but over to Team Liquid now, the other side of command center. Down on the low ground at the entrance. They're trying to force their way in towards GK Esports, and there's a Mythic bin spawning pretty close as well.
Zeta had no right winning that fight, by the way, but you mentioned it. Zeta Esports perhaps helping them out a little bit. As GK now holding out Team Liquid. This isn't going to be a comfortable rotation for them. Trouble is, if Team Liquid opt to go the other way, they're just going to go into Falcons, and actually, Falcons are hearing all this commotion. They also see the Mythic bin, and Falcons are starting to approach. So we're going to have 3 teams all around this Mythic bin now.
GK get EMP'd, or should I say that, excuse me, is their EMP trying to slow down the push coming in from behind. Where that zone is going, though, we'll pay attention to that in a few seconds' time, because that is going to upset the lobby. Wow, to say the least, that is where we are going. I mentioned how it didn't feel quite right for a hard pull into wall. Well, it has bounced back to the hill house, the top of the zip line, where that building is, and who is holding pretty at the top of it? It's ninjas in pajamas.
Sentinels also in the area as well. We know what an incredible zone-heavy team Sentinels can be, the reigning world champions. There's Team Liquid. Backed away initially from GK, but perhaps they're going to re-engage. Now they've not seen a third team. Falcons, they didn't see any knocks in the kill feed, so they back away. As those CQs now start to give a little bit of information, and of course, disable those abilities and a little bit of a stun as well.
I was going to say, the difficulty here for GK is if they get hit by that CQ, then Caustic becomes essentially useless. Cannot get those barrels out. Cannot use that Caustic ult. As we see Sentinels eliminated. The world champions will fall early in match number 1, and they had a great position as well. It's Ninjas in Pajamas who took care of their nearest threat, or with Team Liquid now walling through, and a Skynade coming in from Jetsko. This could be the end of TL's game.
Last player has to try and get away. It's going to be Panic as the last one alive, and actually Panic gets a knock, but not going to matter. Liquid go down to S8UL. That's what can happen sometimes when you only go in as S8UL. Now they're going to be under pressure.
And the team that's pushing them at the moment is Team Falcons.
भाई करेंगे third party. एक ने किया उनको तो somehow handle कर लिया.
Command center from the Spider Cave. S8UL looking to see if they could drag Jesco back as well, and manage to do so.
Come hither.
So they will be healthy. As Falcons now going to start to hold out GK. Great shots coming in from Hal.
Oh, this is going to get ugly
Yes,
because
Coco bhi le gaye kya?
command center. It's going to be difficult to try and escape this fully healthy once you start to see as here is Zeta Division. They've already held a 1 versus 2. And now you
third party.
They're healthy. They have to keep moving forward though. 23 seconds on the zone. But Yuka, off of a body, has swapped out a longbow.
भाई कितनी सारी teams आ गई एक साथ.
Inches away.
Unlucky.
Inches makes all the difference. Uh-oh, Falcons.
ये अपने साथ हर finals में हुआ है.
You're getting slid on. You're getting picked on. But now, it's up to Guild. He can't win it. Falcons eliminated.
And Zeta Division continue this reign of terror.
Ah.
Eliminated as well in the kill feed. Nemesis now approaching onto Zeta Division here. But Zeta seem to be an unstoppable force as GK Esports will get taken out of the lobby. Now this is the center of the zone. This is a huge fight to win. NIP have lost 1.
Cole is down. A lot of damage, of course, done by Vayne with that car, but not enough to get the knock and even up the numbers. However, the portal from Kurev, huge, vital to get Cole back into a position where he can get red, but here comes Cinetic. Here comes for fun, and Kurev has to jump into the void.
And Vayne's not particularly healthy as well, but of course can go into that drone. Grab that death box potentially as well. There is still hope here for NIP.
Overflow on Kurev as well. But For Fun have bullied them out of the building.
Right, point 50 hota hai, 50.
You can see that up on the high ground. Surprise, surprise, who's taking them out? It's going to be Zeta Division again. Team Nemesis will be eliminated. Half the lobby is gone.
The cockroaches of the lobby in the moment are Zeta Division. No one seems to be able to take them down. Surely this is going to be their final fight. But now, even Reject are under fire as they started to approach. Satuki has gone down. And finally, after a valiant effort, Zeta Division will fall. But alongside from KP is now RRQ approaching Reject.
As the flash pops back through the portal, just trying to look see if they can pick up some KP. They will have to move in a little bit, and I think they're going to get healthy before walking up to where that portal was. The damage was enough for them to try and take this spot away from Reject. Yuri still down, and Axis barely with any
Match
HP
point
himself.
finals.
See the breach charges coming in. And RRQ are going to give an OXL over to Pricey on the Wraith to try and hit another portal.
4 of these teams are nowhere near zone. And they're going to quickly find out how difficult it is to try and approach uphill. Sadly for Reject as a 2, there's too many eyes on at the moment. Wraith portal is going to be the only attempt here.
Oh, the phase dome will keep them alive. But it allows
बस एक दिन अरे इसमें मैच पॉइंट सिस्टम होता है इसके लिए कोई फिक्स्ड मैचेस नहीं है
RC still somehow alive, by the way. I don't
इसका
know
फॉर्मेट अच्छा है ज़्यादा और actually
excuse me, the northernmost tip of the wall have to force their way forward. Remember, they dropped over here. They thought the zone call was going to be a hard wall zone, but the pull away has really scuppered their game.
Oh, and the caustic barrels in the end do enough as Unlimit and Reject will be wiped away from this server. As Team Vision, I mentioned this position a little bit earlier from the northeast. They bided their time, they didn't overcommit, and now they've been able to slowly but surely work their way further south. And now they actually hold out the likes of Wolves and GG.
One of the best conversion rates that you could possibly ask for when you look at top 5s to wins is Team Vision. That'll be very important if they hit match point today. But they've got to get there first. A lot of work to be done. Gaming Gladiators will be eliminated as Wolves find themselves down to 2. And RRQ are making the call now to try and wrap this damage that's been done to numerous teams. Look for these KP. And then work their way towards zone. No name, he's down. Pricey with great shots. Easy Flash goes down though. It's a 1v1. Strafing Flame versus Crazy Kong inside the building behind the knockdowns. Swing comes in. Crazy Kong, he gets taken down. Strafing Flame with the biggest shots of the final so far.
And that takes us down to our last 5 teams, which is significant, because statistically that's where the last final circle will be around. 5 squads competing for a win. As Zeddy, they've lost Jelly at the moment, but perhaps they'll have a chance to get him back up as they're trying to compete for this same building that NIP have been holding for what feels like the entire
NIP have just got a res. You just saw it there. Somehow Ninjas in Pajamas have got a res and will have Cole back into this game. Meanwhile, inside that building, For Fun and Zeddy having a little engagement. Deathbox Reds
नहीं
comes in, but
सही
look
है
at the damage that they're taking. They are
ये
under so
एपेक्स है
much
भाई
pressure.
बीजीएमआई नहीं है
The heat from those flames is singeing.
मैच पॉइंट 50 इनफ है एनीथिंग अबव 50 would be too
And you
much
mentioned those conversion rates. NIP with a 33% conversion rate from top 5 to a win. For Vision, it was 50% in Pro League. It's not been as good here in this tournament, but maybe they can find that form.
Zach says to Lota and Carter, go get us some kills, go take out the threats that surround us. RRQ have been eliminated as Ninjas in Pajamas are safe in zone.
Oh, those nades, they hurt though, they burn. And it's really down to whether you can actually heal up here.
Kurev gets out. Safe was the wrong word from me. They certainly weren't. The nades just rained down from numerous teams. They've managed to reset once against the odds. Ninjas in Pajamas in this game. Can they do it again? Top 4 Team Vision.
15, 16,
Ninjas in Pajamas, ZE Esports and 4Fun Esports, your final 4 teams.
बट अब
And I
थोड़े
like that you
बहुत
touch
केपी
upon
थे
final circles for Vision, and it's down to Zach Mazer, their IGL. They found the last remaining player. Kurev can go into the void once more, but it feels like it's just delaying the inevitable. Maybe you can find a little hidey hole to play here, because perhaps Zeddy and 4Fun are focusing elsewhere.
He might be able to get a placement point if he's careful here. He also might be able to get a death box res. Had overflow, which means you'll get healthy nice and quick. As Team Vision hold the most space, it's 4Fun and Zeddy that are stacked up on top of each other. Maybe not. Ninjas in Pajamas will be eliminated. Kurev cannot get the extra placement.
That was like a Silic bang advert. Bang it, the dirt is gone, but it was NIP who finally get taken away from their building. Other cleaning products are available as Team Vision now will hold the main area here as 4Fun and Zeddy are both going to be in this same building. Advantage Vision, 100%.
With the exhibit going down, certainly is, because that means 4Fun and Zeddy are engaging. One alive on Zeddy. It's going to be Jelly. It's a 1v1 in the building. Cinetic versus Jelly. Jelly wins it, but Team Vision convert once again.
And as we were talking about throughout Split 1 Pro League, they had a 50% conversion rate from top 5s. And even though it hasn't been up there here at Split 1 playoffs at EWC 2026, now those percentages start to go up, which is the perfect time to increase them in match point finals. Zach Mazer, without a shadow of a doubt, one of the best IGLs in the world. Can he get a LAN trophy for Team Vision?
Well, Zach with some choice words there, some confident words. He says it's over in 6. Well, with that kind of start, why wouldn't you have that kind of confidence? Fantastic endgame management again from Team Vision. The job was made easy for them with the fight taking place inside of that building, but the zone pull, I think, caught a lot of people off guard. Something didn't seem right at the start when I saw that second zone.
The other 19
and the fact
teams.
that it bounces back to that zipline building, a lot of those teams who had Prio inside of wall really struggled to leave.
I have a wry smile because I called the position from Vision right at the start when they held the northeast. And the reason they played that, I like to think, is because they could split the difference. They could transition to either zone if it pulled north or south. And the big fight was winning it against Ninja Pajamas. Those nades were huge, and they were able to sniff them out, take them down, and then look how simple it was from here. They saw the fighting take place. Easy as that. Did they get buffed from the patch notes?
I didn't read that. I didn't read that in the patch notes, but it might have been at the bottom because it certainly is coming true here. We'll have to see if they can continue, though. We know that a good start is one thing, but we usually go a long, long way when it comes to match point. But getting that win early on, boy, did it do something for the confidence. They will be feeling on top of the world right now.
I will say it's not exactly a mammoth victory in terms of points. It was quite shared out, quite even between lobby leaders. Vision did put up 19 points in the end, and we'll go through the rest a little bit later. Nessie again just dangerously, tantalizingly close towards the crusher there, as those are the keys that will be crushed alongside the hopes and dreams of all these players on stage today. Only one will remain.
Well, with match 1 done and Team Vision taking home the champion banner in that first game, match 2 is just around the corner. We're going to go for a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
2 teams से fight हुआ था. I thought ज़्यादा है.
Play is in our DNA.
हेल्थ तो काफी बेटर है पर
it becomes our superpower.
मैंने किक स्ट्रीम पे दवाई खाई थी ना उसका असर अब हो
Now
रहा है तो
imagine
मेरे
an
को
entire
बहुत
city
नींद आ रही
being
है
built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
I don't know if you've heard this,
हमारी टीम
Pricey,
थी
but I was
वालों
on
में नहीं
broadcast yesterday and I looked deep in the camera
EWC
and I
वालों में
said,
नहीं है हमारी टीम
I don't know if they're going to make it into the finals. And I have been saying it's a reverse caster curse, okay? Because you guys did so well yesterday on Apex South. Now, going into today's competition, do you feel like yesterday's performance is going to bleed into today and that you can maintain what you guys have already done?
We've been going into like, because our last two group stages were bad. So yesterday and after every game, it was like a mental reset every game. So right now we're like still on that like even level. We're not going into like overconfident, underconfident. So we're just gonna play our game and see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching you guys from the side of the stage where you're kind of like cheering, even though you know you don't get the win in that match, but you know that you're getting those sorts of points. How has it been like sort of having Easy Flash come back in, because you know Strafing and Easy Flash have been such a dynamic duo? How do you feel that you sort of like slide into that dynamic?
अरे मतलब मैं वो कह रही थी रेस्ट मिलना चाहिए बट हाँ खैर स्ट्रीम पे हूँ क्या ही करूँ
everyone does their part super well, so that's what we're
कोई
going
बना के देगा तो ही पीऊंगी
Never
यार
doubt you again. I'm so sorry. Pana yelled at me the other day, but guys, best of luck to you today. Do it for Apex South.
Will do. Thank you very much.
इस पोजीशन पे है
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the ALGS Split 1 Playoffs at Esports World Cup 2026. Match 1 is in the history books, and it's Team Vision who take the win. We also hear from RQ's Pricey, big Pricey guy, I have to say, personally. I think he's one of the most experienced and celebrated players in Apex South. We'd love to hear from him. I don't think he's a choice as well now. He's got
I'm sure he's a fan of the cosplay that we have in the audience as well. Some excellent representations of skins. As we look back at some of the highlights, and match 1 is done. And how many more are we going to have here in match point finals? I do want to correct myself from earlier. I said last year we had 13 games. It was actually Esports World Cup 2024 we had 13 games. It was 9 last year. So apologies for that one. It was a brilliant first match because, like I said, the points were shared quite evenly across the top 4 teams. There was no one who really took the bullet apart from the obvious win from Vision and just a little bit of a lead from the extra points they were able to get in first place.
I forgive you.
Thank you.
That's okay. No problem.
It was only an apology to you, just to be clear.
I did not correct you. Team Vision with a very, very simple end game there, but I think the most impressive thing there for me was how they cleaned out RRQ to clear that side of zone. Very important.
अबे फ्री फायर में अच्छा चैट कह रही थी कि फ्री फायर में सेम कॉन्सेप्ट होता है
Ulta to get down to that low ground and deal with the damage.
2 दिन ग्रुप स्टेज फिर सर्वाइवल फिर मैच पॉइंट फाइनल है ना सेम है ना
So just being aware of situations nearest threats to
you. मैं फर्स्ट टाइम देखूंगी फ्री फायर स्पोर्ट्स फर्स्ट
a
टाइम
huge contributing factor to that, being able to be on
ये
Crypto,
तो 4
being
दिन
able
ही
to use
है
that joint
15
and see
से
what teams are
18
surrounding you
आराम
and
से
see what teams are
देखेंगे
also fighting. But now we move into match number 2. This is where the IGL stakes, I think, start to get lifted a little bit here. The value of a good IGL when Crypto is gone really does get on display.
And now differently to
अबे
yesterday's competition
रुको
and the
15
group
से है
stages
ना
as well.
तो बीच में तो अभी मस्त ब्रेक है फिर
We snake draft the
अच्छा
maps.
नहीं
We
2
will
दिन
not
का
see
है
3 in a
2
row
दिन
and
नो
then moving
वॉच
into the next
पार्टी
one. Instead, we start on Storm Point. We now move into
13
World's
14
Edge,
नो
and we
वॉच
transition
पार्टी
all
तब
the way
मस्त
through
गेम
to E
खेलूंगी
District, and then we go back again. So we will
मस्त
have
आरपी
E
और
District
पालवर
back to
खेलेंगे
back
पूरा
at
दिन
4 and 5, and then later on we will not see Storm Point once more until match 8. So for Team Vision, for example, if Storm Point is their map, if that's where they're going to find wins, perhaps when we get to match 8, they would be match point eligible and might have a chance to win.
Well, just to give you an idea of the standings and the points that actually came away from match number 1, Team Vision with 19 points. The 7 KP that they got alongside the 12 for first place puts them top of the pile. ZE Esports with 14 alongside RRQ. ZE Vision actually ended up in 4th place. We saw a few team fights that they won. 11 KP took them to 13, for fun with 10, and then Ninjas in Pajamas with 8. We will update you on the standings as we go through these games, of course, but it's all Team Vision.
It is all Team Vision, a 5-point lead, and 5 points extra, you will take them, but it's still quite a way off being match point eligible, remember. Sometimes we've had game 1s where people put 27 points on the board and we're like, oh, wait, they're over halfway there at this point. Well, Zach
मैं
Mazer
बोल
thinks
के आती
in
हूँ,
6,
थोड़ा
so
coffee
we'll
पी
check back
लेती
in
हूँ.
with that once we get into match 6 and see where they reside and whether they're even match point eligible. Because how many times in ALGS history do we see a team win and then in the next one die first? So
very often.
we'll be keeping an eye on Team Vision here.
We'll see what happens. If they can get into the top 5, however, I'm expecting them to become champions again because they have a little bit of a knack of doing so. I will give a huge amount of credit, though, to Ninjas in Pajamas. Such a stressful day for them yesterday. To stay alive in the tournament, they had to make top 6, and they did it. Now coming into the first game of today, a good performance, a solid performance. And after you've been through so many trials and tribulations over the first 4 days of action, I think it will just settle them down a little bit in this lobby.
I do like that you bring up Ninjas in Pajamas going into World's Edge as well. That's where they've had the majority of their points. In fact, the most points we've seen in this tournament has come from Ninjas in Pajamas. They have had more games than others. To put it in a little bit of an equation for you, Liquid have only got 4 points less than NIP on World's Edge. And of course, they played 3 less times on that map.
The World's Edge looking good for Liquid. Let's see if they can convert based upon the stats that you just gave to me and the beautiful people who are watching around the globe. Well, that's the end of Storm Point for a little bit. We're heading over to World's Edge now. A little bit of a change of scenery, but the action will be just as fast-paced. Match number 2 is live. Your match point finals continues.
And just in terms of POI draft, the big winners for me, Team Falcons at Lava Fisher, that's been the best performing POI so far this tournament. E36 over towards Overlook, and Vision at Launch Site, the 3rd best performing POI. So our winners from match 1 also have the stats on their side as well, because not only do they have Launch Site, they've been able to transition over towards Dome and double up in their loot phase.
Yeah, really interesting. They're actually splitting where they are landing at the moment. It's only Zach Mazer on your screen right now, who is doing a little bit of looting over at Dome. So everybody else is going to be, you think about the amount of information they're going to be able to leave with. It's quite something. They're going to have good Evo opportunities. They're going to have a lot of loot. And with the zone being pretty close to them as well, it's looking good for Team Vision. If you're wondering about the zone, let's give you that information. We are going out towards Harvester by the looks of things. AG Global, good news for them. Alliance, very good news for them over at Tree. They have a ring console. RRQ arriving already to try and take the western side of Harvester.
Yeah, Liquid are going to be moving quickly here from Lava. Siphon as well. Ninjas in Pajamas are going to be shadowing them. And actually, NIP watched Liquid hit the ring console, survey beacon, etc. Now they're going to take that and get the same info that Liquid have. So NIP will be a little bit
interesting as well. Sometimes it's best to let the team ahead of you hit the information, and then you can make your next decision off of it. Of course, probably a little bit early for that to be the most value that you can get out of it. Usually, if you're playing Edge a little bit later on, that's a good thing to do, especially when you're still looking to grab those Evo points. Of course, the survey beacon and the ring console are going to allow you to do that. So Ninjas in Pajamas, they hit an evac right now as we look over to Alliance, who went out first.
दोनों info agents legends है ना?
A tough moment for them, but they have fantastic prio onto this zone. And with Watson in the composition, Hackers on Wraith, and Unlucky on the Seer, they're set up for the long game here.
And I do think Alliance have to make these maps that aren't Storm Point count, because Storm Point is going to get ugly with the contest. That being said, Alliance have been able to find themselves in a pretty solid position to start with, as have many teams moving to the center of World's Edge here. And it is really about where you can find somewhere to call home and set up. The compositions have changed quite significantly with the crypto ban from match 1 as well. We can have a lot more Seer in the lobby.
19 Seers in the lobby. That's a lot of Seer.
Too much.
Interesting to see some of the racing essentially that's going on as well. You saw RC trying to get into that snake. That's already taken. A lot of these teams would have had a prio position that they want to play on certain POIs should the zone pull there. But if you're just half a second late, half a beat late on your loot path, the time that you leave your POI, you'll find that spot is taken. Zaya Division, they fought their way towards zone in the last game, and this time they're fighting inside of it.
Yeah, they fought excellently in the previous, and trying to both teams hold this snake. Oh. One of you has to go down here. You cannot both reside. You're going to constantly be poking at one another. And Sentinels, they do bite back a little bit, but now both teams say, I don't feel confident in pushing. So they will currently cohabit. But it's like a noisy neighbor. You just hope they move out soon.
Fun being able to pop that ult XL to get a gem back is very important. That gives an anchor position for Sentinels to fire from, knowing those shields will be recharged.
Game का आवाज बढ़ाना हो तो बोल
They stay
देना.
within the distance of that interception pylon. Up on the high ground, you saw RC trying to take that snake position earlier. They were beaten by Sentinels. Now they're playing up on that high ground, overlooking the snake at Harvester. Wolves on your screen right now. They're a little bit further away from the action.
Panda, excuse me.
As our team Falcons,
Fever अब कम हो गया. बस वो ending में रहता है ना वैसा है. इतना नहीं हुआ था fever. ज़्यादा होता तो इतना जल्दी जाता नहीं. थोड़ा ही था fever. Cold रह
I
गया.
do think that Falcons chose POIs in the POI draft that have been performing well.
नहीं ध्यान दिया तुषार.
Interesting to see, you know, when you were looking at the stats, you kind of jumped out your seat. You're like, wait, there's a pattern emerging here.
Yeah, it seemed appropriate that Falcons would choose the best performing POIs, but I do think it's a risk. It's going off of the law of averages. It's going off where those rings have been pulling as well.
अबे मैंने उस दिन stream पे cold coffee पी. मम्मी वही कह रही थी cold coffee से हुआ है तेरे को.
It is a game plan, and well, if it works, we're going to call them geniuses. Or one person in particular.
पूरा दिन body एक तो हो ही रहा था. फिर मैंने रात को stream करने के लिए cold coffee पी ली.
We already know Falcons are they're all geniuses.
Good save. Elite Esports inside a countdown right now. What a day it was for them. Well, what a 4 days, I should say, it has been for them so far. But no points on the board yet. And we mentioned how EMEA has an unfortunate kind of pattern and history when it comes to getting to the finals, looking fantastic through groups, and then just kind of falling flat when the pressure gets a little bit too much for them. One team who isn't feeling the pressure and won't be in this game number 2 is our winners of game 1. 19 points already on the board for them. And we usually say, if you're watching for the first time, you're wondering how kind of an average of points per game works for a very good game. 10 points per game, you're usually saying we're in a position to win a tournament.
Very happy with 10 per game. Yeah, you would be match point eligible by match 5. Now, we have had teams reach match point eligibility from match 3. Historically, match 4, we've seen it quite often as well. But with how tight these lobbies have been, I am curious to see when we get there.
Well, let's see what Team Vision's plan is. We've got a listening queued up. Let's jump in and listen to the boys.
Got a long boat across the map. Thought we're gonna have to trade, because I have no hop up.
Hey, make sure you guys have a fuck ton of nades ready.
Yeah, I do.
फेजर कपिल इग्नोर नहीं करता. वो बस 10 मिनट का वेट करता है, फिर उस चीज के बारे में बात करता है.
Yeah, just remember they have Jun.
S8UL 11th पे है.
I have 2 ult XLs on me.
आपको देख के नींद आ जाएगी यार.
I need to give you power.
जब मुझे चाहिए होता है ना कि दवाई से नींद आए तब नहीं आती. अभी स्ट्रीम पे आ रही है.
Did we just go over here? Where does
I
this
need to
hold
fall
to?
asleep on stream.
I feel like it's this zone.
Yeah, I think it is too.
No,
the building was open. Yeah, the building's
Yeah, but the thing is if it's not that zone and it pulls here, then we have to fight up that hill. I'm getting aped. I'm probably good. They're just running.
He's on the rock. He's far, he's far.
I'm gonna die.
Really good shot. We're rock. I see him. You're good, you're good. I got them.
I'm a little bit confused what zone this could be. So what I want to do
कपिल
here is I want to
S8UL
go
के
for
मरने के
yellow.
10 मिनट बाद
But what
पूछता
if we
है
go for
S8UL
here
नहीं.
instead? So that we can play for both. Because if we get stuck in this, we have to go there anyway. All right, let's just go here for now and then let's war room, okay?
Okay.
बोलेगा अरे S8UL
Because if
जिंदा
we're
है
reading
क्या?
the zone wrong and it goes over
10
here.
मिनट बाद.
Always great to see the insight from the IGLs about where they think it could be going. Vision a little bit confused about that ring pull. For now, they're going to head towards train station where Nemesis currently reside, and they sort of say, maybe we can just sit here. We have seen it pull this way before, but we're not entirely sure.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, that my eyebrows are raised, Zach's eyebrows are raised. You heard it from himself, you know, the man himself. He said, I'm not quite sure where this zone is going. If I'm going to hedge my bets, I think it's going to pull over to the Harvester side, possibly on the hillside, but it's a strange one for sure. And I think a lot of the teams that have pro Harvester are going to be looking at this and going, well, do we risk leaving early here, trying to take a little bit of the space that's available on the other side of zone? Team Vision are kind of gambled now on this side. If it does pull together, they'll have to fight through the choke, and then they have the hillside to work with. So I actually kind of like the position of Team Vision. If they don't get the pull this side and they can work their way through the choke, then they'll be looking down on everyone else.
It's them hedging their bets again, or not hedging their bets, excuse me, and being able to give themselves a secondary option just like they did in match 1. Now, on limit, under some pressure, under some fire, and currently within an exhibit, so they'll have to make sure they get away.
Creative routing coming in from Peace there to get out of the exhibit. for fun, do force them away. Teams that are outside of zone right now is interesting. You've got Unlimit, who we just saw and can see on your screen trying to force their way in and will be safe. Team Falcons over at staging at the moment. They're not inside of the next zone. And I wonder if they're actually waiting to hit the ring console, which it looks like they're going to do. I think that's a very, very smart thing to do. If you're on edge right now and you can get the info on where this zone is going to be going, I think you're in a great spot.
And if they do get that info, they can rotate south if it pulls that way and be in one of the priority positions, that's for sure. Nemesis also in a great spot, but Unlimited and Fun still sizing each other up at the moment. No one overcommitting to this fight. Waiting for utility to be used, perhaps. But they are hurting themselves the longer this fight goes on, because there is a possibility of a third party.
Like I
E36
want
having a little look at it.
everything my
And the
way.
longer a fight does go on, the more
And
reluctant you are to
obviously
actually take
travel
it
nahi
because of
hota
that third-party possibility. And it really has been interesting, Mark, to
ना
see
मेरे
the
को
pace
खाना
of this
पसंद
game
आता है हर
compared to
जगह का
Stormpoint.
तो मैं
Still
भूखी भी
20
रहती
squads
हूँ
remaining.
फिर मुझे पानी
No
भी
real
नहीं मिलता
engagements thus
बहुत
far.
सारी चीज़ होती है इसके लिए मैं ट्रैवल जब भी करती हूँ मैं बीमार पड़ जाती हूँ मैं बहुत ज़्यादा पिकी हूँ लाइक हर एक चीज़ में वे टू मच
Queuing down on Alta. Avoid passage to get involved. Oh, but more take the attention away. We know how dangerous Unlimit can be in these lobbies, in these team fights. When they're working their way in from edge, they really are the boogeyman for so many teams in the lobby. The zone has pulled to the north now. And RRQ are bang center.
फिर से नहीं देखी मैंने
Yeah, we were worried that as For Fun get
ये लोग
eliminated,
मुझे
by the way,
बातों
we were
में
worried
लगा
that some of these
देते
harvester
बार
teams would have to
बार
transition quite far away, but it has continued to pull that way. So for Team Vision earlier, as they were thinking it might pull further south, are going to have to work their way north now. As are Falcons, who would have hit that ring console from staging, they're going to have to transition east. And there's a lot of teams to get through as well. And remember, we don't have any Valkyries in the lobby right now. There's no one who's going to be able to set themselves up without any back tower.
24
Now the positioning
23
of
कितना
Team
होता
Vision
है
becomes a lot more difficult. Zone pulling all the way to the north. They are the furthest team from the zone that are still inside of it.
लो भाई आ गया पैलवर्ड को ब्लू क्लासेस से
Moving their way through the lava siphon tunnel quite far off. But Vision have at least managed to move up alongside Nemesis here. And that makes the fight a little bit more comfortable for them, but they're getting shot in the back, and Sacred is taking an off angle here. Albrelli's
तो
got down
इसका
low.
नाम क्या है? मैंने मच्छर पढ़ा उसका
Well, let's have a
VSN
peek.
मच्छर
Sacred trying to save the day here, but all three
लोग
members
क्या नाम
of
है
Team
उसका
Vision are still
अच्छा
up. And Carter's going to
देख
swing. Sacred has to
देख मेजर है उसका नाम जैक मेजर दूर से मुझे
And it looks
दिखा
like advantage Vision
मच्छर
here as Skittle Cakes. He's going to be taken down.
Trouble is, you've got Reject now coming from the other side. Falcons are coming through the tunnel as well. Vision are screwed whichever way they go here. And they don't really realize it, but here comes Team Falcons. Oh no, Falcons portal back. It does give Vision a chance. Nemesis will be eliminated. Reject starting to back away. And somehow Vision are holding on to this one. Falcons have been able to just give them that opportunity.
Over to the zone, Zeta Division are out. They bullied their way through teams a little bit earlier, but not E36 inside of zone this time around. Synapse going to be able to be brought back to his feet by the looks of things, although there may be a cheeky Yan Jaguares that can move in
तो
to see if they
11
can
है
clean that
अभी
up.
ये गेम में देखते
Over
हैं
to the
how
southern
it
side of
goes
zone where we've got a little bit of the build-up as
predict
well.
करो चैट
Synapse will eventually be brought back to his feet. And this is S8UL GG. And Team Liquid were also having a little look at this one.
S8UL get out of zone and they can actually find a position to play on this southern side. But there's just such a long route from this point, and this is where you as a team have to start considering how you're going to find points. Could
भाई
this
ये तो
3
बड़ा
KP
रिस्की
be
है भाई
vital for
अभी
your
जोन में
chances of
जाना
getting match point
कैसे
eligibility
जाएंगे
later?
E36 taking some damage from
बहुत
Unlimit
फाइट
as well
होगी
with the
जोन
kill
में
feed.
जाने के लिए
GG inside the exhibit. Just go have a
बोली
little
बोल
peek at the
बोल
prod.
घूम रही मेरे को क्यों
And
नहीं दिख
S8UL
रही
decided they
बोल
have to
बोल
fight this. Legacy gets the shields broken. But Lufka will be the first down. Legacy will also fall. Everyone is weak apart from Zane. Zane in a 1v1. Zane will win it. Blast is also up. It was a 2v1. And it's a comfortable hole coming in from GG.
So now Vision have wrapped back round to take the fight against Reject here.
Oh, he has not loaded
गई फाल्कन
the
फिर से गई लेकिन आज मारेगा आज इंपीरियल आज मारेगा मेरे को पता है
Big teams falling now.
लिक्विड भी गई जेडाई भी गई सब एक लाइन में गए रिजेक्ट भी चार टीम एक साथ गई है
Reject do get taken out.
RRQ, Pricey's having a look at this, and now Zach is left on his own. He's going to immediately go for the res onto Lota. I wonder if they're going to be able to be out of the line of sight. of everyone else to look for a death box res a little bit later on. It was actually a Kraber shot
ये
from
विजन
Pricey.
वाले जीत जाएंगे भाई फिर
Yeah, they are going to be
से
vulnerable from that right-hand side. You can see Zach Mesa, and by the way, RRQ are not letting them go. They are tag team at the moment, backing through this portal. But that portal is only going to last for so long.
Looks like Vision might have done enough to stay alive here. And I'm still interested to see if they can hit that death box res.
They're trying right now.
Wolves down in the canyon. Got to be careful, the team's moving above them as NIP have to be careful. The pressure coming in from GG. Kurev is last alive again for them here. Unlimit just been eliminated as well. And even though Kurev may escape here, GG is still trying to hunt him down.
Zayn is relentless. Zayn is inevitable as GG pick off another team. Ninjas in Pajamas go down. But now here comes Alliance sending themselves in onto E36 who are below them. AG in the area as well.
AG up on high. Giving a lot of options for them on teams they want to fire upon in a few moments' time. Got to be careful, watch it back, the triple swing coming in from GG, and Lucky is down. And then above them is AG, they hear the commotion. And they sense the opportunity for some free KP. They peek down, Jaguares will find one.
And actually a member from both teams have gone down.
Careful, Yanya.
GG have lost 2. Alliance also got knocked as well, but Aku replied as Gaming Gladiators after a fantastic effort.
अपना फाइनल हर बार ही अनलकी होता है
And for what looked like a fantastic position to play from,
जोन जाने में ही हर मर जाते हैं पहले ही मर जाते हैं पिछले गेम तो इतनी सारी टीम्स आ गई इस गेम में तो जब मैंने देखा ना इन लोग को किधर से जाना है तभी समझ गया था खत्म बहुत मुश्किल था वहाँ से तो पहुँचना कितनी टीम्स थी
really force Alliance into a difficult position here.
RRQ are holding so much space in this zone. Their major threat is going to be Wolves and Vision. Those 3 teams are in the best spots. Vision also taking up a lot of space. Now we check in with Sentinels. Down to just Blinkser. Backs against the wall here.
By the way, Vision did get back up to a 3. All 3 players are healthy again. And they control the southwestern side of this zone. E36, CNAP is up. Fun going to be finished off on the low ground. But E36 not safe inside of this zone. They have to keep moving forward. Blinks is going to have to queue through this wall, and it's going to be blind.
They can take a little bit of a route through this snake as Vision. Zach's very low. But they've been able to answer back to the damage Elite were doing here. This is an important fight. You win this on the west, you control the entire west side.
Look at the Q coming from Carter. He says, come follow me. There's nobody down here. Sentinels have been eliminated. They can't make it out. Elite now have to drop. And Carter with the G7 scout in his hands has given the advantage to Vision. The winners of game 1 are about to delete Elite Esports.
And now Vision are the only team who are not in the building at the moment. They have the most space. AG Global, down. Everyone else is residing in this same area. Although Alliance have just created a portal to the south. They're certainly going to be in a good position as well.
Wolves up on the high ground. No name. What a moment he had yesterday. Pricey's having a look at this. He hears the fight in. Oblate only sees the death screen as Enter Force 36 will be eliminated. Wow. We have 4 teams remaining. And there's a healthy Alliance up on the high ground.
Yeah, fantastic ball from Hackers to give Alliance this southern side. Recognize there was a gap, there was an opening because everyone was fighting each other. And now actually Vision, they're in a tough spot here because both RRQ and Wolves are having a little bit of a look at them, as are Alliance.
थोड़ी सी प्रार्थना करो भाई अपनी
टीम के लिए ऐसे कैसे चलेगा
Well, Vision will be a team that has to move first here.
ऐसे तो नहीं
Alliance have
चलेगा
all of the height on the high ground. Talk about making the most of the opportunities. That is what makes you successful in a match point. Finals are a match point lobby. Alliance have got to do it.
पर ये मैंने बहुत बार देखा है ग्रुप स्टेज में जो टीम बहुत अच्छा खेली होती है उनका अनलकी रहता है भाई इस विजन 4 या 50 वो खेल रही है
Back to the Kraber shot. And now Carter down, Lota down. Barely any help to work with. Team Vision will be eliminated. Now the Kraber, so vital here. Wolves on the high ground, RRQ below them.
भाई विजन को तो फिर से बहुत पॉइंट्स मिल गए बट हैशटैग 4 पे ही गई है ना काफी पॉइंट्स लेके ही गई है
He's on rate, so he'll be able to queue back.
I love this though. You take an angle, you can add that little extra bit of damage, and then you just feed Unlucky and Aku. They're all going to play there, but now Wolves, they're going to be above them here.
गई तो फिर भी कितने पॉइंट्स है भाई, उनके बहुत पॉइंट्स है.
Alliance make the play on the side of the building. They would have been vulnerable, having to move down, so they're trying to play this side cover. They were kind of forced to move from that height. And now they're ticking. And now they're burning. And with Aku down, all of a sudden the pendulum swings the way of Wolves Esports. No Name's found one. Alliance now down to 1. All three still healthy. No Name taking names. Hack is down as well.
कितना अटकेगा बेवकूफ गेम मतलब YouTube.
Still not done yet. RRQ might get a chance to reset. Castle Wall comes out just in case though.
It's Bank Center zone. Wolves say, come to us, RRQ. If you're feeling brave.
Skynade.
No Name looking to cook. Oh, Kraber in the hands of Pricey though. One bullet could be a difference maker.
Tell you what.
Do your peek. It's interesting now. It's a 2v1 for Pricey. Not enough. Wolves Esports close it out. But what an end game it was!
Insane.
Pricey hits that.
The second one, oh my god,
this place explodes.
I'm not sure I could have jumped
Insane.
higher. Wolves Esports, they held strong. In the end, Alliance were kind of frustrated
क्या बात है,
by the
Super
length
Fat
of which
BB
it took
OP.
for RRQ to approach as well. They took every
नहीं
moment
करूँगी
inside that
Google.
building away from the ring.
ऊपर हो तुम.
And in the end, they just felt themselves too vulnerable.
भाई मैं जब भी चैट की तरफ देखती हूँ ना तभी वो अल्ट आती है हर बार यही हुआ.
Quite the following here in Paris. They put up some big numbers
बस
indeed.
बेल्जियन का नेक्स्ट गेम मैच पॉइंट है, 4th गेम में खत्म है, 4 गेम में खत्म है आज.
They do put themselves at 29 points as a total. So they are
ऑब्सेस्ड हो गया एपेक्स से. इसमें कौन सी हाईएस्ट रैंक होती? प्रेडेटर नहीं हो पाएगा. नाइस ट्राई. बहुत टफ है.
Apex South team coming into this event, well, they're starting to live up to that reputation. A big win for them. It felt like that end game was in slow motion at one point. After Pricey hit that headshot, he saw the trailer. He saw the montage moment. But it's going to be Wolves who hold strong.
The advantage you have with a castle wall is just so significant as well. And even though it was a valiant effort as a 2.
अरे आप तो प्रेडेटर क्या, आप तो उससे भी अलग रैंक पे हो यार.
And to be honest, look at the reaction on
वो
the other
रैंक पे
side for
कोई और
RRQ
पहुंच
because
ही
they
नहीं
know
सकता.
equally how much points they just put on the board. They're only 1 point behind Wolves Esports. And right now, it is not about wins, it is about points.
It's about the race for points, you're right. It's the race to match point eligibility that matters for everyone in this lobby right now. 50 points is the target. Get to 50 points as quickly and efficiently as you can. Then you start worrying about winning games.
हाँ, एपेक्स में आप कॉन्करर कर दो. 4-man टीम बना के.
Put to work with some of these zones that we've seen so far
End
as well.
zone में
Back
घास
and forth
में
they
लेट जाना.
shift. As we look at the match results for match 2, Wolves Esports put 24 points on the board to send themselves up into second place. RRQ not far behind in Alliance. A massive third place for them, putting 12 points on the board as well.
Look at Team Vision in behind as well. Good KP for them. They put more points on the board. In game number 2, elsewhere with the big points being soaked up by the top of the teams that are leaderboard there. Not really too many points to talk about to be shared from the rest of the lobby. It's been a fantastic start to match point finals, as we always expect. We'll have to see if that momentum continues after this break. Don't go anywhere. The ALGS Split 1 playoffs will continue.
स्ट्रीमिंग फ्रॉम कंबल क्या होता है? स्ट्रीमिंग विद कंबल. वॉटसन डेडलॉक इसी लगती. Little.
Now, I've just grabbed Zane off the stands. You know, he's trying to chill out before the competition today. But of course, he's here to do a nice little interview with us, Zane. What do you think has contributed to your success so far in the tournament?
We've just been sticking to our plan, playing our game, and things have just been running smoothly for us. So hopefully it stays the same. And yeah.
Yeah, a man with a plan, Zane. I like that indeed. Now, do you guys think you have what it takes to win this today?
100%, yeah. This is the best team I've ever been on. My teammates, they've got close to winning like 2 LANs so far. So adding me to the team, I think we can make it happen today. Yeah.
Yes, I love those vibes, and I mean today is the day. Now, since Effect hasn't actually made it into the finals today, do you think you have what it takes to be the best fragger for EMEA today?
100%, yeah. Last LAN that I made finals, I top frag. So hopefully we can do it again this time around. So yeah, 100%.
Well, you guys better be watching your screens today for Zane from Gaming Gladiators. Best of luck for you guys today, and that'll be those.
All right, I'm here in the stands. We just talked to Lufka. I'm here with Charlotte and Robert, Blast, sister and father. Guys, how do we feel supporting GG in the crowd right now? Charlotte, I'll go with you. This isn't your first LAN.
No, it's not. I've been coming to LANs now since LA, so I'm super proud of my brother. I know that he'll smash it, but I'm trying not to jinx anything, because every time I say that, then something goes wrong. So I'm hoping and praying that things go really well, and they deserve it.
And as someone who's watched these LANs before, I personally feel this is the best I've seen them play in a while. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, this is the first time I've actually been nervous. The whole, like, normally on LANs, I'm an absolute wreck.
Yeah.
But I've actually managed to, like, somehow not have, like, palpitations every single day.
Yeah.
So it's kind of nice. I've been able to, like, okay, they're doing well. I'm trusting in them, you know?
Now, Robert, you're Blast father. The journey of a parent in esports has got to be a little different. Talk to me about your experience and just being here.
My goodness me, all I can say is, put it this way, right from when he was leaving school, I knew he was going to do something techie. He found Apex amongst other games, but this game just stuck out for him, and he's been devoted to the cause ever since, and he's gone just from progress to progress. He's soared, he's rocketed, he's going for the game, he's aiming to win, and I have every faith he'll do that.
All right, I was going to say any final words. That was all the final words he needed. GG, man. What support. Robert, pleasure to meet you. Charlotte, pleasure to see you again. GG and the family zone in the crowd here at EWC 26. Let's see if they can keep up the momentum and take a win today.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Year 6 Split 1 playoffs at EWC 2026. So far alone, we just saw Wolves pop off with game number 2 dub. I want to hear your thoughts back at home, guys. I want to know how long you think this is going to go to. This is match point finals for a reason, as we get to see Team Vision
29
34 points already. The
Why is it IB 19?
Has already 17 kills in the span of 2 games. Makes you wonder, are major moments a thing of the past?
They may be, because that team is looking incredible. The duo of Loader and Carter alongside Zach have been impressive, right? The fact that we've minimized all of our point losses there on World's Edge, it's their worst map, and they still were able to grab 15 points alone.
19, Liquid 20.
It's starting to look like Team Falcons, Team Nemesis, Team Liquid.
Sari teams jo dominate
at the very bottom. This is the time
just
for you to wake up.
Shots.
Just say.
Maybe is it the ramp up?
You need to be
Maybe it's the
waiting.
ramp up. I mean, we've seen this happen before, but you know what we have also seen? It would just be a Cinderella story from Zach not making champs when he was originally on VP with Slayer and Lou, to getting the most wins in Pro League and now topping the overall standings. Team Vision starting off great, and as we've already mentioned, when it comes to match point finals, this is my favorite thing as we swap over out of World's Edge into Olympus.
Yeah, the cool part about Olympus, right, is that we really loved the left side of the map. So when you're thinking about that story of Team Vision, where did they prioritize? They grabbed 24th pick, Somers University. So knowing that we can get a lot of points early prior to some of those zones, but who knows, maybe we carve our path to the west. The majority of our teams picked this about, you know, their 3rd map pick overall. And I'm immediately looking at For Fun Esports, but my big question is, where will Elite Esports be starting? And that is at Oasis. Now here's the deal, Elite Esports, they were powerhouses in group stages, but they are getting run down here in the early match point finals games.
I mean, and with the amount of zones we've seen pull over onto
PCDM.
Summers
Yeah,
and
mera
Gardens, it makes you wonder how the Olympus end zones are going to look like on Match Point Finals. And for those of you guys who are new to our Match Point Finals format, remember, a team has to achieve 50 points. And then after getting 50 points in a separate game, be the game winners to be crowned
ये तो
your
मैंने एक बार भी
ALGS
नहीं देखा है
playoffs
मैचेस
champions.
में.
And ready with the way that Visions is playing, nearing almost 40
ये
points.
blue
This is
वाला.
what you like to
ना,
see. And then
एक
now
भी बार
Whips
नहीं देखा
ramping up
मैंने,
themselves,
legit.
getting 12
Not even
KP
once.
in a game to win,
Not
is trailing
a
right
single
behind the
time.
Titans thus far after just 2 games alone behind Visions.
Well, if we're going to be talking about Wolves, just before we
Hi,
dive into
Andy.
the Falcons, the Wolves from APAC South are one of the most consistent teams across not only Stormpoint and E
But
District,
वो भी
but
बात
also
है कि अगर
Olympus. So
मुझे कोई चीज
rotating map
पता
to
नहीं
map
कि
to
वो
map
क्या है
like
तो
this should
मुझे
be
याद
in their
भी नहीं
favor.
रहती
For
अगर मैंने
Falcons, though, we
देखा
talked
भी
about
होगा.
it at the
But I
bottom,
need to
and it's
know
crazy
कि
to
क्या
see
है to
that they
remember
are
it.
just, I don't know, Vicky,
If
like, how
I
do you
don't
think
know
they're
ये
looking?
क्या है,
I
I
was a
see
little
and
bit-
it's
I
out of my
understand.
brain.
Well,
I mean, Aku's staring him down. He's like, I may be the young guy here for Alliance, but, you know, we're warming up.
Very true. As we get to take a look at the Alliance fans in the crowd, they know how to show up time and time again, from the family to the fans who have been trailing the Alliance story to making it into this finals lobby. They know what they got, but it's about converting into it when it comes to being in the top 6, 13 points. But it's still that very big gap that we have from even RRQ up to Zeddy in 4th place with 19 points. We're ramping up to go onto Olympus, everyone. We're going to see with our teams getting ready within their POIs. But looking at the history and already talking about the Legend Band, Tiff, we've seen Crypto and Seer off the table, and it's kind of followed that.
16 is a good number.
Looking at the way the
but
group stages play out, as well as that Survivor stage.
Yeah, when you say
No,
that
I said
survival
no,
stage,
no.
typically we had that Mad Maggie in that 3rd game ban. However, we did see Watson banned early when it came to Olympus. So my thing is, are we prioritizing the Watson? Because I personally think we need to. And if I confirm, Vicky, how many picks is Watson?
The fact that Watson and Mad Maggie are tied at 100% each, Tiff, you are on the money when it comes to these legend bands and how it's kind of adjusted a little bit going through our different game. Oh my, hold on.
Hold on, guys. This is groundbreaking. This is groundbreaking. We're going to the West on Olympus for the first time in the year 6 ALGS Split 1 playoffs.
Do my eyes deceive me? Am I in a fever dream? I'm rubbing them really quick because you gotta look at the teams who do go over to the west side of Olympus. I mean, even thinking about the POI drafts for the teams that think that are going to have advantage when they end up getting even Team Visions over to Somers, ZE2, and with a lot of these other squads who will be able to get the ring console, they've gotten the memo early and they're already going in for a quick rotate.
Brilliant. I'm looking at Elite. They've dropped the evac tower over at Oasis. Ninjas in pajamas with the utmost rotation out of there. For everyone that's got the 20 picks on Watson, so everyone, ring consoles galore. Zeta Division and Zeddy Esports are rotating towards Hammond Labs, likely to get access to confirm that we truly are going to the West.
In group
Now,
stage,
for the
our
teams with
team
the
is
longest
doing like
rotations, bro,
crazy.
Team Vision,
Elite,
Somers, that one hurts a little.
S8UL,
Back to
Vision,
Estates we go.
and
They started off with this early
Liquid.
fight with a
Like
huge
they were
pile
all
of teams
doing
here.
amazing.
Sentinels,
ये लोग top 5
one of
में
those
थे
teams to
सब.
settle down.
But आज सब
Got
लोग
the fans
ही
behind us
bottom में
ourselves,
चल
but it's going to
रहे
be
हैं.
tough for
Except
Sentinels since, you
Vision.
know, they're going to have to rock out here within their POI, fully white
Hot
AG2.
chocolate नहीं
Who tried to
coffee
start
है.
off strong already, seeing the portal play right in front of them and losing out Nizula and Hobwadis as the next victim. Sentinels looking like they went in for a kidnap from Blinzer, who is on the Wraith. Now taking control over onto the high ground, and a little bit of revenge now is going to come out of the hands of Luka, but a great way to start things off and getting this KP in early points.
But the best part about these buildings, right, is you have these crannies, but when Mad Maggie's prevalent, a riot drill will definitely hit a full for you. Good thing we can hit that death box recovery just a few more seconds, but incoming frag grenades are going to keep the Sentinels from being able to do that. Honestly, get in that tree right there, Fun. You shield cell up, and let's get our Blinzer back.
And the fact that he was able to get that so cool.
What? Blast!
He was in the line of sight. We just spoke to the family of Gaming Gladiators, talking to the father and also the sister Charlotte, who has been able to be here to support her brother.
EWC
Gaming Gladiators have had one
BGMI
heck of a
ENC.
tournament run. AG, though, a team that also has been able to ramp up now down to a duo. Yanya's also on that raid to combat that with Blinxer being on the raid themselves, but with so many teams now moving up, there's a lot of space to share over by estates.
Yeah, it's been a slower start for AG Global for sure this entire week. They're one of our only teams that has not actually achieved a map win across our days here. So keep tabs on them as Sentinels are in the same boat. AG Global definitely looking to try and improve on this position. Portals galore to keep through the Watson fences, and we have not gotten Blinxer back just yet.
Yeah, look now gonna be able to follow up here.
PUBG Mobile, I think it's in August के start में.
Eliminated for game number 3. It's a tough one here, Tiff. But it's going to be a cleanup with so many teams now trying to farm this KP. GK not moving from their spot, happily sitting underneath these buildings. And with the amount of Watsons, every team having a Watson, this is what you can expect as RRQ also from within this building, trying to find an opportunity to try to get a kidnap and protect this portal with the Watson fences.
And that's the thing, right? With so many wraiths and altars in our lobby, it's making these holding the vicinities difficult, right? RRQ have the wraith, so sure, they can't pop through a floor to go. They have to go in through the fences as GG.
अब देख ली मैंने, अभी मुझे पता चला ना कि ये है. देख ली मैंने देख ली.
I mean, with NIP and Cole being so low, which, by the way, this has been one heck of a tournament. Looking at Cole, he is going to be able to go back, and they get the finding straight.
मेरे को पता चला ना वो कैसी दिखती है. इतनी देर से मुझे पता ही नहीं था वो क्या है. क्या देखी वॉटसन की अल्ट. लेकिन वो अल्ट करती क्या है वैसे?
He was literally 1 pixel of HP. With 19 squads left, though, it's literally just a drive-by with these teams just poking from afar, but the missile, once again, the drill just drilling into the team underneath them. As the nade, oh my gosh, the finishing blow to find Vayne. And now we get to get the Deathbox Res on their side.
And Gaming Gladiators with 5 kills so far in this game alone. Just need Zane back, our fragger. But if you keep those riot drills frying into the other teams, whittle down their resources, however, those pylons are going to keep. Meanwhile, we need a replay. There's Unlimit move in and take out Alliance.
Alliance going out early once again. Better looks here for Unlimit to scoop that up on an isolated fight. Over onto the north side on the outskirts of Oasis where there was a ring console, right? So you could have gotten that information. Team Liquid are going to be transcending through Fight Night. Out of the north side is RRQ, not letting NIP breathe for a second. Remember, they sent out that nade that landed at their feet before. They can't catch a break with another Deathbox Res that we saw too in the feed. A strafing flame. Hopefully, he's going to be able to get these shields up. As you see GG now move up, and that's the side-by-side highlight actually from Sentinel since this is their POY. That's how they felt a little earlier.
PUBG Mobile August first week में.
AG do get a knock after they lost out on Hawades, and it was with a portal push to find NIP.
Ninjas in Pajamas also eliminated during that skirmish as we tune into Enter Force 36. Obli is down and Synap and choosing to play around the pylon. Currently open with multiple options for teams to stare at them here. But Reject, also another team hailing from APAC North, were the ones initially dealing that damage to them before deciding to back away.
मैंने जब बोला ENCI लोग बोलते कि ये PUBG Mobile EWC क्या है.
Trying to clear this northern side closer to the evac tower. We see where E36 is situated over onto the choke on the north side that exits. Where Unlimit had taken that fight earlier against Alliance, but a lot of teams playing on the edge because this is going to be a Southern Estates pool.
Ooh, that's going to be crazy because we don't actually pull straight towards Dockyard. We bring up the map. You can see right there, Zeddy Esports holding just on the outskirts of that rip. Team Falcons there, Team Nemesis back in their home of Dockyard. Do have Reject just ahead of them, but you have to start thinking about where we are going to approach that next circle and what information do we have. The ring console there at Dockyard will be able to get hit by the Watson from Team Nemesis, and they'll know exactly how they need to approach this. It's not going to be easy considering we have about 8 or 9 teams playing around the estates area, and of course that little pocket with the 2 survey bins outside there.
It's going to be great too, at least being able to hold on to the high ground if they clear that southern side of the zone. It really depends on that pile-up that we will eventually see against Zeddy as well as Team Vision before they end up wrapping behind them. But it's a side-by-side with Falcons. mention having a pretty rough start. Tiff now playing off the Southern choke themselves and playing it safe here, while E36 not so safe themselves. They do lose out on Synap in the process, thanks to Rufa, who catches him with the Hemlock.
Yeah, Synap plays a lot of these movement characters as kind of main IGL, and is just getting caught out on some of those entry moments. Only now kind of pulling together, playing behind the knockdown, under fire. Wolves from the back end, though, shooting towards Reject could allow E36. No, just kidding. We got Unlimited in the mix, and Enter Force 36 go down.
Unlimited is seeing the buffet in front of them and is scooping them up just for themselves here. Gonna be able to get that KP as Zeta Division also are neighboring the other side of the wall once they get through that choke. And as you see the nice flyby of where everybody is, this is the real estate that we were talking about with the dive up of a lot of these teams that are essentially coexisting with one another, but other squads who are still playing on the edge as AG still stuck as a duo, seeing if they have any opportunity, because they were lacking on meds. I mean, you don't even have a med kit if you're Nizul. He's got the shield bat and only 3 shield cells. He's out of this fight, and I'm worried about that ammunition he's got for the alternator.
Yeah, it's not like you putting alter here. You've got the race. You're not going to be able to use alter's passive to kind of loot the boxes around you, and we haven't taken an actual fight and finished it and had the chance to slurp up a lot of that loot. We do have the Maggie Ball in our back pocket should we need to. But the issue is you count on one team here in the States, you're getting full send. Back to S8UL.
Real quick here because the Legacy and we saw Zero getting knocked from both sides, but S8UL get a little bit of revenge and Panic trying to back up Zero in the process. It's Vision moving up behind Falcons, who won the Mythic win. The team that comes out on top of this fight will be able to have priority over whether one of these teams will get the Kraber. We're gonna have to see as Carter moves up. Looking on the other side of the lip, though, it's still this other fight happening against S8UL and Team Liquid, so it's this pile of, as Vision has to be careful because the 3P is behind them from Zeddy. Try to get this right, but you know that Zeddy's right there.
Team Liquid take out S8UL and Vision are going to have to get here comes Zeddy, here comes Dupe, and they immediately make their presence known. Deep in the play, he knocks Loader, and Carter joins
hit them with the duel. Vision didn't even scoop that up, making them fall in 15th place. And it's kind of great to see how Falcons see them now. Vision gets eliminated. They're now gonna look at Zeddy and
but every final same story कैसे possible है? Every single final.
You mentioned the mythic then, right? And there's a Kraber in Hal's hands. Now, from this side of things, we can walk up into that next circle. The issue is it's incredibly open, so that Kraber is going to be needed to open up these engagements for those quick fights. However, we just saw Zeddy 3P up onto Team Vision, who are still needing to come out of the tunnel behind Falcons.
Why they're not trying to overcommit too, and that's why with so many alters too in this lobby, you got that portal to just reset if you need off the Void Nexus. Unlimit though.
लेकिन वो था ना पोजीशन के हिसाब से ड्रॉप पिक करने मिलता है तो इतना एज वाला ड्रॉप अच्छा डिसीजन होता है मेरे को तो वियर्ड लगा एकदम एज वाला ड्रॉप है
try to get onto the high ground but trying to mix it up too. You have one and you go have the other to then pull it yourself up into the left side of the high ground, but you bait them. You see the wrecking ball coming in from right behind them, and this may be their opportunity. Oh, up the what the
they drop the void passes. No they catch Axis. We need a reload. There we go. Peace is able to finish the blow, but we get caught out on the left. Yulariman and Peace diving throughout Urice.
Can we talk about the positioning of that void passage to get the abduction while Reject do get eliminated?
Wait. They really just said hold this frag. Really do. Elite, though, one of the best teams here on Olympus, with the majority of their points coming from this map in particular. Good to see them still here fighting to climb up the leaderboard. Back to Estates for fun. Wolves, who's in second place, tied with their APAC South neighbors RRQ at 30 points.
Oh, and they get the res on the death box too. Unlimit. After clearing this northern side, coming out of the fight that we saw earlier from Alliance to get the death box, Zeta Division are neighboring them. Now they're looking behind them and having to be careful. Zeta Division hear this happening. Looking ahead too, with Elite still alive and covering these southern buildings of Estates. Dropping below with these resets that we're currently seeing from these teams that have just completely taken over this POI.
They are just poised and ready. It's a shame they're still on all blues, but they just really haven't had any good fights yet, right? 0 kills, 13 squads remaining. And as they keep tabs on where everything is going, they are on that northern side. You mentioned Unlimit, Zeta, Team Liquid, teams that are wrapping. But from the south, things are going to get difficult. Zeddy immediately finding pressure from Skittlecakes across the way. And RRQ and AG Global can hear this.
So we saw them take out Team Vision. Now they've been able to hold onto the high ground that we were looking at before. Team Nemesis are looking at them, but Zeddy are going to be able to move up into that next zone where they really only have to worry about Falcons, who were isolated in the compound over to the south side of that choke that we saw earlier with the Mythic Bin, while Unlimited now move up. Looking at Team Liquid, for those of you wondering, they took a huge roundabout rotation, and now they are looking dead at Unlimited as Ulariman taking some shots off this G7, yeeting at the Wrecking Ball, but looking behind them is Elite, who want a chunk of the action. Team Liquid now moving around, playing off the rocks as Zero peppers into them. Unlimited get eliminated, and AG Global meet them in the lobby.
Team Liquid starting to heat up here in Olympus finally. Just takes to map 3, and we've moved up to 15th overall on the leaderboard. Riot drills happening as Zeddy Esports finding a home out on the rock. Let it eat, intercept all, but Dupe still the health ticking down as they work to stabilize.
Nemesis is trying to stabilize. Oh no, but Sacred can catch a break. At least he's going to be able to hide right behind the gen, while Nemesis are looking to get the Deathbox reps onto Albert lately, but having to be careful because Eddie B right here. Dupe now tries to fully swing on Sam, but Skittle goes down. Former teammates, now enemies. As Sacred now tries to swing, playing off the knockdown shields, and look who tries to involve themselves from the high ground, forcing Deets to back away. It's the pile up here as Gaming Gladiators have not left from their position. They see the opportunity, they dive in, and now Sacred's left alone, but a huge shot from Sacred! Huge! As Wolves do take out the solo, but that's without Sacred taking on Gaming Gladiators next.
And that's what happens when you move into estates with multiple teams. Everyone's looking for angles, and Zeta now in the building across from Elite. One kill. And into the Void Passage we go. The Riot drill to try and finish off the damage. We've got a wingman, we've got plenty of bullets, and we're just gonna let it rip.
Dude, kinda.
The young gun.
He has been playing insane. 81 bullets though in the R9, taking some shots at Yuka, who is going to be able to use that Void Passage, but taking their time as round 5 closes in right behind their backs now. This is going to be difficult for them to make this next rotate because it's only Wolves, For Fun, and Liquid in this next zone.
But the moment they move, that doorway gets opened up with Thermite. It's just proving to do so much damage to them, and we have little time. We're going to need to use that Maggie Ball for the rotation. And Zeta, Yuka still on the ground, Mike full health. He's trying to get the res before they roll, and Elite Esports has been eliminated.
I'm sorry, but No Name is the only name on my mind. As GK now take out the final player onto Zeddy here as Deets goes down and Drop moves up, but he's literally one shot. Takes a portal, no way! Off the left side, he didn't mean to do that. He gets stunned. He gets slowed in the GK get eliminated. 6 squads left.
RRQ, so consistent, almost into the top 6. Doing everything they can. We lose out on Zeta, and Falcons are the ones that everyone seems to be looking at as they take down RRQ.
Wow.
ये देखो Falcon का तो आ गया comeback भाई.
Falcons on the opposite end of this final zone with Liquid on the north side. Falcons taking away 5 total KP in their pockets with his remaining 4 squads, and with the Mythic Bin, Hal has the Kraber, he's got the gold R9, and he's looking at the teams like For Fun that will have to move out of these buildings on the opposite side from Liquid Wolves Esports.
The best part about that is not only that, he grabs an L-Star, throws the Kraber on the ground. He's probably going to use the rest of the bullets, pick up the L-Star for endgame. Falcons are going to do so much damage in a little time once this circle collapses. But Wolves are the question on everyone's mind. They need 12 points to hit match point.
Wow. So close with the way that Wolves have been playing. Hal, Kraber in hand with just 4 bullets. Not going to have the infinite ammo. L-Star in the other before backing away. Not having that amp is actually huge. I mean, look at this. They are starving in terms of ammo. Walt C2 with the gold hemlock, it looks like, with Wolves now taking their time and looking at For Fun.
And we have to talk about Team Liquid as well, right? On the other side, like you mentioned, they're going for a 2-1 split. The job of the solo is to keep Team Falcons from moving north and not rotating towards the east. Wolves and For Fun At some time, you're going to have to hit these ults. With the Valk, though, on No Name, we know they like to take to the sky to see where everyone is and slam down at the end.
Wolves for Apex South now with 38 points alone after taking game number 2 on World's Edge with double-digit KP to destroy or attempt to destroy the Watson. Spence is here backing away, the nades on No Name's feet. He doesn't have the Kraber like we saw just yesterday, but we know he's so quick with it, but have to deal with Team Liquid on the other side as they take this slow. Final zone closing behind their backs.
And Team Liquid give up the 2-1 split. They pull together and Wolves cross, make it straight onto For Fun. Tyler down, but a nade rips into the Wolves.
And Rex goes down as Wolves go out in fourth, but they got a huge amount of KP as Falcons move up. For Fun get eliminated. It's Falcons versus Liquid, but Falcons with the high ground.
Falcons का तो आ गया comeback, हमारा कब आएगा?
We talked about this moving into Olympus, Vicky. What was that going to look like with Falcons and Team Liquid at the bottom of the leaderboard? And both of those teams, first and second place in map number 3. They recognize there's a scramble to get to that 50, and if we let it go for too long, our chances dwindle each and every moment.
And let's not forget, Tiff, something that you pointed out. Falcons and Liquid were literally in dead last in this lobby before this game.
Yeah. It be like that sometimes, Vicky. It really do. But we've seen crazier things.
And the fact that both of them, by the way, with Falcons taking the lead over Liquid because they take that dub, but both of them got 7 KP as we see the CEO fans in the crowd.
3 match हो गए.
That has to be just a sigh of relief because it can be such a momentum-based game. And you have to remember, Team Liquid, Team Falcons, these guys advanced on through the group stages. They didn't play through that 10-game gauntlet survival, so they had a day off. In a sense, those first 2 games they played, warm-ups. We're just getting started.
And they had some time to sit back and look at how the action played off here. As we get to see the fans, Team Falcons, they rise up, fly up, while Team Liquid do come right after them. 16 total points for this team, but it's so difficult to ignore what Wolves has been putting on as a masterclass, man. Like, are you kidding me? Already at 38 points, RQ right behind him with 37. I mean, this top end of the overall standings, after just 3 games alone, is already looking to build its gap across the rest of the lobby.
Look, I tell you, that's just why I wear sunglasses all the time. You saw me down in the metro, popping the sunglasses. I'm just trying to be like Strafing Flame, okay? But he hasn't had the capability to net a win just yet. But if you guys remember, we're here for match point finals. We don't care when you win. It's as long as you've got 50 points and you close it out with the win, that's when it matters.
Don't disclose.
Storyline too, to see an Estates ending like that, right? Olympus showing face with a completely whiplash of a zone pool than what we're used to seeing here as we take a look at your massive results. Falcons do take the dub with the 7 KP.
लो भाई दोनों बॉटम वाली आ गई. लिक्विड भी मैंने ध्यान नहीं दिया, लिक्विड भी थी. हम ही रह गए.
able to put in, being able to get the placement points, the KP on top of it, and then you look on the other side. It was unfortunate for Sentinels because that is their POI on Olympus and how they were able to try to hold things down in that middle building. We know that sometimes it could be a little difficult when everybody's staring at you in the lobby, but I'm hearing that we got an interview with one of the members of Wolves.
Dr. Patriarchy, oh my god.
3 maps into the match point finals, and I have got Crazy Kong here from Wolves. Listen to the crowd go crazy. I love that. Anyone can say anything about this tournament, but what they can't say is that Wolves Esports haven't played their game. You guys have been incredible. You guys have been taking space, getting aggressive, playing the way that you guys want to play. Now, I just want to ask, it seems like you guys are really comfortable today. Even in this atmosphere. Does it feel that way?
可以看出今天你们战队就是手感火热，就是进攻性也打得非常非常的好。然后今天就明显你们状态好像今天非常特别的出色。你们是否也感觉如此呢？
对的，因为我觉得今天我的队友们的状态和自己就是精神的一个状态吧，都非常的好，所以我觉得今天我们是非常有信心的。
Absolutely, I feel like it's not just us being in good form, even our mental state. We are in absolute tip-top form, so we are very confident in going all the way here today.
I love that. I love the positivity. Now, having said that, it hasn't entirely been plain sailing throughout this tournament, but focusing on today, have you guys made any adjustments given the level of teams that are in this lobby right
चैनल पे अलाउड नहीं है just saying. तुम पुराने व्यूअर हो इसके लिए बोल रही हो वरना कोई और होता तो सीधा बैन हो जाता just saying. नेट तो चल रहा है मेरा ये
now?
YouTube का
And
सीन है.
also, just to kind of back that question up, Matt.
比方说，当时图二你们已经成功的获胜了，那是因为那张图对你们来说是最顺手、就是发挥最好的一张图吗？
其实也不算吧，因为我们是第2局的唯一一家纽卡索队伍，然后我觉得我们的战术储备也好，包括前面受的挫折也好，都是让我们今天打得更好的动力吧。
I wouldn't say that the second map was like our best map, but I would say that the journey over here up to this point, every single loss that we've had, every single death that we had, we learned something from it, and we've been developing as a team, and this is what allowed us to become who we are today, right here, right now.
Spoken like a true top team. I love that. Now let's touch base on that match 2 win once more. Did that boost the confidence and give you some momentum to think that this dream can now become a reality, that EWC victory?
那你们刚才第2场的获胜，是否直接给了你们这种信心、这种动力，来让你们坚持冠军呢？
我觉得会的，我们一定会往最终的目标去冲。
The map 2 victory absolutely has, and right now our targets, our aim, our sight is aimed towards the grand champion.
Oh, I love that. Listen to that. That's great. Thank you so much for joining me in this interview. Oh, let's go with the shake. Thank you very much, Crazy Kong. Don't go anywhere because we've got another interview lined up.
क्या है? ट्विच पे जाना पड़ेगा क्या guys? ट्विच पे भी आता है ना?
Major moments redefined. That's been the last year for you, Zach, and Team Vision, of course.
तेरा ना Apex by ट्विच पे देखेंगे हम बाहर
You
में
had a
जाए.
free walk-in and, I mean, basically a free game.
देखना ही नहीं है
And the
उधर
Mythic
मुझे.
spawned on them, which forced us to fight them early. We got third-partied, and we were the ones that died. And, you know, it's a battle royale at the end of the day. Sometimes the luck doesn't go your way, and that's what happened. Happy for them that they won, but... You know, I feel good that I still had a really good game plan, and I got to see them win a free game. If it worked out my way, different story.
Yeah, takeaway is that you were in the right position to take advantage of the success. Now, you did have success. You were the first team to jump out and win that game. What was, I guess, the environment of your team, knowing that, hey, guys, it's match point. We're performing going into game 2 and game 3, saying if we just keep this up, we are going to be on match point.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we feel really good about it. We went in today feeling individually like we're favorites amongst, you know, Apex fans. We may not be, but we're really confident in our abilities. And after we won that first game, it really like validated that feeling. And I don't really think we're going to slow down. I mean, that game may have only been 1 point, but it was a great game plan ruined by an unlucky Mythic. And I don't think there's going to be too many more games.
Okay, you said if this game goes 9 or 8, you've done something wrong. Just expand on that very quickly before we head out with this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on 35 points. I'm 15 off match point. We just finished game 3. If this goes to 9, that means that I had many chances on match point and I failed, and I'm not going to let that many get away from me, so...
All right, well, there's a good juju here. I think the last team I interviewed on stage won the next game, so we'll see if you can continue it. Zach Mazer from Team Vision. So much more ALGS Match Point Finals coming up, so don't go anywhere.
लॉगिन मांग रहा है. इधर दिखेगा आई गेस पीओडी.
team and also our region as a whole, we came from a very low starting point. We've always been the underdog. When we were able to rise up and as a region, as a team, win that EWC championship in 2025, that was just, how can you not love that story?
This roadmap has made me very proud of to be one of the MDY fans.
An exciting first 3 matches here at Match Point Finals. And boy, have we gotten some shifts and changes on that leaderboard. But before we break those 3 games down, let's talk about the Esports World Cup Creator Program, which is running parallel to the live competition. Every streamer can apply via the EWC website to co-stream EWC and engage with their viewers to earn rewards. So make sure you check that out. And while we're at it, let's see if we can actually get a quick interview with one of those content creators, which is going to be none other than Sid from S8UL. Because right now, S8UL, I mean, we're expecting them to start off hot, but at the moment, they're not doing that great. Do you think they're going to be able to bounce back, Lace?
I mean, my prediction is S8UL, and we've seen them do it before. It is getting a little bit too close and a little bit too cutthroat at the moment. As you can see, you know, we just had an interview with Zach there, and he's like, we're going to do this. Everyone is hungry for it.
All right. Well, hey, Sid, thank you so much for joining us. How are you enjoying the tournament so far?
EWC is a big thing for us. It's like a festival back here in India, so I'm having fun. It's been a fun ride. Group stages were insane. Slow start, but I think we can still get it.
All right, yeah, you mentioned it. Slow start, Lace.
Yeah, we got the same brain. I'm on S8UL. We got the same team. You know, I put them as my prediction. So we don't want slow and steady, but, you know, they're going to come out of the gate now. What I wanted to ask you, do you have any words of encouragement right now for the boys on S8UL?
What else can I say? You know, they are being backed by 2 of the most passionate sporting nations in the world. We have insane passion in the audience. I just hope they win because I want them to come to India and we are going to treat them like kings. We're going to pick them up on our shoulders and take them to our gaming house and then party there. So yeah, what else can I say? I just hope they make it. It's just 3 games, it's a slow start, but I think they have it in them to take the win.
That's right. I'm going to run down on stage for you and tell you got to get lifted up on some shoulders. So let's pull it in, boys.
That's right. Thank you so much, Sid, for joining us. Don't forget that you can also join the Esports World Cup Creator Program. Just go to the EWC website to sign up. But now let's talk about this past 3 games because my goodness, we have gotten some big surprises, and we're actually going to start off with the winners of the last game. They didn't start off too hot, but we finally see a bit of a bounce back here from Team Falcons.
I mean, I said it before, you can never count them out. And the reason is that they are so comfortable in the heat of the moment, in these tournaments where the stress is at the most. If they make it to finals, people might not say they're winning, but when they win, everybody's like, yeah, that's usually what happens.
And if they don't win, people talk louder, don't they?
Oh, yeah, even more so.
I mean, you had them coming in as underdogs, right? After seeing those first 3 games, do you still feel like they're underperforming, or could this be a bit of a switch?
I mean, they needed that win big time. They were in 20th place, I want to say, before they were going into that game. But this is kind of what we've seen in the group stages. You know, they won game 1 or game 2, and then they start to fizzle out. So we're going to see if that continues here. But we know that Falcons usually performs best in these big lobbies with the best teams in it because they can predict what better teams are going to do better than they can predict what the worst teams are going to do. So for them to have that big game, a massive confidence boost, and I definitely think that they can carry that momentum open. You know, this has been like probably the beast. We talked about them, like I said, but there's always a chance you can never count a team like this out.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, going to the overall ranking, you can see Wolves Esports in first place right now by just 1 point. Don't forget, though, the match point is set at 50. Then after that, they have to make sure they secure a win. And I'm gonna actually go to Team Vision, back to you, Snipe, because man, this squad actually started off hot.
Yeah, I'm so pumped for this team because they had the most wins in all of North America. They came into this tournament, they know how to win games. Zach Mazer with his IGLing, they win 50% of the games that they get to top 5. We'd already seen them in 2 top 5s, 1 win, 1 not. And you know, I wonder if that game 2 is going to come back and bite them a little bit because they really did leave a power position to go put themselves to clean up some kills. I know they wanted that KP, they want to get to that match point format, but at the same time, you don't need to change the game, you just got to get there. And we saw what happened in that last game. They focused too much on Falcons and they got flanked. Someone wasn't watching their back. I kind of wonder what the comms are like there. But overall, I know for a fact that this team is someone that everyone needs to be worried about because they can win games in a match point format. That's what you need to do.
I mean, the scariest point that a lot of IGL should really look at is the fact that Zach said, I saw the game-winning play, and this happened, and he still made that play, but he was one fight away from being able to close out that game.
उन्होंने सारे points group stage में बना दिए.
Consistently being able to put yourself into endgame, one fight away from winning, you have done your job really, really good.
Yeah, and a team that was actually able to perform really well in group stages, coming off first place. Elite Esports not having one of the hottest stars here, Lace, as I mean, right now they are just not looking good, alongside with S8UL, sadly.
Yeah, we were all, you know, obviously the group stages showed us something completely different for Elite. They were able to come out swinging and maintain those high points, high kills as well. Nothing is happening for them at the moment, which is a little bit of a crazy sort of feat for them. Of course, you know, with 3 games down with a few more left to go, no one's on match point for finals yet, so it's not out for them, but why are they not showing up right now?
Okay, Lace, I'm gonna say this once, I'm gonna say this twice. First off, scrims, lies. And then onlines, lies. And now we're on group stages, lies. So we don't know if they can keep up the momentum or not. They haven't gotten it started, but I mean, we'll have to see. So far, it seems, though, a lot of these experienced players coming out and really showing up why they were once at the top and they can reach top again.
I mean, talking about elite players, right? One team that is also down there towards the bottom, NIP. I thought maybe the experience that they got out of survival, we were going to be seeing that momentum carry over here, but at the moment, Snipe, that's not the case.
Yeah, I mean, they've only been improving throughout this tournament, and for them to start off slow is a bit of a surprise to me. I thought they were going to carry that momentum forward with everything that they've been doing, but I mean, we just watched 2 teams in 19th and 20th end up top 2 in that last game and propel themselves forward. So we are still early in this set, but we heard Zach, he says, you know, if it goes 8 or 9, then something's going wrong because they're starting so strong. I really think that we are going to continue to see teams elevate themselves. We might see Elite win the next game. We have so many amazing teams in this lobby that, you know, it's anyone's game yet. We don't even have a single team on match point yet.
I mean, just to quickly touch on that, we saw it on match 2. They made that crazy rotate into zone, but they had difficulty bunkering and holding it down. So it's, yeah, definitely NIP might need to do something like a little bit different from that. But yeah, I mean, they're getting into that position, but they were getting peppered in match 2, which, yeah, they're finding it difficult just to keep that building and stay in there.
I mean, honestly, the biggest thing is that the map is changing all the time. You don't really get to set your footing. So this is the most fun part of every stage of this tournament. It's very different, is that you go from we're playing 10 games in a 3-2-2-3, and now you're swapping maps constantly. You have to keep adapting, and that really goes to show why these teams are that strong and why they keep coming up ahead is because they're so adaptable.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things about that last game specifically was, you know, Estates ending, we had Watsons and Maggies. Every team was getting peppered by the Maggie Qs in the drills, and the teams that really dominated that game were the ones playing the edge and not putting themselves in the center. All the zone teams, the NIPs, you know, we saw Sentinels, everyone just getting blasted in the center of the map. Yet Liquid had all the space around the edge. Falcons had so much space, and that was interesting to see how much the comps come into play when it comes to this.
That's right. I mean, with Wolves only being 12 points away from hitting match point in this last game, I know the crowd's going to be going wild. So it's Tiff and Vicky, because this game 4 is going to be insane.
Thank you so much, Seven, because the arena is hitting up. I mean, the fact that we are already 3 games down as we transition onto a different map. Falcons are soaring now up from the bottom end of the leaderboards now to the top, and we hear the confidence from Zach. We hear the confidence from Wolves when it comes to leading the pack, and currently, Wolves are leading the pack with 38 total points. I love hearing the insight, too, from Zach Mazer and how they really wanted to prio that unfortunate spot on the mythic bid, but specifically that lot. But now you have to make this adaptation when it comes to match point finals, because no team is on that 50-point threshold.
Yeah, exactly. And as we move over to back-to-back maps on E-District, you have to start looking at the teams that focus on E-District to get the most points. You mentioned Wolves. Well, guess what they grabbed in their POI draft? Humbert Labs, a big contention point because we've seen a lot of draft point. We've seen Humbert. We've also seen Energy Bank and the Rogue City Hall, in which Team Nemesis is landing in. But a lot of teams that are still at the top of the leaderboard that could eclipse 50 points here are RQ, 38% of their points from the past week come from this map. It is their best performing map throughout our series. And if we have 2 maps back to back, let's say we eclipse 50, do we go in win condition and win it on E-District? But here's the deal, they haven't won a map yet this week.
Ooh, that's actually crazy to think too, as we take a look at the fans, but you have to keep that in mind. I love that insight, Tiff. Yeah. Because it's the back-to-back E-District that we are going to have for match 4 and 5. So it really depends on how a lot of these teams prio that when it comes to their POIs and how we're going to see if some of these zone pools pull, because it's kind of been a very similar situation, right? When it comes to predicting how these zone pools have been on E-District alone.
And we were also kind of wondering, would we see a Mad Maggie ban? Would we get a Watson ban? We actually get the Watson ban on Olympus here, so we could see a ton of Mad Maggies come through yet again with that riot drill, bullying a ton of our teams in these buildings. I looked at Alliance, who are landing in Street Market, and we did get some endings in that vicinity, which honestly, for a team like Alliance that's kind of further down on the leaderboard, you want to traverse more space. You want to have to fight for that position, to rack up those kills, to jump up the leaderboard. And like you heard with that interview, looking at the head-to-head, this team on your screen, guys, 0 there, 2nd place in the last map. Waltzy, 1st place in the last map. We saw a 1v1 earlier in the group stage, but we're tied on kills right now. But you know what? Could one of these guys break a tie for the week and just lift the trophy at the end?
Maybe when they aren't taunting yet, right? You gotta wait to the very end.
Would you fight Waltzy in like an arm match, like an arm
got me messed up, girl.
Bro can put up like what, like 50, 100 pounds each arm?
Dude, his biceps like the size of Hal's head. It's actually insane. It's actually crazy, dude. Like, what? I mean, this is the way you start elevating the vibes and the morale of the team. You already know, and you're looking ahead as we get started here on E-District.
Yo, RRQ there just for a brief moment as they get ready to get into the arena. Honestly, I can't tell right now if the Wolves fans, RRQ, or the Alliance fans are the loudest, because Zeta, they're throwing some shade up there too. They're so wild in here.
That's what I like to hear in the crowd live from Paris. The energy is unmatched when it comes to our Apex Legends Global Series. Energy in the crowd for our lands.
There's nothing quite like an ALGS LAN. So the fact that all of you are here in Paris to witness all of the action live just goes how much to show. You guys are dedicated to Apex Legends. You are dedicated to the players. You are dedicated to the community. So why not get into it? Let's move to E-District.
As we move in, and we got game number 4 on the horizon. We've said goodbye, by the way, to Watson as she was tied in our legend picks together with Mad Maggie. Imagine just getting drilled from afar when it comes to playing inside these buildings, especially when it comes to teams that will be using the Void Nexus off these altars that you could absolutely expect going into E-District.
All right, now as we look at match number 4, Legend Select has occurred, and Guild is on Caustic. A ton of Maggies throughout, so there's a good chance that we are going to witness a Maggie ban with a 100% pick rate. Altars are 16 of them in the lobby, which means Wraith only 3. Definitely going to be using the Altar's Void Passage a lot more to navigate all the different buildings throughout. But here's the deal, guys, that Caustic, it's going to be really nice when you think about hitting ring consoles and where you have to go. Information is critical, and to the north we go. Team Nemesis just there, hovering at City Hall, popping an evac tower. They don't have a ring console, right? So that's going to be difficult for them because they may look to grab any kind of information. With that catalyst, they want a ring console.
That's really important to note, too, with the way that a lot of these teams are already quick with this rotate. Maybe trying to get that insight with these survey beacons, too, but now trying to play a little bit behind while AG Global do move out of resort. After getting that survey beacon and just trying to wait things out, they do have 2 Evil Harvesters on the outskirts of where the zone is going to be pulling. But once again, it's kind of been that City Hall zone whenever we see these zone pools.
The preference of Sparrow as well for the survey beacons and being able to use the arrow to not actually have to get on the beacon is quite nice for Wolves. Over at Humbert did have a ring console, and with their catalyst have already moved just to the south of Energy Bank. But S8UL was hyped on the desk, and for now trying.
अब देखो मुझे ऐसे स्विच करते रहना पड़ेगा. So inconvenient. एक का ऑफ करूँ ऑडियो, दूसरे पे स्विच करूँ.
No.
Too much मेहनत.
Back in his backside. Yeah, I've queued up from where I was to the North Shop. They queued down outside me. I have 3 bats if anyone needs as well.
There. Do you have your TP?
Yeah, I'm placing.
Can you try run for the Evo when your team gets there? Most of one already there.
Not looking. Be ready to drag.
कितने काम रहते हैं ना
Top armor.
TP.
स्विच करूँ अब
Yeah, should be fine. Someone just hit scan. Get it back straight away.
स्विच करूँ
to Wolves, who only need 12 points. How many times have we witnessed over this past week not only No Name going crazy, but Crazy Kong and Wen alongside them? Some of the most fantastic end-game plays.
Love hearing a Crazy Kong too, ramping up with the rest of Wolves. After dominating Pro League in APAC South, now looking to dominate the overall standings as Wolves now move up. And a lot of these other teams have found themselves around these chokes. Falcons neighboring that of Liquid, by the way, where Liquid do want to get control over that circle beacon. Together with Wolves now wrapping up on the southern side, though, as they go through this highway. Nobody in the vicinity other than Alliance who will be coming out of Blossom Drive, where there is a ring console themselves.
And they've had 3 wins, 3 second places, and if that doesn't define consistency, I don't know what does. RRQ is right there with them, and that's why they're in the top 2. However, just a few points separating our top 3 as Zach with Team Vision, 35 points, and Team Nemesis looking to get some, but through the Void Passage, Ninjas and Pajamas go with their great escape.
You know how I feel about this character here, Tiff. The legend that is Alter. Bandit solution when it comes to allowing these teams to get this reset, to get aggressive before diving down. Even bigger when it comes to utilizing that Void Passage to get onto the high ground for free as Sacred. The young legend who we have highlighted so many times in the Split 1 playoffs. Being on the Maggie, having to be careful too with the drill. This is what we were expecting when it comes to these teams trying to coexist inside these buildings.
And Sacred, who spent since 2019 wanting to be a pro, wanting to be here on a main stage alongside the people that he's looked up to for so long. But back to GK, honestly, Vicky, they've been kind of floating under the radar this week, right? In a nice spot, knocked though, already out. Keon and Drop trying to get him back.
Slow here too, and with Drop feeling a little bit of pressure. Triple take. Sniper to his back, trying to see if they can at least get knocked back. But now, when you talk about the catalyst, a lack of catalyst at that too. The wall's coming up, and Wolves, the team that we just interviewed, have now yeeted out the wrecking ball. Playing off the other side of the piercing spikes too, after looking at a team who's been playing Sparrow, trying to shoot at the dark when it comes to this wrecking ball, but playing it safe inside the corners of the bathroom.
The reason this is important is a 12-point is an above-average game, right? So being able to go onto win condition after this would be key. Give you as many games in your pocket to convert before other people eclipse 50. So every fight, every shot is gonna matter. You have to be perfect this game.
And a lot of teams are noting that, right? Hearing those interviews, imagine how that fuels some of our teams and trying to cut off these rotations when you know at the POI draft what that rotation may look like. As we see a flyby with RRQ being another one of those teams, but they're going to be hanging out over the middle part of Energy Bank. There is no team around here. I mean, they're just going to get the information off the survey beacon, and the ring console. So they're just going to be playing objective, but it's that big pile-up that's happening over on where the zone is bullet.
And it's a little more of an aggro comp for them, right? The Mad Maggie, Alter, Sparrow, they're focused on getting kills, throwing down damage, and completely assaulting whatever team lies in their path. Brief check-in with Nemesis, still in the building, still holding it down. You've got Falcons on your screen, your most recent map winners, who have now gotten further up the leaderboard, not quite where they want to be just yet, but into the top 5 they are. For that circle, we pop just a bit north of where Team Nemesis are, so that's going to favor Team Falcons. But my thing is, where is Team Vision? Based off the interview with Zach, being able to outline what that game-winning fight is it against Falcons? Do they see the same thing? Are they going to move against each other? Because here comes Team Liquid from the north as well. And those 3 powerhouses keep hitting against each other early.
And I just really love the insight from Zach Mazer, noting that if he would have controlled that building first, it was unfortunate with the Mythic bin spawning there and encouraging Falcons to also situate themselves there. I mean, what would have been that endgame, right? If they had found that spot first and not gotten third-partied. I like being able to see the what-ifs here as Vision now take a roundabout out-of-zone rotation to come out of Resort to play off the back end of where Falcons is. They did hear the evac tower tower, by the way. So Falcons may now look behind them since there's 16 altars in this lobby that allows a reset with the Void Nexus.
And there's something you have to think about. Falcons are the only team out of Team Vision, Team Falcons, and the team we were talking about that have the caustic, right? So they can get ring consoles. Everyone else, you have to realize, hey, if there's a team by me that has access to a ring console, there's a good chance they have that information, and we play off them. But Interforce 36, meanwhile, have been going through it. Juzna, the fortress, the gas fortress.
He is pretty safe, even if he is a solo. You could see just the caustic traps settled all over that bottom floor. Now, it really depends on how E36, though, as just is forced to move. How he can try to get away. He's trying to dance around them, though. He can't get around the corner because the 30-30 has claimed his head and has claimed E36 as the first team to go out in this lobby.
Those 30-30s, the moment you hear it, it's like second worst to those Kraber shots. You just know.
You clench.
You're like, oh, man, it's coming for my head at this point. But nice job there for Nemesis to use their high ground and those line of sights to grab kills because they haven't left where they've been for Team Vision, like we were talking about, right? Using Sparrow, Alter, and Mad Maggie similarly to RRQ to go aggro. Their objective right now is to eclipse 50, and that is all that matters.
Oh, wait, hold on. Crazy Kong going down, and now the Arc Star, the nades in No Name's direction. He gets knocked next. This is so hard. Winks, he sees the TP from the other side. He's trying to play around it, being on the other side. He can't stay alive. Getting greets. Elite come out on top.
And that's what a fight looks like when you don't have Watson. Let's just put it that way. You don't have the pylon to intercept those nades. You don't have the perimeter security to break through. And even with the catalyst, the piercing spikes, the reinforcement of the doors could not stop the onslaught that Elite brought to their door.
It was a very nice clean fight too, right? They did it very quickly with the nades that they were able to put right at their feet. After going down now as our second team, though.
No, like, nah, it's hashtag 20
squads to try to, a little cheeky portal there. At least we're just trying to move forward because there is a team trying to harass Elite. Vision, though, remember we talked about how they were able to take an evac tower to play on the edge of Resort side.
Zero's out towards their left in a 2-1 split for Team Liquid. They rip Carter down on the front lines, and this is where you have to stabilize because Team Liquid, once they smell weakness, do descend upon it. And Zero on the altar with the movement capabilities to make it happen, but they're being smart about it. They're not going in with their blinders on. They pick the knock. They know the reset's coming with Alter still in the lobby.
Literally, like just having that Void Nexus. Once again, it's like the insurance that allows these teams to get these free resets, but Liquid not overextending, hold the side of zone. While on the other side, though, for fun, looking like they're not having a lot of fun because Team Nemesis are taking a picking out of them. Let's see as Tyler tries to jump down. Sees Nax though on the back end side because there's a player on the other end of the stairs. And now moving up, I believe they're pinging to the possibility of a third party, forcing Tyler to back away.
This is not good. The Mythic Fin is just south of this fight. And Nemesis, Ninjas in Pajamas, all send for fun. That's what I'm talking about. The distance, these angles that you can have in E-District once you get to this area of the map on the buildings. We're still not in the circle, right? So get all the loot that you need here for Ninjas in Pajamas and focus north.
And the third party was there, but it was a duo of GK where there is a replicator on top of Team Nemesis and as well as a Mythic Bin. So now GK move up, try to harass the one solo of Team Nemesis who is on that Mythic Bin, but Skittle Cakes has the high ground. It's like looking to see if he can give him some press fire.
It's definitely a Hunger Games cornucopia if you're going for that kind of vibe. Like you're like, oh wait, I get my teammate back and I get a Mythic Bin, but Nemesis, they're not gonna let you have it. Sacred, eating with the RE45. I'm gonna need you to get some energy ammo and feel a little better as we move to circle, but just one more player left of GK.
The fact that Monsoon too also finds Lifka. Action non-stop. Sacred, every time I'm looking at this player, man, he's always got the RE45 in his hand, and with the Mythic Bin in their favor, having a lot more walking away from this building because they will have to start inching to the north, where it will be pulling, not towards the high ground where we've expected time and time again, but on the bridge on the north side of City Hall where Vision, Zach himself, called it out on this rotate where Liquid was neighboring them.
Well, they're going to have a big fight later with AG Global for that power position on the west. Elite Esports on your screen on the south side. For Falcons, who have just rotated in, find a spot, and Guild getting the caustic barrels down, immediately covering their path. and they start looking back, right? The riot drill, the nades coming. We saw Elite Esports do this once before, and Waltzy throws out the Maggie Ball to try and prevent the slaughter, and through the void passage we go.
Especially when it comes to that Stinger Bolt, the direct counter and trying to deal with so many caustics in this lobby. All right, he sent out that Nox grenade from very far left field.
So 2 ults down.
And now Vision looking to see if they could get this res onto Loader before backing away. Zach is going to be able to pop this ult up just so that way he can get his own Stinger Bolt, but with the Deathbox res, they bring back Loader. Nemesis are still farming NIP, by the way. Now, as they're going to be able to get the trade-off, too, with Skittle looking to see if they can get the res because it was the caustic nades. NIP do get eliminated, and so do GK. That is going to be Legacy picking that up onto Kurev.
And the Battle of the South is not over by any means. S8UL actually trying to make their presence known as Reject. Move in on Team Nemesis. You're going to have a lot of angles down there as Team Vision still keep tabs on AG Global, bunkered up inside a building.
And this is what we're seeing up in the kill feed because Nemesis are down to what looks to be a solo. It's just Sacred hiding behind these knockdowns. It's Elite moving up, but there's a 3P of Reject up on the high ground. Elite having to be careful as Reject actually may allow Team Nemesis to try to survive until that very moment. They pick that up. Do not allow Reject to take that KP away from them. Team Nemesis now get eliminated, and AG involved with Team Vision, who move up from the low ground into this building.
Niazul's full. Jaguares on the ground, and Yanya right there. Thanks to Sparrow giving us the information, tracking him where he's going. AG Global eliminated.
Top wali kaun bachi hai? Vision hai.
And with Team Liquid looking at how that fight was going, they wanted a time at 3P, but
Vision
had timed that
hai.
themselves really well with the way that they took over
hai
the building off from away from
Vision
AG, and Liquid took that KP.
A team that's in contention for 50 points. Rather silent here is Team RRQ all the way in the north. 2 teams north of Team Liquid. For the Falcons, however, the south side is going to be kind of difficult with S8UL and Sentinels on the horizon, but through the void passage we go. What does that look like? But I wanted to see the north, and here we are.
And trying to control the bottom side of this bridge is RRQ, one of our teams who've been fragging out. See the opportunity. Oh my goodness. Jelly sliding in for Zeddy as RRQ get eliminated. Our top heavy teams in some trouble, minus Vision. RQ won't be able to boost themselves up.
Finish kar diya Volzy
for Team Vision as Team Liquid.
Ek aur kill mila,
Zach, by the way, picking up the KP onto Hockeys. 11 squads left. Zach is fragging out. He finishes off Hockeys. We heard the interview. You hear the confidence. And now they're going to be able to take this Void Nexus back.
Still a lot of heavy hitters in the north as we lose Unlimit. Please remember, S8UL and Sentinels are still in circle, and everyone's vying to get there.
Vision are currently at 40 points total. They need 50 points to be at match point. As Reject do get eliminated, Sentinels have been farming as well. Monsoon being on the Mad Maggie does find Zane, but playing up the low ground here. As Elite looking to get this res, but Vision has been harassing these teams in their line of sight.
When you have Alliance also
in
the vicinity, there's some shooters, we know that. So Loaders are going to have their jobs cut out for them. They are the furthest out. We do have a Maggie Ball. We do have Zach, but with your altar down, movement is going to be tough. Carter needs to be rezzed here. The reset, critical to their game.
Oh, that was so scary right there. Zach is also in the middle of healing, but it's fine. He manages to get away right behind Zach while he pops the shield battery. Elite do fully reset while Alliance are looking down onto Vision. Falcons lose out on their Mad Maggie, now forced to play things out as a duo, looking to see if they can at least reset, but it's the Wrecking Ball as Elite see Vision, the beaming, it's up to Zecto, playing off the knockdown, but there's too many people looking down as Vision are the next to go, and Elite get to see another day.
And they reset. They reset. Alliance doesn't drop down and go for it. Instead, it's Team Liquid.
Reset, but not for very long, right? They attempted it here as Zero moves up, picks up Henchman. Now playing off the other side here of the middle console. They get eliminated. 8 squads left, though. Looking behind them because there's another team up on the high ground.
Zeddy Esports in the mix here as well. So multiple teams. And Zeddy, with the timing, you have to think about this, right? They could just throw down and third party this with ease, but Team Liquid has to stay healthy in this engagement, and here comes Zeddy.
Zeddy now engaging against alive here as a duo from the other side. And so do Zeddy. Last 5 squads now, as Falcons are still in this lobby.
Your winners of match 3. Your Titans climbing the leaderboard.
Back to back निकालने वाले क्या लोग?
And Game and Gladiators likely recognize this, but with Blast being caught out by Blinkster from Sentinels and Fold, it's a 2v2 and Hal swings.
Side by side with Guild, having to look behind him though, the drill peppering into them. Gotta give a nudge over to
Gary Falcons.
Hockey still alive as Falcons.
No back to back. No back to back for you.
Finding Guild.
भाई उसने अकेले मारी Falcons को अकेले मारा किसी ने
Kraber shots. Legacy, who is so consistent with this weapon.
This is the game they needed to turn it around here on E District. 8 kills for the team and so many Kraber shots connecting. And here's the deal, it's infinite ammo. We can open up these fights. But do not forget about Hackis, the altar, who's laying low. Imagine what he can do. We've seen him play Wraith as a solo in end games. We get as many placement points as we can. But we could convert this if we time it right.
Or if you get the Terminator here to exterminate the rat, but Alliance, we've seen this before, staying alive, waiting for the 3v3 of Sentinels and S8UL with Sentinels. Having the advantage.
But ये game win बहुत tough लग रहा है.
High ground, Legacy pinging on where to rotate.
High ground है वो लोग पे.
The drill though, and the pressure with Kraber now in his hands still. Peppering in also the caustic barrels to at least give him the space.
Respawn for Alliance, a full reset. Welcome back, Aku and Unlucky. Now it's a 3v3v3. Here comes the Maggie Ball.
Lol, respawn होते ही fight. मार दिया. नहीं hurt.
Sentinels now move up. This is all for Sentinels. They see Alliance.
Hashtag free.
Still get the KP, but it is Sentinels.
Sentinels ने फायदा उठा लिया fight का.
Of E District for game number 4.
But उन लोग पे position advantage था. Advantage था वो लोग पे. But भाई बहुत अच्छा था अपना, बहुत अच्छा था.
Is what matters. You lock it in on match point finals.
Finally कुछ points आए भाई. हमें ही लपेटा उन्होंने हाँ ना.
Was unmatched, but it was Sentinels with 9K.
Sentinels अपने साथ ही थी. Bottom पे थे दोनों 19 and 20.
For so long, we saw their names lighting up the kill feed too. And that was with them going out first in our previous game. Let's not forget what happened on Olympus and now turn things around to get the win.
Yeah, that was a good game for them, right? When you start to think about it, they started in Canal Plaza. We're going to the north. It's such a quick rotate for them. They're allowing themselves to set up in Godspot. But not only that, they defend all of the sieges towards their building. They are our ALGS champs from Sapporo, guys. There's a reason they are this dang good. And you've got to give it to S8UL, right? Sure, 3rd place in that match. But what they did, they had the caustic ult. They were poised on resources and abilities for that endgame fight. But Alliance Hackis getting that reset as we kind of dive back to our top 5. This is where you see Falcon swing the duo of GG and that Hackis push as they're coming down, because that's what he has to do. They see the reds go off, they're going to jump out, so Hackis goes up to put the pressure on them first.
Sentinels को फायदा हो गया बहुत.
The fact that they even lost that fight allowed
Sentinels को मस्त फायदा हुआ इस चीज से.
Man to take the win. I mean, we'll take that any day. S8UL, they were hungry. They wanted to dive onto the res. Hockey says real quick to get 2nd place. And Sentinels just clean up on aisle 3. And we even saw Blink a few times get a kidnap, as he's usually known for, to kind of kickstart this momentum for them on E District. You love the energy in the crowd. You love that Alliance, by the way, slide through into a 2nd place spot for game number 4. And again, we also have to mention that it is the back-to-back E District.
That's right, we're going back. Honestly, it's kind of crazy. The Sentinels literally throw 1 Mad Maggie ball and 7 bullets and clean up that fight. They're like, you'll take these 12 placement points. Let's see how many kills we got. 9 kills, a 21-point game. Do you know how good that is to get you back into it, right? And for Zach, who was saying, like, if we're still going to game 9, I made a mistake. They just needed 12 points. We got half of that. We got 6.
They're getting close though.
They are. They're incredibly close. Alliance there with an 11-point game. If that is kind of our floor, our dud for a game, going into the top 3 as a solo and bringing everyone back, It's a little unfortunate that I only got 2 kills from that, but it's Team Nemesis who started in City Hall.
Hey, Wolves ko
yes, they
0
went out
mile.
in 14th, but if you're going out in 14th with 7 kills from your building, that just goes to show you how good you were defending everyone that was full sending you. It's just
हाँ इसमें प्लेसमेंट कमी रहता है. I think comparatively BGMI ये सब गेम्स में ज़्यादा रहते हैं ना शायद प्लेसमेंट
Until we
पॉइंट.
saw this collapse of a fight, taking a look at some of these highlights of the
ये
end
गेम
game here.
मारने का ही मेन है भाई, मारना पड़ता है kills चाहिए.
I really do like this
And
zone
इसके
pull
लिए
too, because then you have to
50
mention
match
Sentinels
point
who were
enough
clearing
है.
their back end of the POI
ज़्यादा
that they have
करते तो
been
बहुत
in.
ज़्यादा
And
होता.
Z2 making a mention as in these last 5 squads, Walty had gotten down earlier, but with the Mad Maggies in this lobby, Tiff, it was a bloodbath with that drill. We won't be seeing her anymore. No more with the Warden, as I like to call her, and S8UL.
No Nazar यार, thank you Shivu.
It was with the wrecking ball
इधर ही
and a nice
रहना
strike
लेकिन
to
अभी
take that game.
समझ आ गया है
Does that
मुझे.
mean Gibby coming out? Does that mean?
Oh yeah, 100%.
We go and see our Gibby boy, but there it is yet again. That end win for
BGM में अब 10
Sentinels, dominating the fashion, timing it to perfection. Guys, we're
पहले
literally
12 था
just
मतलब
getting
फिर, अब तो
started
मैं
here
देखती
at the Year 6 ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC, and I could not be more excited.
I know, right? I mean, the fact that we are going on to game number 5
Well,
after
that's
hearing our
Falcons
interviews,
for-
after hearing how confident our IGLs are feeling, but now you take a look at Sentinels turning things around, and after getting that win alone brought them up to those 21 total points, with Alliance coming in 2nd place. That could make a difference. We heard it from Lace too, as S8UL kind of starting off slow, ramping up here. They didn't get that 2nd place spot or that 1st place finish, but it was the 9 KP that they at least got in their pocket.
And that is a big deal for them, right? Because sometimes with S8UL, yes, they can net themselves the win, but maybe it doesn't have enough kills to go alongside it. So if you're getting the 7 placement points and 9 kills, 15 point, wait, hold on, time out.
12 भी था, मुझे 12 याद है last.
That was so crazy.
Yeah, you're nasty, Legacy. You're nasty.
15
We
था
love
10
that.
के
For
पहले.
overall rankings, guys, remember the key
अच्छा,
number
हाँ,
is
तुम-
50. That
मैं
is
तो
what
कौन
we
से
want.
ज़माने में देखती
Teams
थी?
that are 12 points away. I'm
मुझे
looking at
12
the
ही याद
APAC
है.
South squads of Wolves Esports and Team RRQ. Team Vision, you guys heard it. If Zach did something wrong, if we go to 9 games, well, blame him, I guess.
Well, you know what's also scary too is with Wolves and RRQ going out a little early in that previous game, the fact that they're at 38 points nonetheless is a few points away from overtaking Vision in this 1st place spot. We could easily welcome, 3 teams here at match point, depending on how this rolls out for game number 5.
And we went how many games last year, Vicky? You were there. 13?
It went the
it was a
distance.
gauntlet.
It was crazy.
Worse than a survival stage. But you know what, with match point finals, my favorite thing is one more game.
It is. We got some more Apex on the horizon. I mean, just the fact that you even see the Kraber shots, that 2-in-1 deal, will absolutely take that. As we see a nice little flyby of our pros and what this means and how these teams were now able to turn things around. Maybe a slow start for some of these teams, but with the back-to-back on E-District, it sets the likes of even Sentinels to take this momentum and roll into Game 5 with it.
Ooh, I'm ready to see it. And we got the Wolves fans. That's actually such a gnarly fan right there. Like, how cute is that? It looks so fluffy. Well, the Wolves fans, they have the most intricate things. If you look behind, like where our studio desk is over there, did you see like the anime-inspired Wolves fans? Did they ever go? Monsoon Riley? Yeah. That's actually sick.
I love the fans and I love the signs in the crowd, guys. Get ready because we got E-District on the other side here. Don't go anywhere because we'll be right back.
Whom should I support today? Vision. How many matches will be played? Hope करो कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा matches हो.
Welcome back to the ALGS Split 1 playoffs here at Esports World Cup 2026, and we are closing in on our first team hitting match point. The match point finals has been fantastic so far with those three gentlemen on your screen. Sentinels getting their first win. Things are starting to hot up here.
You know, Sentinels, one of the best performing E-District teams we have in this tournament. They now raise their average to 10 points per game. 50% of Sen's points have come from this map as well. So I'm not surprised that they finally put that win on the board and put themselves up there.
Interesting though, this is the team that I want to focus on. This team right here from APAC South, criminally, and I am taking the blame for this as much as anyone, underspoken about. One of the most consistent teams in the Apex Legends Global Series, and when we talk about E-District, Dan, which is where we're going back to now, some of the most stand-out statistics you could possibly ask for.
And you saw what they were able to do, getting into that final circle, putting points on the board. They are the best E-District team that we have in this tournament, averaging 12 points per game. Again, 50% of their points have come from E-District as well. So S8UL will definitely be a focus going into this next one, as will Elite Esports and Reject, two more teams that have been able to put on a lot of points on this map.
Well, let's see who continues their form, or if someone is going to jump up and make themselves known as we head back to E-District now for match number 5. The match point finals continues.
We are so close now for one of these teams crossing that match point threshold, but it is still not guaranteed. Vision, 9 points away from getting there. Wolves, 12, RRQ, 12 as well. If those three teams exit early, and similarly to what we've seen so far, some of these lower scoring teams finding points, finding wins, maybe we go all the way into further without teams getting to match point threshold.
It always feels like when we're close, you're like, oh, it has to be this game, and then another game, and then another game. Even teams on 49 points, Sentinels being one of them, back in Sapporo in January, could not get that single solitary point they needed to get over that match point threshold. However, it didn't end up too bad for Sentinels. They went on to win the whole thing.
And what a booster this is for Sentinels' chances now as they close in on halfway to match point threshold. Well, you wanted to see different zones. We're going to be heading to the southwest now of the map. Enter Force 36 in prime position for this one. For Fun are moving very quickly from draft point, and Alliance are going to have priority too. Remember, Alliance did get to that end game, and currently they sit in 8th position, so they're also putting a consistent amount of points on the board.
Yeah, second place, if I'm not mistaken, for Alliance in that game as well. Somehow out of the dropship, you saw the POV of Aku. No mags, no problem. He was hitting every bullet, and then unlucky clean up the pieces, denying S8UL their chance to win that game and opening the door for Sentinels to close out. But Viaduct is looking pretty, I would say, spicy when it comes to where you want to be positioning yourself, but a lot of teams actually heading to the street market side here. Yeah. We do see those deep Viaduct pools, but I wonder if some teams are thinking that maybe they want to hit a little bit more info, see where everyone else is, with the amount of teams that are kind of look a little bit lost on where they want to play here.
Well, Enter Force 36 are playing the baby comp, and they have opted to go away from their POI. And as you mentioned, maybe to build up that Evo, just get a little bit of extra something. They dropped at Viaduct. They are currently hounding Alliance, by the way, and kind of shooing Alliance away, saying, we don't want you to take this western side away from us. So Alliance have respected them, backed off a little bit, but Enter Force 36, they are currently relentless with their push.
Yeah, just looking at compositions is actually an interesting conversation to have, because now with Maggie being banned, we did have that joint 20 pick aside, by the way. We'll go back to that in a second, because Jelly from Zeddy is finding some Wolves players in front of him. This is down on the southern side of the zone, and this is very close to where the end game will be taking place. And it looks like a little bit of an engagement ends with no harm, no foul for either side. Everyone's still healthy for now. But going back to composition, the fact that Maggie has been banned, now we are starting to see Gibraltar, Newcastle, and the baby comp start to come through. The counters aren't there that were previously available, so teams might be looking to play this one a little bit slower, build up to purple, get those purple perks, and then make the most of the composition.
For newer viewers, baby comp has been defined as Gibraltar, Newcastle, and Valkyrie, because Valkyrie kind of carries the two through the air and slams to the ground, or because babies could play it. You judge, it's up to you.
It's the second one.
We are going to see Gibraltar banned in this game because we do have 15, so going into match 6, there will not be a Gibraltar, and the full baby comp will not be available. As up into the sky, there's a charge rifle available for Deeds.
Deeds, one of the best Newcastles in the game, and I feel very, very confident in that statement.
charge rifle की? Boom.
Very well adept at anchoring the team.
भाई मैंने इतना बोल दिया ना मेरे गले में दर्द
drag
होने
those
लग
teammates
गया.
up when they need to. Now, speaking of dragging teammates up, Falcons might need to do that right now, because the breach charge from Jelly is going to take down Waltzy, who's going to be playing Fuse. Interesting composition, actually, from Falcons in this game. Alter, Catalyst, and Fuse. Now, Jelly has just found himself down. Deeds does his job to pick him back up. That was a beautiful Skynade coming in from Guild.
Bubble goes down as well, just to protect themselves. Breach charge goes out. And Zeddy are going to opt to a back away from this one. Probably an intelligent one, considering the position that Falcons find themselves in. And Falcons just have that advantage on the damage they've been able to output at the moment. But you mentioned it. I love this composition. I think Catalyst is going to be integral the further we get into this tournament as well.
Fuse is the counter comp, you could say, or the counter pick to a lot of the Gibraltars that we're seeing. And also the Newcastles, firing a couple of those knuckle clusters behind those mobile shields certainly does make you uncomfortable if you are running that legend. So Falcons choosing to try and play against what they expected to see in this lobby with some counters. Unlimit, they're being very aggressive. Look at this composition. Strafing Flame is going to be trapped inside of that room with nowhere to go. Easy Flash has just been taken down as well by Stuvie. Well, when you're choosing Sparrow, Alter, was it, and Axel, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that says we're going to play one way.
It's never too much fun if the Gibraltar's the last one alive, usually, but ever since the changes where he can run a little bit quicker now, he's not as bad, even though the hitbox is still pretty annoying.
They added some fast twitch fibers to this, man. I'm convinced of it.
But Pricey has been playing excellent, and RRQ very much deserve their position in third place, but an early elimination suddenly allows everyone else in the lobby to start to play catch-up. Now, I mentioned Elite Esports. We saw how incredible they were through the group stages. This was the map where they found so many points. They dominated so many games, and they need to find more here to put themselves in contention of getting to match point threshold.
Yeah, 20 points on the board so far. It's okay, it's decent enough. But like you say, the fact that this is the last time we'll see E-District for quite some time as we snake back through our map selection. Got to make the most of the opportunity where you've had those successes. Ninjas in Pajamas, not the greatest of starts for them. 18th position overall at the moment. Just the 11 points on the board, and most of those came from game one.
They did, but they are another one of those teams that could potentially take a win here, by the way, as Pricey's still being hunted down, and
poor Pricey.
You never know.
Thinking a match point finals lobby with the talent on display, a 1v3 in that situation. Unlikely. No, dude.
#20.
He's going to be dragged back up, dude. No problem whatsoever. Gets chased down by Zeddy Esports. As they will find those kills. It's completely isolated, deep in zone at the moment, Zeddy. As you can see on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, they're just outside of stadium. Where the zone is going, though, we are pulling down towards the south, down towards the back of Viaduct, where I was expecting to see teams start to converge upon. One team who's taken their time, though, is the team who came second place in the previous game, and that's going to be Alliance on that northern side collecting some info.
Yeah, they were at Street Market, and they've moved all the way around the west.
We have
made
north,
it. And they've been bullied away initially by Interforce 36, and now they've been able to scarper themselves to the north. They will also be playing the baby comp that we were mentioning earlier. They have the Valkyrie available. I think that we've learned a lesson through group stages. Some of the baby comp teams who did have zone pull towards them really struggled because they weren't able to capitalize on the composition they are running. So instead, you go, you get your evos up, you get as much weapons and utility, and then you slam down into zone later and destroy one of these teams who is not quite as built up as you are.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get that skyward dive up to purple, get that perk where you're supersonic into the skies, and also get the triple defensive bombardment, which I think really is the key to damage output for a lot of these teams in the end game. It's worth just taking that counter rotate away from zone to collect that evo to make sure that that composition is as powerful as it can be.
So we briefly checked in with Team Vision, our lobby leaders at the moment. 9 points required. Could they be the first squad to reach the match point threshold? Zach did call them in 6. So they'd have to do it right here, right now. In the kill feed, Yanya's just gone down to the ring, so AG are also taking their sweet time. It looks like he's been picked back up as Team Liquid going for a very interesting rotation on the south here. They're actually so far off the map, they weren't even on my feed, but they've been able to sneak in behind enemy lines.
Yeah, full wrap towards the southern side here, and this backside of Viaduct is going to be very precious to a lot of teams. This is where the zone usually pulls away from the main kind of crane structure that makes up the POI. So sneaking your way to that southern side is going to be very, very effective if they can survive towards that end game. A team who's very close to match point, Vision. We've got Interforce 36 inside of Street Market right next to them, as you can see from their POV. Only 9 points away, Team Vision. Oh no, Lota goes down. And it looks like the Void Nexus is going to be the play. You can already see that he's been dragged back. Castle was just sitting on that as Zach and Lota were extending to see that things went badly, that they could get back into the game. Now, Worms Esports taking some damage, and it's going to be the rat from Team Liquid they weren't expecting that's cost them crazy comp.
Yeah, Team Liquid have just really created a lot of uncertainty here on the South. A few of the teams starting to get involved in this fight, thinking maybe we could pick up some KP, maybe we can take advantage of a couple of teams being weak, and Wolves are going to really have to try and battle back to get up to a full 3 here, with 1 being down. 2 will at least be okay. There's NIP also in the area and also noticing Team Liquid. Now GK arriving, and this is what happens in this game. When we have this many Valkyries, everyone's going to start to arriving.
One team who are very proficient when it comes to the baby comp is going to be GK. They ran it for so much of the split of Pro League. Team Liquid decide that they don't feel comfortable. Wow. They're going to go up into the skies here. Now they have managed to get up to full purple, so they're going to have all perks available.
They're going back.
Yeah, cute.
And I don't mind this too much. I think it was just a little bit too busy for them, and I think the actions of the teams around them,
they wanted
who were just being
peace,
a little bit too aggressive for their liking. They want to re-enter when the space is a little bit clearer, or maybe those two teams do start to engage with each other.
I mean, during the toilet break, I heard Zero shout at one of the other teams, "Why are you inting me for?"
Doesn't sound like Zero.
And he probably feels like they would be a little bit vulnerable to some aggression. So Liquid reset. Falcons also on the southwest. Wolves still struggling at the moment. Ooh. It's going to be down to just Crazy Kong. And it was GK who have wedged themselves between these teams, who are causing a real problem for Wolves right now.
So look at the kill feed. Alliance and Nemesis having a little bit of a scrap. Ninjas in Pajamas inside a zone will be safe for quite some time. Also, you can see S8UL picking up a knock onto Mike from Zeta Division. Crazy Kong, by the way. He's got a Moby.
Just need to find the gap. Thread the needle.
He's got both of the banners.
He's
got himself a catwalk.
Oh no!
But he might have forgot that there's 19 other squads available. It would have been very, very impressive to get that done. Maybe not right now.
Yeah, For Fun aren't going to allow that one.
Perhaps.
And he's spent the Dark Veil.
They've just been taken down by GK. A valiant effort though.
So close. Mere moments away from getting the team back in. He was happy to sacrifice himself. Well, now we have lost 3 teams, and 2 of those teams were in 2nd and 3rd. It opens the door for Vision to take a little bit of a lead here as we check back in with Sentinels.
That's a kidnap.
That's a kidnap. Kidnap them.
That's a kidnap. Wow. Yeah, not much
chance of
getting back through the portal that time, especially with Sheila staring at you now. Alliance on your screen, 2 Amiya powerhouses. Close enough that they can smell each other, and somehow ALGS has found himself a Kraber already in this game. Mastiff in his hands as well. The fuse ult though, the Motherload is burning. They have to play behind the Newcastle wall here. Look for this res. Bubble's going to go down. Unlucky will be able to drag Aku back to his feet, so should be okay. But Elite are just waiting here. And as soon as that bubble goes down, these frag grenades are going to hurt.
He's got frags, he's got arc stars, he's got everything you could want here, but there is still other teams in the area.
That's
so Elite,
again.
They cannot capitalize. Yes, you get the damage.
Kinda actually finds one onto ALGS, so that nade does its job. But with Aku still alive, there's still a chance for Alliance to survive here. You can see that Elite are desperate to clear this, to finish it off. Everybody is firing down, and now they bubble forward. Aku has to hold the line, but all of Alliance just got up.
He actually knocked Unlucky with the Thunderdome, by the way. ALGS gets taken down by Sentinels. Alliance are just being too focused. And they'll fall in 17th place. That's another team in the top 10 that's gone down. And this is how Matchpoint Finals goes sometimes. Just when you think teams are starting to take a lead, those that have been struggling start to pick up the pace.
Well, it's a Motherload coming in from Vision here. They want to try and push this. Remember, they only need 9!
Vision versus Falcon! One down.
Jumps forward and deletes Waltzy.
Just like that, they only need 8 and a placement point on the horizon.
They get into the top 15
as well. Now this is a really big fight as well. Gosh, does a good job of the rest of Falcons to retreat through a Void Nexus, because this endgame position will be huge. You can see where the zone is going to be pulling in 30 seconds time. And if Vision can clear this side and find a place to play, The 8 points they now need becomes a very, very viable option.
Yeah, Falcons had to be a focus for them because Falcons are going to hold them out. On the other side of Falcons is Team Liquid, by the way. Suddenly we're starting to see Hal and Zero get into these end games, which might be concerning for some of these other squads. NIP still very much a feature in this one as well, as you've just seen Guild get finished by Yanya. So it's just down to the CEO himself here, and sadly, Falcons will fall in 16. So now we will have 15 teams. One more placement point for Vision. They need 7.
You can see the exhale from Hal, though. I think he knew what his fate was about to be. But for Vision, they're going to be safe on this bridge. Next to them is going to be AG Global. That's where the focus of attention is going to be for Vision for now. You can see that Zach is just kind of trying to wrap behind Vision.
Oh, it's AG Global.
Excuse me, AG. And see if he can force them away. If they can deny them stepping towards this side of zone, then their focus can just be straight ahead to the north. Big Liquid got to be careful here. Knuckle Cluster goes in. Car takes a little bit of damage. But it does force the bubble. Motherload will follow up. Vision playing tight, making sure nobody oversteps and gives that first knock away.
This is a huge call from Vision to try and force Liquid away, and they've done exactly that. They've claimed it. Liquid say, actually, we'd rather stay alive. We need points as well. Live reaction of Hal complaining to his teammates. Not really too surprised with that one, but Vision have now been able to take one of the better positions on the map. Reject are arriving as well with the skyward dive, and actually, Reject arrived to the west. They become a threat here.
They just landed on their height. So Reject on the height now. Vision have to play bunkered down. They cannot peek. They cannot take the fight with Liquid. All of a sudden, Vision under pressure, but still safe in this zone. 15 squads still alive, by the way. If you see the minimap, every single team seems to be stacked inside the main structure of the POI and has to leave. This is going to be an absolute battle on the northern side.
Vision under a lot of pressure. RC have taken prime position.
One more potential point for Vision, by the way. Logan just got the knock onto Blinzer.
मार दो Liquid, मार दो Vision को. Nice.
Maybe they sense Vision are weak here.
मारो.
It's a
दो
great
down.
back, though. 2 are down on the side of Vision, and Carter
अकेला बचा है.
Oh, the charge rifle. He's going to get him finished off, though. Excuse me, it was actually, I think, a shot from distance. Maybe even a breach charge that took him down. Vision,
Legacy आया मारने.
Legacy ports back through.
Nice. Zero आके मार गया.
Point for them as we turn now to Liquid being forced by S8UL.
It's a brave fight from Liquid, but this could be a huge revive for them as well. Bubble was down, they get back into a 3. Now you need Sykes to get that bat off, and Team Liquid will hold.
Oh, the double bubble. Arufa tries to
नहीं यार, अपना गंदा हो गया.
high ground using the valve to drop down, deal that damage, and pop back up. But the main story here for Liquid is they have reset. They have got healthy. And they will be able to participate in this endgame. Now, Sentinels looking for a back-to-back. 2 shots left in the Kraber, make it 3. My maths still not on point. Hopefully Blix's Kraber will be.
Still somehow 13 squads alive in this final circle, by the way. The most we've had so far, it seems, is for fun under a lot of pressure. And one of the key factors here, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd are out of this lobby. We still may not see a team reach match point, depending on who takes this victory here. Nemesis go down.
किसी का आ सकता है क्या match point?
It might be GG next.
यार, but अपने points ही नहीं बने.
Very, very close to them. Void passages coming through from 4-5.
Points ही नहीं
Trying to
बने
see if they
यार.
can peek on the damage. GG have to force that bubble. They have to
Match point से तो दूर है ये ZI और Liquid.
When that goes down.
Gibraltars are very much
जीते तो
the
close
main
जा
players
सकते हैं.
in this final circle as Vayne has fallen. Power amps are plenty, I'm sure. GG's still alive. They've still been able to use this little nook and cranny to stay in a successful position.
Well, NIP and GK is now a 2v2. In fact, it's going to be GK who win that one. Ninjas in Pajamas are dead. GG's still alive, by the way, and a combination of GG and Elite will delete for fun. It's a Mia on a Mia on a Mia. As we now jump back to the Americas. Zeddy on your screen right now. Half the lobby has been eliminated. 10 squads remain.
An opportunity for Zeddy, maybe. They're at 37 points. A win here. Major
को
send
तो
them over
लग
that
रहा
match
है.
point threshold. And the
मेरे को
position
लग
they
रहा है
hold
match point आने
could
वाला
be
है
a
game
perfect one.
में.
It is another KP that goes in their favor. As you can see how close these teams are now for reaching match point. Liquid, Sen, and Zeddy is all eyes on. Can you do it here on E-District?
Zeta Division bang center of zone behind a Newcastle wall.
ZI का आने वाला है match point.
Elite Esports as well inside of their little hut they call home. GG now the play onto GK. Oh, looks good, gets the clip. Zane sends in the motherload. Zone is closing GK down to 1 as Blast will find another in the feed. You can also see Zeddy doing some damage onto AG on the low ground. GG will reset.
This is going to be one of the most difficult end zones you've ever seen to stay alive. It's all down to bubbles, castle walls. And maybe, just maybe, there's something you can throw in. There's ramparts there in the lobby. Don't forget a catalyst there with the Dark Veil as well.
आदित्य मैच पॉइंट होता है मतलब कि जिस टीम के 50 पॉइंट हो गए उसके बाद उन्हें सिर्फ एक गेम जीतना है to win the tournament. ये होता है मैच पॉइंट. ये क्या हो रहा है? सब ऊपर नीचे क्या? क्या सोने? तू सब?
They're being bombarded, but another bubble comes out. They should be able to get up, but the zone's creeping in. You've got to move.
Well, there's Deeds doing his job again on you. Members down in front of them all of a sudden. The game is Zeddy's. Liquid will fall. Everybody is in front of them. Oh, but that's Zeta Division. There's Zeta Division. Zeddy will fall. And send them for back-to-back. But it's Zeta Division.
क्या था? ये था क्या इनमें? ये इनमें था क्या लेकिन?
Yuka on land, could we see?
भाई क्या हो रहा है?
Been chasing that victory for what
भाई
feels like forever.
इतनी सी जगह में सब थे भाई.
As no team crosses the match point threshold here.
Random shit था एंड में तो.
It has been the tightest ALGS tournament we've had in quite
लेकिन ना ZI जीती ना Liquid जीती. W.
Touching distance, Sen.
किसी का match point नहीं हुआ.
Were able to cross. And it is Zeta Division again, time and time again this tournament. They just creep out of nowhere and slam a win on the board and put themselves in contention.
They just managed to avoid the attention of the majority of the lobby. They were playing down in a little corner on the low ground. Everybody else was just a step above them in each other's eyesight. It allowed them to go unnoticed for long enough that when the final moment came, they just had to pull the trigger.
Point. That's true.
Zeta Division put 22 points on the board from that game, 10 kills, which is the same number Sentinels also found. 10 points for Sen, which actually puts them only 5 away now from that match point threshold. Our reigning world champions trying to go back-to-back with land victories, which is not something many teams have been able to achieve. You talk about the greats, you talk about the dynasties that we've had in this competition, the likes of Dark Zero,
19 and 20
TSM.
और अभी देखो उनको.
Could Sentinels be another name added to that list?
Real
Questions
comeback,
that will all
bro.
be answered at the end of today when one team lifts that trophy. But the fact that we still do not have a single solitary team on 50 points means we get some more Apex, and that's what we love here in the Apex Legends Global Series. Knowing those games are gonna keep rolling. Here's your match results. Dan, take us through.
Zeddy also giving themselves a fantastic chance with the 12 points they put on the board. They are actually the closest to match point threshold, as we'll see later with the series results. Liquid with a big 12 points through kills alone. The way they were able to hold the southwest side of that zone was perfect. But then some teams still struggling a little bit down towards the lower half of the leaderboard. Big ones would be Ninjas in Pajamas, for example. Our #1 team coming out of the Americas region during Split 1 Pro League are in 19th place. Enter Force 36 are in 20th place at the moment. They just haven't been able to get going.
Well, here is that endgame from the POV, momentarily, of Zeta Division. You can see the carnage, the defensive bombardments raining down from the sky, nades, bubbles. It is absolute chaos inside of that final moment. You can see Fun at the end there. Comes down, I think he might actually die to zone.
I think the last player actually Valkyried up into the air at that point and avoided all the gunfire. You were quite right when you pointed it out that they just were able to get away from everyone else, which sometimes as a Valkyrie, that is your job. You talk about those final circles, you talk about Gibraltar getting the bubbles down, Newcastle using the shield. As a Valkyrie, it is survival of the fittest.
Well, survive they did, and as the games keep rolling, Well, we have to wonder, is someone going to hit match point in a few moments' time? The ALGS Split 1 playoffs here at EWC will continue.
Managed to snag privacy here so we could chat a little bit during this break. Our legendary analyst for Falcons. And we gotta talk, okay? Because it was a little bit of a slow start, but we finally got that first win in there.
It is. For us, the first game was like a little bit of an, I would say like a zone was far, but still we could manage to go into a good spot. We had a little bit of a bad luck because one team was playing Fuse, which is very uncommon. We have only 2 teams playing Fuse. And because of that, Fuse ulted from us from the far, and we couldn't really take a fight with the Zeta. Taking fight with Zeta was for a huge game. Zeta had a like 13-point game. We could have been ours if we weren't like getting, let's say, killed by Nemesis with the Fuse ult from far. Second game, we got it back, but again, it was like really not the zone for us. We got thirded. But the last one, we get back zone. Didn't pull to summer for some reasons again, but we came back to a good spot. Was a good zone call from HAL. Was a really good composure from everyone. Everyone did his job perfectly. We watched angle perfectly. Did no mistakes. We moved step by step, getting kills, trying to third party. And when we realized that Liquid is the biggest danger in that win, we got the right side, and we tried actually to pressure them. We pushed them into state, and we had a win.
I mean, obviously coming into this tournament, big expectations of Falcons as well, right? Not only in Apex, but across the entire event. So talk to me a little bit about what that pressure kind of has been like for the team.
There is like the pressure is because the will of winning EWC for FX team, especially for example HAL, his first EWC win, especially now coming back to IGLing. First, really EWC as an IGL. Guild wants to win his first like LAN, and it's a EWC. It's a good for the orgs because the orgs supported us in everything. We want to give them back something, and this is the win of EWC because that's what they want, and that's what we want, even all of us, because none of us won EWC. There is a big pressure, but everyone is confident. Everyone is like ready for that win, and we hopefully will get in the next game and get the consistency back now. And that game was what we needed actually.
Yeah, you've definitely got the ball rolling now, so we're going to see how the rest of the games go. Thank you so much for chatting with us, Privacy.
Yeah, hopefully. I think next game I'm going to say 10, 12 points. The next one, another maybe 12 points. And then we will be just like a good game. And then game 8, we close the game, I think. Game 8, Falcons.
All right, you heard it here first. Game 8, Falcons. See if that happens.
Confidence.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ALGS Split 1 playoffs here at Esports World Cup 2026. I love Privacy.
He's so funny.
I've got to say, he's so funny, he's so passionate.
Take a breather.
And he's so damn knowledgeable as well. He's saying Falcons in 8. He would. It'd be weird if he didn't.
I mean, they're on course for it. Everyone is, because we don't have a team that has crossed that match point threshold now as we move into Olympus, as we continue our draft. Nessie, what are you doing there?
Nessie gets everywhere. Honestly, I want to, whatever badge or pass she has, I want it, all right? I want it as much as I want to talk about the POI draft here. As we change back over now to Olympus, we snake our way back. What are you making of this one, Dan?
Well, you look at those numbers, and those numbers represent the pick order for the POI draft. You see it in the 60s, you see the 70s, a 24 there of Somers University from Team Vision. I wonder why that is. Also, the 13 from Alliance for Gardens. And again, I wonder why that is. Recency bias is why it is, because these teams have seen so many similar zones on this map that they've just said, look, if it's going to keep going this way, why not? But do you know what happened the first time we had Olympus?
We had a
different zone.
It did not go there, and the numbers at some point you felt had to really start stacking up against those Eastern pools. This is how we're looking right now, by the way. Remember, 50 points is the magic number. You hit that, your match point eligible.
Zeddy
Esports 4
#1
away,
pay.
Sentinels 5 away, Vision 7 away, Zeta with that win 10 away. Everybody, it almost feels like in that top page, has a chance here with a big win or even just a few points of making match point.
And as a reminder, once you reach the match point threshold, you then still have to win match afterwards. That's why sometimes we just keep going. It is not as simple as crossing 50 and then winning. It very rarely happens, actually.
बहुत
It
सारी
sometimes takes
teams
teams
है यार
3,
जिनका
4,
match
even
point
5
हो
matches
सकता है.
to find it after we've had one team cross that
हाँ
threshold.
Zeddy Indian org
The
है.
curse of match point down. We've talked about it a million times before. You hit it first, doesn't really mean too much a lot of the time.
It does not, but maybe some of the teams who are going to be closely contested in terms of Olympus and finding points. Elite Esports, again, they have been our best performing Olympus team, averaging 17.7 points per game. If they can find that kind of number, then they would put themselves in contention with the lobby leaders as well. Nemesis and Zeta Division, 2 more teams that have really enjoyed Olympus here. So we'll have to see, A, are we going to Somers University? And B, who's going to pick up those points?
Well, what do we think, Paris? Someone hit match point in this game? We're not sure. They don't want it. They want more Apex. I get it. I understand.
Sounded like a no.
Uli भाई
Which
थोड़ी
I'm all
सी तो
for, because I just
शर्म
wanted
करो भाई
more
थोड़ी सी
Apex
तो
action as we jump into Olympus now then. Remember, Zeddy Esports are going to be the team that is going to be closest to the match point
UPI
threshold,
do
but in
आप
terms
दो
of
मुझे
legend compositions, we're going to be changing everything.
आप
No
मुझे
Gibraltar
दो
is going to be available now. You're still going to see a lot of Valkyrie, a lot of Newcastle, I'm sure. But can Zeta Division find another win? Or, to be honest, just 10 points is all they need. They don't even need the win here to cross that threshold.
There's a lot of teams who don't need a lot of points whatsoever. They're in the top right-hand side of your screen. You can see what is required. Now, this is where things get interested as well, because what we've essentially seen for the first 5 matches is teams trying to accrue points by winning games, winning team fights. Classic Apex Legends. Now, when you're in a position where you only need 4, you're like, we see one team in front of us. Do we go for the fight? Do we just go for a cheeky int? Do we try and see if we can get our job done nice and quickly? Or do we play the classic way, try and get extra points, try and get match points, and not only get over match point into that threshold, but also stop everyone else getting there?
Don't be alarmed, everyone. It is not going to be Somers University. Fantastic. We fixed the servers. Now,
I've just clapped.
Okay. By the way, servers weren't broken. It was just
Star Wars
very
Jedi.
unlucky
भाई
that
मेरे
it happened.
दिमाग
Now,
में भी
GK
वही
are
आ
going to be
रहा है
moving quickly as are
उस दिन से
various different teams here.
जब
This
से
is
नाम
pretty much
सुना
dead
इनका.
central. A lot of teams have been able to move extremely quickly to zone. So we might see a couple of early engagements as NIP just about avoid that one. And Falcons taking on GG at the moment. It could be from distance though.
Yeah, this is over at Terminal by the looks of things. Zeddy still need those 4 points. Once he actually gets the finish as well. By the way, Neazul's also getting involved. It looks like Terminal is pretty busy. By the way, so many teams already in zone, but there's not a lot of places to play. This is going to be a very open end game.
इनका तो
AG
आते ही
decided
GG
that
हो
blast
गया.
time is up.
Yeah, when AG decide to push, you don't really have much chance of retreating. And this is always the worst game to be eliminated. When teams are just on the cusp of the match point threshold and you sit there thinking, yeah, maybe we're going to be done next game here, and you don't have any chance to actually try and impact it yourselves through points.
Well, a big moment for Zeta Division that previous game. And now they only need 10.
Oh!
I say only. Stay hydrated, everyone. And 10 points, like we say, that's a good game in Apex Legends. That's not easy in these kind of lobbies to accrue. Zeta Division now will look for the fight, potentially inside of the building. Scary moment, though, because still on white armors.
I mean, we're getting to that stage of the tournament where every fight is pretty terrifying. You know the impact of it, whether you die or whether you win. Strafing Flames down at the moment, but Easy Flash still up, and there's going to be the full knock. As Easy Flash goes down, so it's Pricey in a similar position, left on his own once more, but this time as a rampart.
Well, Hal is hunting with that 30-30 repeater. It's 2 knocks for him as they're overextending from that position we were talking about in Terminal. They kind of play in that balcony, but Hal's got a little bit of license here on Alta to try and finish off Pricey and finish them off. He does. 3 KP for the CEO. RRQ are eliminated second.
And it has been quite an up and down tournament for RRQ, hasn't it? You think of day 1, how much they dominated. Day 2, suddenly they fall off, they look lackluster, and then they find themselves in matchpoint finals through an incredible survival stage. But now at 38 points, they fall here in match 6. So again, they'll have to sit back, watch, and hope not too many teams cross the matchpoint threshold, because realistically, one should.
One thing that sometimes has let Falcons down a little bit when you've been watching scrims and watching a few Pro League games just taking their eyes off their back when the zone is closing behind them. They have to worry about a few things when it comes to that. We'll get back to that in a second as we see 4Fun and GK engaging with each other. GK just get wiped pretty comfortably. And 4Fun will be able to reset, but Falcons, like I said, a little bit of that Achilles heel has been just teams wrapping behind them right. They're going to have a couple of teams potentially do that. And of course, stages have actually left, but they still have team vision. They still have rejects on that top side to worry about.
This is also an interesting point in the tournament where some of the lower teams start to play a little bit more aggressive. They take a few more risks. They take a few more fights. They perhaps wouldn't. That can be very frustrating for the middle of the pack. They're just trying to play a little bit more zone central, avoiding said risks and trying to survive to put those points on the board. And that dynamic can be a very frustrating one if you're on the receiving end of one of these pushes. One of those teams who do need points, NIP. Again, a difficult tournament for them, but they'll be delighted they at least find themselves in the match point finals. Will they come to life here today, or are we going to see them just fall off a little bit in these final matches?
Remember, a win puts them right up there. That's
it really
the thing.
does, yeah.
It really, you know, we're so early, it feels like in this match point finals, that one win can really put you back in contention. 7 points the difference between being match point eligible for Vision and having to watch another game slip through their fingers here, though.
And the only reason why it feels early is because no one's on match point yet. How many times have we been in match 6 where 5, sometimes 7 teams, I just really didn't want to say 6, 7, by the way. 5 or 7 teams find themselves on match point, and it feels like you've got so much to do to catch up. But because no one's there, it does just give you that little bit of extra on the clock.
Forever saying 5 to 7.
5 to 7.
5 to 7. It's the safe spot for us all.
6 has been forgotten.
Well, Team Liquid down on the low ground now. Playing the bunker position underneath Alliance, who are playing this height. Alliance will be safe for quite some time up there, but it's about what you do after that that's going to be interesting for a lot of these teams. A couple of Valkyries in the lobby. One team that does have it is Alliance, so their options are pretty vast when it comes to how they want to actually approach the end game here. RC under fire here from Elite Esports, who are holding them out.
Elite Esports have not necessarily found the same form that we saw from them in the group stages, but again, they do still have time, and it is their best map that we're seeing in Olympus as RC are forced back into the zone. Elite Esports were able to really apply so much pressure, and it's going to be an uncomfortable rotate for RC now. As looking at the zone, it does continue to pull a little further south. Sentinels are very much set up shop, by the way. Look at the amount of space they currently hold. And then 4Fun on the northern side could potentially pick up quite a bit of KP of those teams arriving through the turbine area. Alliance and Liquid may be passing each other shortly.
We just saw Sentinels portaling out for a little bit of loot. I think they would have rotated as essentially as quick as you can from Estates. That's their game plan, right? We saw a tweet from Blixer last night saying, got draft again because they got all their central POIs.
I feel like everyone says that.
But it's what works for Sentinels, and now having that rate in the composition, even though they rotate quickly, it means that a lot of the time it's at the cost of being able to loot efficiently. So if you see some death boxes, send that Wraith portal out and make sure that you're getting that loot to make your fighting chances a little bit stronger. Team Liquid on your screens right now, still playing below a lot of the main structures that make up where this endgame is going to be taking place. But the fact they got up to purple from here, I will say, is very impressive. That's damage output. That's having a good pathing towards where they wanted to play here. And I kind of like the comp. I'm going to say, Sparrow, Bang. We know how good Zero is when it comes to Bangalore. And I like the aggressive nature of what that composition can offer.
I'm enjoying seeing the amount of teams that are switching over to Catalyst as well. Vision have done it, Wolves have done it, Falcons also find themselves on Catalyst, as do Nemesis and NIP. They know the importance of not just that Dark Veil, but the piercing spikes can be so detrimental in a final zone as well. But it's just whether you can get there. Zeddy Esports, another team that will be wanting to get there, of course, but they could find themselves on match point threshold just through KP here. You wipe out one team and get into the top 15, it's job done.
Good news for Zeddy is they're not feeling the nerves. As you can see, they hit purple on Marvin. And now Falcons have been watching their back. Here come Wolves. Falcons are sending it. Good damage done initially by them, trying to avoid that Dark Veil. Halgosu does more good damage. Guild will capitalize. Wen's going to be down. Guild just making sure that he can protect their side of that wall. And now Falcons will send out their own Dark Veil to try and clean this up.
And they're just going to make sure that there's not any other teams that are starting to look at it. But yeah, I was about to say, Vision are starting to approach, and Falcons may be sensing that. They turn around, they flip it on a dime, and instantly they're going to force Vision away. So great awareness from Team Falcons there. You said it, in some scrims, maybe weren't watching their backs enough, but it does seem like they're a little bit more locked here in match point finals.
Yeah, it's a very boring job if you're given that responsibility, but it's one of the most important and certainly one that you get blamed for first. If a team does wrap behind you, Wolves still alive, but only just. Overflow here for No Name, but no knockdown shields to hide behind. Wolves Esports will be out next.
And that's more KP for Sentinels, more points for Sentinels as they find themselves now only 3 points away from that match point threshold, and they are in prime position. Yes, the zone is going to move a little bit away from them, but where they currently reside, a lot of damage can be done. They have a lot of sight lines on some of these teams that are going to be moving in. One of those teams in particular is going to be Elite Esports, 2 Sentinels West as well.
Team Vision also in a fantastic spot for this end game and to get the points that they need. Now, this is a big moment. Elite Esports looking to wrap the position of Sentinels. They do have Alter as well in the composition, which means they can queue through that wall and catch them off guard if they're not paying attention.
Sentinels were pinging it, though. They do know Elite Esports are there, and that's the first job done. They're not going to get caught off guard. But for fun, however,
not looking as healthy for them, as Panic is using his abilities to portal through that wall. A little bit of a damage exchange, but Tyler's actually going to get the first knock off to Panic. Zero has to retreat. Can they activate that Void Nexus in time to drag Panic back? Just about, but where does it go?
That is a nervy moment for Team Liquid. It does take them out of zone, and remember, zone is closing in 10 seconds as well. And For Fun not the only team in the area. Alliance also kind of watching over things. There's the lay of the land in the top left-hand side of your screen. Rejector starting to take a big dive into zone here, by the way. They've just hit information, it seems. Team Liquid are back up to a 3, so it might have looked a little bit dicey, but at least they're alive.
Well, Reject have landed in zone and will be safe.
Will they?
Well, I say that, and I've just seen in this that Eurex has gone down to a Kraber, which I did not take into account. Aku, gets queued up on. And the beautiful shots coming through from Stuvie means that Alliance's height position has become compromised. Team Liquid also decide it's their time to go up to the height.
Yeah, this has opened things up for Team Liquid. Again, great awareness of what's happening around them. Unlucky and Hackers are going to be alive. Aku's back up. It's a 4-3 here as the Unlimit are going to be the ones who lose out.
तो नॉर्मल सा गेम है सब क्लियरली दिख रहा है सब समझ आ रहा है
It's an absolute pile-up as Unlimited
एकदम
will be
peacefully
taken
चल
out
रहा
of the
है
lobby. And Alliance have somehow reset, but the armor disadvantage is notable for
पर देखो
everyone to see.
S8UL का नाम लिखा है मतलब जिंदा है अभी
It's great
अभी मारा
stabilization from
legacy
Alliance,
ने
but this is where you need to look towards your fraggers. Unlucky and Aku. This is your time to put Alliance on your back and keep them in this tournament.
Liquid's climbing, Panic gets good damage done. And with Sykes taking down Aku, and Alliance losing Unlucky to a Ninjas in Pajamas player as well, Team Liquid will seize the high ground here. And now find themselves just 9 points away.
Hackett did get away though, so it's not all doom and gloom just yet for Alliance fans.
Blixer in the kill feed just finds one, by the way. That's going to be a kill confirmed. That's going to be a point on the board. And that's going to be Sentinels hitting match point.
हो गया Sentinels मैंने बोला था
Zeddy be next. They're back up and they're healthy.
कि Sentinels का
There's
होगा
one more. Zeddy
का भी
away
easy
as
है
Nemesis get eliminated.
आराम से हो
There's
जाएगा
now Legacy. Oh, it could have been a freebie.
It would have been a donation. Legacy has to take that Void Passage back up to high and just by the skin of his teeth manages to get up. By the way, Blinks on the Kraber's going absolutely crazy right now.
Well, now the job is for Sentinels to take as many points away from the rest of the lobby, and that's exactly what they're doing. They win another fight. They're up to 54. They deny E36.
और सेन अभी ना इतनी हाइप्ड अप है कि वो लोग नेक्स्ट जीत भी जाएंगे वो ऐसे खेल रहे हैं वो लोग बहुत हाइप्ड अप है अभी
Over to the south side where we see Elite taking down How and finishing him off. Waltzy's going to have to pop this med kit. There's 11 squads find themselves alive here. Vision are just waiting to pounce on this. By the way, look at the kill feed. Deeds has just gone down for Zeddy. Now it was, I was going to say it was from distance potentially, but that's 2 kills from distance as the Kraber's in use as well. And Zeddy, who just need 2, they need dupe, and they need him bad.
It's never fun to be in this situation as they go down.
Zeddy को मार दिया. नहीं हुआ उनका. नहीं हुआ उनका. S8UL ने मार दिया Zeddy को.
The team, they're able to put that final nail in the coffin. Liquid also under fire. NIP, Falcons all losing players. And Zero trying to stay alive!
Zero! Ninjas in Pajamas will be down next as S8UL will stabilize behind this
मुझे अपनी टीम के लिए डर लग रहा है.
Down to 0. The knuckle cluster from Vision flushes them out.
Vision at 49. Those kills put them just 1 away. Now they could just try and play for placements typically. And because of the position they hold, surely they get to 50 here. They're the only team on the south. They just need to wait for other teams to go down.
But Blink's is going wild. I will say, we need to stay here there on Vision to see how they get to this 1 point. Elite Esports just been eliminated in the meantime. Team Liquid now trying to force their way towards zone. They only need 4 points.
It's a bit more difficult for Liquid looking at their position. They're at the northwest. They're going to have to go through Alliance, who I think just got back up, by the way.
Win a fight. And that'll be good.
S8UL. Hashtag
Liquid sense danger. Liquid sense opportunity. Alliance trying to reset here, but the shots are coming in from so many different angles.
It's Sentinels again. It's Blinks are just having a field day. He's at 6.
He's got infinite ammo on that Kraber. And like you say, 6 KP already for the IGL of the World Champs.
It is worth noting as well, with only 5 squads remaining, that does add placement points to Vision. They will also cross that match point threshold at 51. And Hackis, he was down, he was out. A little bit of extra salt rubbed into that wound.
Liquid in 3. 1 team fight for Liquid, and they are good. They will hit match point as well. And Panic is just trying to find a victim, but does he know that across from them is going to be Sentinels? And do they know that Blinkster isn't missing with that Kraber? Elsewhere, you can see the AG taking damage to Vision.
I think the L-Star is going to play an important factor into this one as well. You put an L-Star in Panic's hands, he can do some dirty things.
Smoke's going down as well. Alliance just been eliminated. The final player cannot survive. Aku will fall as Team Liquid start to take damage. And those 2 points seem a long way away all of a sudden as Sykes will be down. Panic says, I'm going to try and do what I can here. Sentinels, you will not fall either. Liquid come up short. As now AG try and swing behind Sentinels.
AG with a last gas push as well to try and send themselves closer to the top. Sentinels, after a valiant effort and doing their job, will be eliminated, but it's Vision.
Oh,
AG on the hunt. They want to cross match point 2.
Vision's the last team in front of them.
AG का हो जाएगा इसके बाद. जीते तो हो जाएगा. नहीं होगा, नहीं होगा.
For match point here for Neozul. Can't get it done, but Team Vision, they do get it done. Match point hit.
Well, Zach said 6 games. Maybe it was 6 games to cross that match point threshold, as we have our first 2 teams who will get the opportunity to win this tournament in match 7. Vision, one of the best IGLs that we have seen in Zach Meza in recent times, against Sentinels, the reigning ALGS world champions. Match 7 is going to be absolute cinema.
We win these. We win these indeed. Big moments. Big moments for Vision.
सब तुम्हारी गलती है फिर.
But Clara had to hit it.
मुझे भी लग रहा है शीशाम.
Well, Team Liquid, they were desperately
Robert,
close.
how
Zeddy
can we
Esports
be
also couldn't
unlucky
quite cross
in
that finish
all
line.
the finals?
And whilst we may have 2 teams now on match point,
I don't
doesn't mean we're going to get done
understand.
here in match 7, because there are going to be
हर
so
एक
many teams
finals पे
hunting down match point
कैसे?
eligibility themselves, looking to try and put points on the board, and all of those teams who are still down at the bottom of the leaderboards, we have some huge names that can definitely find wins. Alliance, GG, S8UL, Ninjas in Pajamas, like, these teams can definitely keep us going here in match 7.
Well, something to note here is usually it feels like we have 1 team hit match point first. Everyone in the lobby is aware of where that team is going to be, where they're likely to rotate. Now it's very interesting. The fact that we have 2 teams hitting match point together That makes it a little bit more interesting. That gives the two teams who are on match point right now a little bit more cover and a little bit more anonymity when it comes to those end games and the mid game as well. This is going to be a very, very interesting dynamic that's being added here in our match point finals.
And now you start to get into the territory of, do we switch things up? Do we play differently now? Well, for a team like Sentinels and Vision, who play a very particular style, they should be fine going into match 7. Sentinels, who love a zone-heavy rotation. Vision, who like to kind of pick their zone, pick their spot, and we heard the listening earlier of how they approach things. These are two teams who are certainly capable of winning it in this next match, as there's confirmation of the points from match 6. And again, some of these teams that are at the bottom that didn't find points, they're going to be desperately looking for them going into match 7.
Neil's heartbreak for him in those final moments.
So
I thought he was going to just maybe reload the Kraber and just no-scope someone to hit match point. That would have been absolutely ridiculous, but did everything he could to try and force AG over the line. Weren't quite able to do it. But this is how things look in the overall rankings. Now, a reminder, if you're watching match point finals for the first time, if Team Vision or Sentinels win the next game, the tournament will end and one of them will be crowned as champions. For everyone else, it's still about hitting match point, getting a 50.
हम तो अगर जीते तो भी नहीं होगा match point next
week. We'll go down to
week.
the stage here because Barney's with a member of Zeddy Esports.
Thank you so much, boys. Zeddy Esports just barely underneath that match point finals, or that match point threshold, let's say. Jelly, thanks so much for joining me over here. Quickly, just want to touch base with you about today. Today, you guys are absolutely frying. You're putting down loads of damage. Deeds is cleaning up the kills. The synergy looks like it's on point. How is it feeling for you guys over there?
Honestly, like, our synergy with me and Deeds is like, I don't have an off switch. I'm always on. But he will just call me back, and he knows when to call me back, and that's just how we roll, you know? I'm always in there, but if he calls me off, I'll call it off. I trusted my teammates to do that, and they trusted me to frag and do what I do, you know, and put a lot of damage.
I mean, coming into this today, obviously,
ना हो रहा
you're
था,
trying
अभी
to
तो
put
कह
down
रही
as
हूँ.
many points as you can. The frustration is clearly there. We've got a couple of points shy right now of match point, but look, dude, you're 18. You've got
उतना मार के जीतने के लिए थोड़ा लक चाहिए होता है और हमारा तो
How are
माइनस
you
में है.
staying composed? I'm guessing Dupe is keeping you guys focused, because how are you staying composed when you're so close and you can make it happen?
Honestly, for me, it's like nobody believed in me, nobody trusted in me, so I have like no expectations, right? Everybody doesn't believe me, so for me, like, I have nothing to lose. I only have
You
something
are
to
like
gain,
me,
right?
bro.
And that's people's respects. So for me, I'm really just trying to prove people wrong and just frag out. You know, I've been called an onliner so many times, you know, and this is just my opportunity to shut them down, you know?
Dude, being here at this point in the competition, playing the way that you are, I tell you what, if other people don't,
आपका
I believe in you,
institution
man.
कहाँ तक
Jelly,
पहुँचा?
appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Go back, chill, get your brain composed for the next game. We expect you to be in that match point threshold. But for now, we're going to head back over to Rain Day. He's got himself an interview with one of the boys from Sentinels.
Well, we may not have a defending EWC champion here. We do, in the ALGS circuit, have a defending LAN champion. Blinkster from Sentinels joining me. Blinkster, you guys are one of the first teams in our history, obviously, to win a championship. You did that a few months ago. And now you have a chance to be one of the only teams in ALGS history to go back-to-back, getting on match point with Vision. What's going on in your mind right now?
I mean, not much, to be fair. You know, it feels good to be like in this position to like go back to back. I know like it doesn't like happen often, but we're really like for it, and I think we're looking to do it again.
One of the things that has been talked about for you guys is your
किस
team
को
synergy,
feeling आ रहा है
but it
next
takes
game
more than that.
Sentinels
How did you
जीतने वाली
feel
है.
about your draft coming into today? Because that was a big conversation amongst a lot of pros. Getting to the zones that aren't pulling this tournament, how did you guys go about that? Do you feel good about what you have?
So right, our draft, you know, we play hard zones, so we have Jurassic, we have Canal Plaza, we have Landslide, the worst POIs in the game, some people might say, but we love it, and I'm gonna say again, it's God Draft, best POIs in the game by far.
Well, you guys are getting the zone. You're doing the right thing. 65 points. This game could be over at any moment in time. Since we may not get a chance to talk to you, before you lift the trophy, I want to give you a chance to say something in French.
Écoutez, merci tout le monde d'être ici. La foule est incroyable. Vous êtes beau à voir. Sorry, vous êtes beau à voir tout le monde. Merci beaucoup pour l'amour. C'est ça.
I love it. He did the no-no. Can't take my mic, but you might take the championship. Blinkster, appreciate you from Sentinels. Pretty soon, we're going to be coming back with the studio for more here at the ALGS Split 1 Playoffs at EWC 26.
Body was built to move.
not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your
नहीं आ रहा, मुझे तो आ रहा है.
This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists.
बहुत strongly लग रहा है.
In your every move.
Yeah. Wow.
It's beautiful. You're my hero. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Hooray!
ये क्या है? ये कौन है? AIQ भाई इतना क्यूट लग रहा था वो.
Perfect time to talk to because we are 3 matches in now, and we have Vision within striking distance of match point
आज
eligibility.
इंग्लैंड क्रिकेट और फुटबॉल दोनों में हारेगी. क्रिकेट का नहीं पता, फुटबॉल में तो ये.
Absolutely insane. They need to get us some more seats here at EWC because we got people sitting in the stands. Like, it's insane over here. But no, Zach woke up feeling today is so confident, and all the boys feel really good, and they got the best coach ever. So I'm locked in. I think
ये अंकल क्यूट है. सारी फीमेल अंकल्स क्यूट ही होते हैं.
A good way for them mentally, even just kind of get into
I sometimes feel it's a criteria to be an anchor that you have to look
really
cute.
confident. They're feeling really good. So especially winning the first game, they're out there for blood.
I mean, I love it. Any expectations outside of Team Vision for how everything could go today?
See, here's the thing, is I did have some non-biased answers, but then they exited the tournament. So now I feel like I shouldn't say anything. So,
जैसे not me. गलत बोला Cloud. Not me.
I got the Alliance fans over here behind me, and like, of course I'm going for Alliance as well. So yeah, those would be my biased answers.
I love it. I love it. Well, Claire, thank you so much for chatting. Enjoy the tournament.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Hi, Mom.
We have 2 teams already in match point. This could be ending in the next match. Sentinels, I mean, what a turnaround. 2 lays, because this squad, if I'm not mistaken, they were in 19th place. Shout out to Snipe because he's the one that told me that before. After those first 3 matches, they have turned it around.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you heard Blinks say, oh yeah, not much is going through my head. You know what's going through his head? That his MVP trophy from Champ still hasn't been delivered, and he's apparently blaming me for that. So yeah, we might need to fix that because obviously they're looking incredibly good right now. Blinkster is like not only managing this team, IGLing this team, but you've of course got Monsoon and Fun as well, who actually flex roles and change and adapt.
That's
no
true,
matter what
man.
map that they're on. So this team is really showcasing it and telling us why they've won champs, and look, they might even do it again.
Yeah, I feel like we might have even another underdog story. Even though they won the last land, I feel like a lot of teams did not give them credit. And to go first, second, third in back-to-back games to jump from 19
शुरू कर दो भाई, वैसे ही डर लग रहा है.
We always mention how
हर फाइनल्स में ऐसे ही होता है.
2 at the same time, so more odds the merrier. And it's very awesome to watch this team, especially Blinkster, and how amazing that they are doing. The power of friendship continues to perform here at EWC.
And one team that we gotta talk about as well, it's none other than Team Vision, currently sitting in first place. I know you guys were watching the multi-view provided by ALGS. What were the comms looking like?
Dude, the comms were juicy. Zach has never been more on point than he has on this LAN, I think. So he's one of the people everybody has always rooted for because he's funny. He's had his Macer moments. He's had a lot of fun things. But this LAN, he is on a different level. When I hear him hold back his teammates when they are literally just screaming to go, 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 he's like, no, slow down, slow down. And he's at every single angle, even that specific bridge fight as well that we saw on Edish Rig, he's right there. He knows what's happening around him. He's aware. He said we needed to push this fight. When they fell short, he was like, we should have closed out that game. He still knew exactly what went wrong already before he did. And he's just right there.
Yeah, shout out to Multiview because we've been watching a lot of teams this whole tournament, and the communication and honestly watching Zach Nazer control the emotions of every single one of his teammates. He's got a young team that has not performed to this level before.
Yes,
and to be able to have so much chaos going on. We got questions about Zach's IGLing in the past of trying to do too much, you know, contesting teams when they shouldn't. I got a chance to talk to Loader in the cafeteria. He's never been more confident. Zach was so confident. And honestly, Grace, for example, how important is it to have an IGL that while there's so much chaos going on, you're able to reel your team in, talk about just the ability to control emotions, not just after the game when it's over and you go back and you think, oh, well, we did this wrong, this wrong, but in the very moment it's happening.
I mean, really, it's all about being able to be level-headed whilst everybody else is flourishing those emotions at the highest, because you're at the highest stakes of the tournament right now. We're talking about life-changing money, 600K on the line if they were to take this home. And of course, people are going to be really excited to make plays. However, play too much and people might third you. So it's really good to have somebody mature like Zach, who's been through thick and thin of these tournaments, to really have your teammates back in case you do need to slow down a little bit. And boy, so far, they've even been triple split, if you guys saw in that match win as well. They've been triple split three-way to where two people are playing a 2-by-1, and he's just like, okay, you guys can go. No, wait, come back, just make sure. Okay, you guys can go back. He's everywhere right now. He's on point.
I mean, you can tell right now on your screen how good both of these squads have been playing. They're currently tied. They have hit that match point. If any of these two squads win the next game, they will be crowned the ALGS at EWC 26 champion. But talking about plays, talking about mood, talking about all that stuff, how the players are feeling, I think we expected a lot more out of Team Falcons too. And at one point, we actually saw Imperial House just chewing out his teams.
Yeah, well, you obviously, you know, we got to speak to Privacy, and he's sort of giving us that play-by-play, saying Falcons are doing it at 8, and obviously, you know, we're not at that sort of sense yet, but we talk about this sort of mentality going into it. There's so many expectations on top of Falcons' shoulders right now, and we're seeing that kind of reflect in their gameplay.
We'll see if hopefully in the next couple matches, I mean, they got to make sure they stop Sentinels and Team Vision. Now, talking about those two squads, right? You already hit match point. I want to go get into your guys' brains, Graceful and Snipe. I'm going to go with you first, Snipe. You already hit match point. What is going through your head in regards to, are you going to be changing your game style? Because it could end up backfiring.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams are obviously doing everything that they can right now. The win is in Vision, for Vision, and Sentinels already knows what it's like to win a tournament. So for these teams, it's just continue doing what we're doing. Obviously, both these teams have now performed. Vision wins at the beginning of the series, they win at the end of the series. They're the team I think has the best chance to win games, as they proved that all throughout Pro League.
ज़्यादा matches होते हैं ये उस वजह से.
In North America. So for them, it's just continue with that pace. Don't let it get ahead of themselves, but at the same time, don't slow down. Keep getting the kill points. Keep getting the KP. Make sure you stay at the top of that leaderboard, because no matter what, that's good. Obviously, the win is what you want, but make sure you stay at the top. Don't slow down and continue with everything that's happening.
I mean, from what I've seen so far out of them is really the macro decision. Like, they've all been playing kind of half speed for now, where they come in zone 3 a little bit late instead of just opting in early. A lot of these teams have gone in almost too early.
ना हर 3 match के बाद
a lot
break.
of teams are being proactive. That means people will take fights here. I think Alliance is a great example. They go in a little bit, immediately pinched by 2 teams. Zach and the boys, and also Sentinels as well, have been playing on their own pace. They don't care what the lobby is doing. They're playing their game, and it's really, really giving them the results that they're looking for.
I'm glad to hear that, especially with the way Zach is playing. I know everybody's currently very proud of the way he is playing. Now, talking about those two teams, if you had to pick one, Team Vision
क्या पोजीशन है S8UL की? क्या थी 13? 12?
It's got to be Visions then. It's got to be. I feel
13,
like Zach
14.
deserves his moment.
He deserves
I
it.
think we all agree. You know, we saw the passion when Monsoon, you know, then the Team Sentinels won their moment after such a long,
I'm feeling
you know,
not so
series.
great.
Yeah, I got to say Visions.
At least अपना matches अच्छे जा रहे थे तो थोड़ा better feel हो तो.
I'm rooting for him. Is it the greatest guy?
Yeah, comeback story. Zach missed the last land. I know it's heartbreaking for him, as he just, you know, he's been such a passionate player, and I think that this is the team. He has a team that trusts him more than any time before, and it's in his sights. I mean, there's no better team right now, I think, than Vision.
Well, they got to make sure they hopefully close it out within those next matches, because if not, Team Liquid, City Esports too. This is one squad. Remember, Deeds ended up finishing EWC in 2nd place last year. Right now, they're just 2 points away from the match point.
Yeah, I mean, this team has been flying under the radar the entire weekend. I feel like no one talked about them. They were one of the weaker teams in
और
the region.
next after this stick पे खेलेंगे जो भी होगा फाज़मो होगा तो वो वरना पैलवर्ड खेलेंगे आरपी अब कल ही
They were
करूँगी
just laughing. They were giving each other nicknames, and it's like I feel like this is the same kind of Sentinels thing where it's just the friendship and the trust within each other. There's no egos on any of these rosters, and it's incredibly impressive to see them this high up in the leaderboard and performing this well.
I think they also have the benefit of not being the first team to hit match point, because that's been occurred in a lot of the tournaments where they're not really able to close out the game. So we'll have to see if they can do that now.
Well, I think we will be finding out as the match is ready. The crowd is ready as well. We're going to be going into match 7 with 2 teams at match point. Let's send it over to Vicky and Spider Tiff.
Thank you, 7. We got 2 teams at match point. The legendary moment that can shine as we go into World's Edge. Pressure on the backs of Team Vision in Sentinels. Tiff, imagine the story if Zach clutches up, but we can't taunt it yet because the end is in sight. But we
कल मैंने सिक की वजह से आउट किया, DRF आउट. हमारा चैलेंज ऐसे ही हो रहा है. कितने?
He was confident earlier on stage. You see the
Almost
smiles
10
there.
दिन
We
से.
heard from Clara just how confident they woke up this morning. Back just a few days ago on Media Day, I was back in the room for like 6 hours talking to a ton of different teams. And when
मैं
Team
तो
Vision
सो रही
came
थी कल
in,
इस टाइम.
Zach only had positive
मस्त
things to say
खतरनाक
about the
नींद में थी
up-and-coming
मैं.
Carter and Loader duo. He's like, here's the deal, guys.
फिर रात
Yes,
को
I'm
2-3
the
बजे
IGL. Yes, I
उठी,
can say where I
कुछ
wanna go,
खाया,
but those
दवाई
two
ली,
get
वापस सो
creative.
गई.
It's like, yes, he makes the calls, but he IGLs through them, involves them
सोई
in
हूँ
those
मैं,
creative
बस सोई हूँ,
decisions.
कुछ नहीं
And
किया
you're
मैंने,
gonna
सिर्फ
have to
सोई
get
हूँ.
creative because Team Vision has not won a World's Edge in this tournament thus far, and neither have Sentinels.
Oh my goodness.
खत्म है ये मैच में, मेरे को तो strong feeling है.
Play out. It's crazy too. Before we go into World Edge, let's not forget, right, what that game number 8 is looking like, because they will be Stormwind. But that is to say, if we even get there is the question.
necessary वैसे नहीं, fever था ना. बहुत इतना गंदा body pain था ना, कल हालत खराब हो रखी थी मेरी.
By the way, that has insane micro IGLing play from the very beginning within the Americas region, and now being able to shine on the
Body
big
pain
stage.
कुछ ज़्यादा ही था actually. Fever चलो उतना नहीं था. Body pain बहुत next level हो रखा था.
50. This is Sentinels and Team Vision's game in pocket to close
खत्म
it
है.
out. World's
खत्म
Edge.
है.
It's one of our oldest maps in our map pool here for the ALGS Split 1 playoffs.
खत्म है ये map पे, खत्म है game, खत्म. Shirt लगा लो मेरे से. खत्म है.
We do. Everybody, are you ready? This could be
Sentinel बहुत hyped up है, मुझे तो लग रहा है वो निकाल लेंगे.
This team right now rocking out with the Altar, which to highlight, Altar is the most picked legend in this game, so she will be banned after this. Young players here as Sentinels looking for the
क्या लगाई,
opportunity to
कितने
get
की,
the
किस चीज की,
back-to-back.
किस बात की?
Since what, the TSM and Dark Zero days? The real ones remember that would
एक
be
सेकंड, मैं 3 लोग से लगाऊंगी तो मेरा ज़्यादा स्टेक पे लगेगा भाई. ये कैसी बेट है?
With Team Vision and Sentinels. But the one thing that rings true is both of them are running Catalyst. They're focusing on getting ring console, getting that information. And as we pull it up, you immediately see from Landslide, Sentinels pop the evac and go straight to the north. Now, these circles tend to be incredibly difficult because you think of how open things are post that tunnel where Zeta Division is already starting to walk up on those train tracks. Now, one of the teams that's going to have the longest rotation there is our other match point eligible team.
नहीं मिलेंगे मुझे, नहीं मिलेंगे, नहीं मिलेंगे.
But that's okay, because keep tabs on not only them, but Falcons. Every match that we've seen thus far, Team Falcons and Team Vision have wanted to play from the same side of things. But Team Falcons are over in Lava Fissure. They have information, and they're immediately diving up to look towards Trials.
And that's really smart to try to rotate over onto the north side, because then you look at Skyhook and there's a survey beacon, but you also have to consider Elite Esports, who also split Loot Trials and Skyhook West. But with E36 in dead last, with teams already managing to secure themselves in the match point team format, it's beautiful to see. As Wolves in the distance, Sentinels in hand, is looking at a team coming out of the choke. I know Sentinel's also going to be able to be on that side, having to be careful with Wenks. He's going to land some of these shots.
12 points needed, and they have been stuck there. But to Geyser we go for Ninjas in Pajamas and GG. GG also kind of one of those teams that was favored to come in here and do really well. And NIP, the triple take in hand here for Cole. Some of you may know him as McLovin throughout his years at ALGS comp. He's like, no one remembers me as Cole now. I'm just a new guy, right? No, he was McLovin.
Wonder why.
That's such a cool name.
It is a cool name, but he really likes his name, and you know what? Cole is cool too. And now NIP looking ahead to try to at least get some points themselves. A lot of pressure here on this team now, chasing down Gaming Gladiators over by Geyser, but let's also not forget who's over by Big Mod. It's S8UL, who are looking to 3P this. And with these teams now feeling that pressure, they need all the KP. They need to grief the teams who are sitting in the match point format.
And S8UL was incredibly consistent during the group stages, but haven't found that form here in match point finals. A lobby in which the match bans have gone relatively similar in the early matches, but are now deviating. And with the Dark Veil up, Lufka on the Sparrow, trying to use the Tracker Dart for information. We invest even our ultimate and let it start ticking the information, and it puts a thorn in NIP. Now we even have to bring in the mother load from Vayne.
I mean, they try to cut off the Gaming Gladiators rotation, and they actually pay for it with Cole going down now. Curve wrapping up right behind him. They're one of the teams that don't have the altar, and it's unfortunate here. With so many other teams that are, Curve now running for his life, while Luca is going to be able to try to pick that up for free. Curve literally one shot is trying to get away, but guess what? Who's waiting for NIP? The last member is S8UL. As GG want to scoop that up, but Legacy has other plans. He finds him in the process, and on the other side is going to be Vayne, who thinks
बस ये गेम में जीत रही है सेंटिनल
from also being at match point.
And I love that we get on a Team Liquid here, because not only have Panic and Zero been really incredible for this Team Liquid roster, we don't talk enough about Sykes. Sykes has actually been crushing it as anchor. He's been flexible on all of these different legends, and it's really allowing Zero and Panic to kind of unlock that next potential. They've been in full form, but 1 point away from 50. And GG's at the top. Sure, not the best armor on GG for them for now, but Team Liquid have to be smart about this, knowing where they are.
Especially when they're so close, Tiff. Having to be careful with GG, could wrap around behind them. There was a survey beacon too. They're going to be able to prio that if they haven't already. GG now backing away. Looking at the Evil Harvester, making sure everything is safe. Team Liquid match them though on the other side of the tunnel. Splitting ends as S8UL go through the choke that exits out of Geyser, but it's a huge pile up over on the northern side of where the zone is pulling on the outskirts of Skyhook East.
Very true. GG now rotating away on triple blue. Checking in here with Team Vision, one of your match point eligible teams, hitting the replicator, grabbing the evac tower. It is time to leave Stacks with our information in tow. But knowing that the Northern World's Edge, Vicky, is one of the most difficult zones to play from. There's not a lot of space left. And Sentinels, you can see Blinkster on the Wraith must portal back to the building that Sentinels took such early on.
And that's why they're going to play this safe. You mentioned it earlier when you took a look at their composition. Settle down here. Blinkster, by the way, has gotten cheeky with some kidnaps back to back. And it's also crazy to say that Sentinels, after 3 games, were literally almost in dead last and now have elevated themselves as we get to take a look at Falcons. It's versus GK here. Isolated fight over by Skyhook West as How moves up here, sends out the nade from a distance.
13 points needed for Falcons to eclipse 50. And a Sky Nade past the Dark Veil to see if we connect. We hit for minimal damage, and the Void Passage through the wall. Through the bottom of the entrance we go.
खेलूंगी शशांक बाद में
Possibly
अभी क्योंकि बहुत कुछ हो रहा है ना एक
showing the presence. Keon on the valve can cover multiple
जब
angles.
एकदम टाइम होगा अच्छा खासा तब खेलूंगी
Wants to invite is Elite Esports, and so is RRQ. Now TK actually back away because again with all the ultras in this lobby, why not with the Void Nexus, the Band-Aid here to help them. And Falcon seeing that they wanted to go back means that that could be an indicator with another team being right behind them, being Elite who are trying to get this KP.
Elite need this KP. They don't want to get dubbed a group stage warrior. And 18 points, it's easily doable in a game considering how strong they were. They've already crushed 6 keys and they really want to do the rest. For RRQ, they just need 12 points that they've been striving to get. Same situation as Wolves.
Breaking keys. Draven Flame taking a note out of that one as Falcons now looking at the team ahead. It's getting congested here as GK come right back after utilizing that TP out of countdown where Team Nemesis want to go in for a 3P.
And GK just holding steady here. Bruiser on the longbow. You can really do some damage up there in Skyhook. And it's going to be one of those calls where if you don't have the information, you play the wrong side. And Team Liquid, 1 point away from match point.
Wait, if they get finished off Blast, they will be at match point.
Every kill matters. Every full matters. And Team Liquid
गया.
hit 50.
हो गया match point Liquid का.
To the match point club. Welcome Team Liquid. Our third team, Falcons, chasing right behind them though, involving themselves against GK. Once again, getting a little bit of deja vu while Reject now show face over by Skyhook West. Zone closing in behind their backs in the next 7 seconds. They're trying to break through this door, especially when you have to deal with the Catalyst.
It is really difficult. You are 100% right. That reinforcement, the piercing spikes, but Falcons, they disappear for the time being, and GK move back to their building thanks to the Void Nexus. Hal on Altar. A little stare peek to stay safe. Have moved into Diner, but you have to think, we have to go through the chokes. Do you take Tunnel? Do you take the Skyhook West choke? Or do we go to the Sky?
Calm before the storm here, because they know once they start moving up, they heard the shots in the distance. Team Nemesis are on the choke. That would lead you from countdown to Skyhook. You even get a scan here in the distance to highlight the teams that are still on the outskirts of this next zone. But it's going to be a difficult rotate because so many other teams waiting for them outside of Skyhook who didn't have access to either ring console to get that info or even the survey beacon.
So here's the deal. Keep your eyes on Team Vision right now, just on the south side of Epicenter. They hit a ring console before they decided which area they wanted to rotate. Is that fight with For Fun that's brewing, maybe one for the win of the game. Team Liquid at the top of Epicenter seem to constantly run into each other. They've been calling similar end games all day. For the teams that got to get out of Skyhook West, good luck, have fun. Team Falcons go countdown for the rotation.
This is going to be so tough. As you can see, Carter, he hears For Fun right above him. It's going to be Nags as he's waiting to see if he can get the portal up, try to see if he can also get a kidnap, but it leads him to the other side of the wall. They wanted to try to get up on the high ground after hearing that player right above them. Together with a void pass.
Zone तो हमसे दूर भाग रहा है भाई हर गेम में.
Keep your tabs on AG Global. Just heads up. They are getting and waiting for Mythic Bin in the south of Team Vision. Likely going to have a Kraber, a couple of gold weapons. For now, Team Vision are safe, but big fights are brewing. For the Falcons who went through countdown, it's not going to be easy. Reject has taken a ton of space out here. You can see one in the tower, and you know just how good at fighting they've been.
The fact that they're in 16th with
Copy paste नहीं है क्योंकि पाजी हर बार अलग तरीके से लिख रहे हैं. Notice किया है मैंने.
Because S8UL are ahead of Reject on this rotate, and Team Nemesis
Isn't it too short? No.
Right behind Falcons, who are trying to pressure them out because there's
it's long enough I feel, and और लंबा और स्ट्रेसफुल क्यों ही करना है प्लेयर्स के लिए. जो है I feel perfect है.
Desco actually takes that off of Axis, utilizing the nade, and now Falcons still not being able to pick up that KP.
And you see exactly what's happening. Reject drops their portal on their Wraith player and tries to get ahead of S8UL. All this is doing is delaying the inevitable and opening up which side the Falcons would like to rotate in on.
तो कब से चल रहा है? 7th match है ये.
In circle with the survey beacon, and Reject are down to just Urice.
This is just gonna allow Falcons to walk up through this choke for free. S8UL taking advantage of Reject. Well, now they wrap up behind S8UL, but we have to take a look at Vision, who now have pulled up on For Fun. Backing away, Carter, one shot. Reject do eventually get eliminated, a second team out of this lobby, but it's up to Vision to stay alive.
And it's gonna be tough. I like that we've got Zach on the fuse to keep the knuckle clusters going. We have another load in the back pocket should we need to expend it for the fight, but managing these cooldowns to navigate that opened endgame is going to be critical.
Especially when he's got that purple perk too. Through the walls, through the floors. Oh my goodness, that sky nade.
Best nade I've seen in a minute.
Onto the feet of Zach. Looking behind him to make sure that no team wraps up on the other side, because who can do that is Team Liquid, as you mentioned, Tiff. Trying to neighbor that together of Team Vision, mirroring the way that they rotate. As Carter looking behind them, they do have That portal next is set up just in case. They move up to the other side. Elite do get eliminated. Team Nemesis to join them.
Elite were in 10th place on the leaderboard, 18 points outside of 50. The next teams that have the chance of eclipsing are Zeddy and AG Global. Zeta as well. Zeta, who's in endgame across the street from Sentinel's building here. And GK, they've come knocking on the doors. You have to look at the resources of what you have to be able to lay siege to a building reinforced by Cat.
The fact that Sentinels have called this circle pool over to Grandma's house. Waiter's here to serve you up with some cookies as Wolves get eliminated in the feed through the window. Sentinels are looking at victory in sight. They are primed and ready. 15 squads left. And as you mentioned, Tiff, with AG being so close to being in the match point team, but Zeddy are even closer with a 1-point difference.
AG are going to have a big fight in the South with Alliance, but this one has been brewing. Carter down. Zach Mazer, shields ripped off him. Loader and Team Liquid have moved in. The Young Gun panic. Too much damage. Team Liquid evict Team Vision.
And Vision knew that they were going to wrap behind them. They knew that there was a team on the horizon as Panic. The young player coming through as the kill leader. Synetic does take onto the high ground, but Team Liquid, they want to be able to secure themselves after getting the match point, at least in this game.
Exactly, their job is done. They've reached 50. They can int everything. Their job is to get it one more game.
मैंने जो सोचा लिक्विड ने वही किया. I was just thinking उस टाइम कि इन लोग का मैच पॉइंट हो गया है. They can try. कि मतलब वैसे तो पता नहीं होता कौन सी टीम किधर है. But by chance उनके पास गए तो उनको बाहर कर दो. क्योंकि ये लोग तो जीतेंगे तो खत्म होगा नहीं. उनको ही बाहर करने का ट्राई कर लो.
Teams coming out of tunnels, Unlimit, Interforce 36, and AG trying to get away from Alliance, trying to find a space to play from.
But they're getting desperate. They want to finish off the players who are knocked right before their eyes because they know they need this KP with 12 stars left.
S8UL
who are bragging out in this game do get eliminated.
That's really unfortunate for a team that needs every point that they can
Sentinel जीत रही है. अब तो पक्की बात मेरा सही था मैंने जो बोला था.
Points for Fun Esports go down at the hands of Zeta, who need 4 more points to hit 50.
And the chaos
guys,
moves outside of Epi. E36 look at Zeddy. And Sentinels with Blinkster still holding onto the longbow does find that pickup onto Unlimited. Zeddy now move up. Duplex playing out of his mind. He follows up to find Synap and Jelly to find Oogly. But Sentinels are not leaving from this building, which plays into the composition that you highlighted earlier, Tiff.
And Zeddy finds Juzna. Interforce 36 is out. Falcons, GK Sentinel still trying to lay siege over here in this building. Who lays claim? Keon underneath with Knocked. And you have to keep your eyes like, look at the floor. We are piercing spikes galore, reinforced on the left. They're like, do keep out. You know what it's going to take? It's going to take a fuse. And Team Liquid are out. AG Global is out. And Alliance are in trouble.
And Alliance go out. Unlucky. Unable to clutch out while Sentinels are still alive. To deny themselves the opportunity to maybe getting all the extra loot that they need to do so early. But they bunkered down. You mentioned the piercing spikes.
GG ही है brother. It's over for us.
They have to watch out for the way that these teams
It's over for us.
Also running the catalyst.
Sentinel जीत गई है.
50% of the time Sentinels get into the top 10. They go top 5. That conversion rate for the top 5 into the win is 12.5, but they still haven't taken a World's Edge win. Could this be the first? Could this be the back-to-back?
Sen City trying to perform the back-to-back. They're settling down as Zeddy move up. Looking at Zeta as Zeta holds on to Pride Rock. Because in the jungle, Mike now looks here. On the fuse, he finds the crack. 7 squads left, and they are a point away from matching that in the match point club. Avoids the nade, by the way, from a distance. Takes the portal down. Flying by, though, with the skyward dive, as well as the missile storm. Mike tries to get the knock. He looks behind him. He's getting whiplash. He gets out the piercing spikes with the melee, but there's only one away. They don't do it. They don't make it. As Eddie greets them.
They're out at 49 points, 1 point away, and Sentinels are in the top 5 as we lose GK. I said a 12.5% conversion rate. This will be the first win on World's Edge. Who can take them down?
Sentinels are primed. Nobody's behind them.
Everyone is on the eastern side. Team Falcons, Team RRQ, and Unlimit as Zeddy falls.
The possible back-to-back is here. Blinks are being the top.
ऐसा कमबैक तो मैंने आज तक नहीं देखा, लेकिन ये तो फर्स्ट टाइम देख रही हूँ मैं.
He shows off the consistency. He's gotten so many of these kidnaps off the Wraith.
Who can stop them? What do we have? Falcons, an Alter, a Catalyst, and a Bangalore. Do we have the Rolling Thunder? RRQ brings out the Sparrow Ball, but they're fighting.
Only team that Sentinels have to look at is Unlimit.
And Guild is down. If we don't recover here, because Unlimit could send this, but they're up on the top. They have the amped covers. They're using the coverage. They could break out as Sheila and do some damage if they can find them.
Straight Flames and Hasta La Vista. Last 4 squads here. Hal knows they need 2 more points. They're getting beamed by a longbow. That's probably the hands of Blinkster. Backing away and dancing around the void.
The Void Nexus is available. You have to dodge all of the Sparrow utility. But we're opening ourselves up to the left from Sentinels. The duo of RRQ, Strafing and Easy Flash, who have worked together to get top 3 at LAN before. They want to halt this. They need one more game. 6 points puts them on 50. 2 points for Falcons.
Falcons desperate as the final ring closes behind their back, and Sentinels are looking at this pileup. It's just a matter of time. Sentinels do have to move up eventually, but this is their moment.
Okay, Waltzy. We didn't find all of our RQ, but we get in. We have coverage. We threw the Rolling Thunder north. We let Unlimit take that, and RRQ are playing for the center of the train tracks.
From winning champs here, 4 squads left. Falcons desperate. Unlimit moving up. RQ though are fixated onto Sentinels as they try to back away. It's a duo. They take the
Hal
portal
is
back.
down.
The
Easy
Catalyst
Flash
wall.
is down. The only team full up is Sentinels, your former ALGS champs.
Sentinels looking for the back-to-back victory in sight.
Unlimit also still back up to a team of 3. Unlimit have high ground. Peace.
जीत गए भाई.
It's Zubi and Waltzy is the last standing as Team RRQ is out.
They got to match point, but is it all for naught? Has Sentinels now move up with Bleacher, making the move off the right. He gets a wall jump. He takes it back. Don't think he meant to take it though. It's only up to Bleacher. No way.
I don't.
The script writers are hard at work as Unlimit to stay alive. Falcons get eliminated. Bleacher, that's it. Unlimit. We keep this going.
Stop it. One more game.
एकदम से 2 कैसे मर गए?
They set fire to the flames.
मुझे लगा सेंटिनल जीत गई.
Stall with the portal play. Do not.
SP काम कर. Excuse me. सेंटिनल जीतती हुई दिख रही थी, फिर देखा कि लास्ट ही बचा है और वो भाई टीपी करता रह गया.
Who held against a Rolling Thunder from Falcons? Who kept RRQ at bay? Who let RRQ and Falcons tackle each other? And they focused on the real objective. One more.
टेस्टिंग हो रही थी, बट खुशी इसलिए नहीं हो रही है क्योंकि हम तो ऐसा भी नहीं है ना कि मैच पॉइंट पे है गाइस. मतलब इसके लिए इतना फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है एट दिस पॉइंट. हाँ, अपना तो है ही नहीं दूर तक.
Victory was in sight. The catwalk creating chaos. The split up of the fight. Falcons, though, alongside so many teams, have now found themselves at match point, and it makes you wonder.
Rob,
did they lose out on this opportunity now?
Now you're starting to sound like Eminem. One shot, one moment. I'm just kidding. But here's the deal, guys. As we go back to see it from Unlimit's POV, they were situated up north with the Rampart.
अब जीजियो के
behind the
का
amped covers. And it wasn't just a win for them. It was 23 points.
It
As you
hurts.
see them annihilate Falcons, fun down on the
It
ground.
hurts.
We just have to locate Blinkster. They're waiting. The portal goes outside the ring. And the dichotomy between the reigning champions and the ones that are looking to take it for themselves.
When you need them the most, they don't vanish. They rise up Unlimited.
जीतेगी बाई सेंट टैरिक ओपी.
Total points, but we gotta highlight the teams that now
Saint
lead up
Tarik
the
best
Sentinels
Apex
and
player.
Team Vision in the match point club. Zeddy, Team Liquid, Falcons, Vision, and Sentinels now all beyond 50 points. Zeta Division, by the way, just a 1-point difference like we saw in that previous game. Easily can match that, depending on how game number 8 plays out on Storm Point.
But how many times have we seen Yuka F in that situation? So close to breaching that. As we pull up the match results here, Unlimit, an absolute explosive performance for 23 points. Sentinels, you see there's only 2 KP. It doesn't even matter, right? Because we're focused on the win, and they held that building. And Falcons with a 15-point game, they just need a little bit more. Zeddy, though, went massive to hit 50 points, though, with 17 points on that game.
Crazy to see on the other side, too, how a lot of these other teams, even S8UL, with 5 KP, we saw what they were doing when they're holding the choke on the outskirts of Grandma's house before Falcons wrapped up right behind them. Vision 2, when they got wrapped by Team Liquid.
That was tough, and they went for so much information, so many ring consoles. They deviated out from the bottom as we look back towards the top 5 situation yet again. Trying to stay up, Guild going down in that initial fight, and trying to res the Void Passage. Even fun with the angles like that over the intersecting Dark Veil.
That split too, why it's so important when you highlight the Catalyst. Waltzy being able to secure the KP that they needed for Unlimited, just dives up, waits for the portal. Once that wall was down, it was all here for Unlimited to move up. It's not like they were the ones with the Catalyst, right? They just saw the wall go down and they came up, found the other side of the portal. That Blixer tried to move to clear that space.
And when you look back at it from Unlimited's POV, it almost doesn't even look close. They still have 2 players up. And Exuvie is like full health with an L-Star, just eating not only Team Falcons and Sentinels.
That means we get some more Apex, guys. That means we move on to Storm Point. Game number 8 coming to you soon.
One more game. That's what we get here at the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC. The crowd is hype and so are we. What a moment there, Barney, to see Sentinels on the brink of what would have been history. Back-to-back LAN wins. Linkster, Monsoon, and Fun could not pull it off, but that is not for lack of trying. That was unfortunate, but also maybe the most exciting moment so far.
Just mere moments away. Everyone was holding their breath backstage. But again, like you said, one more game, baby. Who's currently in a good spot right now?
Well, I mean, I love the way that we're seeing Sentinels play, obviously. But when we go down the list, Team Vision kind of started this galloping trend towards the top from some of our teams we expected great play from. But it's not just them either. We've got Team Liquid and we've got Team Falcons. HAL and Zero have both had different splits this time around. Not the dominance that we've seen before in North America, but now both equally in their lane to try to win this championship and claim what would be an assertion of the best IGL between the two. However, I did see Zero as I was going backstage, and he said, "We're winning this."
Woo! Scratching the surface, about to get into the match point position. We've got Zeta, we've got AG Global, we've got RRQ and Unlimit, all within 10 points of the match point threshold. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we head into our next match, and it could keep happening, make some noise!
Let's go! Come on!
Let's head over to our casters to take us into our next game.
Thank you so much, Barney. Storm Point is among us. And with so many teams now finding themselves at match point, could it end here? Or could the curse happen where the Grim Reapers of match point format, Onset and Gaskin, maybe rise up, but for the sake of Sentinels, Vision, Zeddy, Liquid, and Falcons, the scriptwriters are hard at work as we take a look at the amazing fans in the arena here live in Paris.
And if your team's not on match point, you need to send that energy straight to them. We need another game. We need more Apex Legends. We went double digits, but the fatigue that it can have on our players as you settle for a gauntlet of a series, a $2 million prize pool, the ability to call yourself the best
अब लगता
at
है
Apex
Eclipse ही
Legends
जीतेगा. Crazy.
right now. Zero. That's a zen moment if I've ever seen one.
मुझे तो
Sit up straight here, but it's
मुझे
crazy to
रोना आ रहा है
highlight
Big
how
Boss.
Limit get to keep this going. How Yulari just ends up doing this back to back, man. He's always, what is it, the boogeyman, the kaiju.
But
Max
not just
जीतेगा.
that, Peace as well.
No.
Peace is doing so much damage and finding so much potential here at ALGS Split 1 playoffs, but also it was Exuvi with the L-Star in that end game that made such a vital difference to swing it their way. The Wolves fans that are asking for the comeback that is
दिन
needed.
खराब है?
Guys, as we look
Bro,
forward
every
to Storm
finals.
Point, it's gonna look a heck of a lot different. We have no Gibby, no Newcastle,
Kimi
no
जीतेगा.
Ultra, no
ये नहीं
Watson,
पता
no
मुझे.
Mad Baggy. We are deep
I
into the
don't
series.
watch
And you wanna know
F1,
what teams have
so I
wins?
only know those two names.
Team Vision have won 2 games on Storm Point historically.
और एक और है उसका नाम
Team
भूल गई.
Liquid have 2 wins on
एक
Storm
और सुना है
Point,
मैंने,
and
नाम नहीं याद आ
Zeta's
रहा
won
अभी.
3.
We've seen it end with match point finals on Storm Point. So many times, Clara giving them the energy. You love to see it, the support.
हाँ हैमिल्टन. If ये गेम हमारा मैच पॉइंट नहीं हुआ then फिर next game 100% खत्म है. हमारा तो नहीं हो रहा.
Storm Point, could it be wraps here? Game 8. We're starting to go the distance now, Tiff. And if you are Sentinels, you are resetting and you go next.
That's all you can focus on. One game at a time, one fight at a time. You get into that end game. Your zone calling has been so solid. You know what it takes to be at the top and to convert because you've done it before.
And let's make some noise. Game number 8, Storm Point. As the storm is brewing and putting in the pressure as we welcome more teams into the 50-point threshold in the Match Point Club here at the Esports World Cup. Taking a flyby and to highlight Sentinels, the fact that they landed Jurassic. Will they have the information is the question, as Eddie taking a look at this team with the young legend Jelly and the history that this team has also put on with Duplex being on the Valkyrie.
Valk needed for the rotations, especially if we go to the north, because you need to know that we're climbing up those battles. And it can be so difficult on foot. For our teams that are in match point, a lot of them vying for that catalyst. You can see Panic.
This is the
going to
end,
be the
yeah.
one playing Cat here. 0 on the Bang and Sykes on the Sparrow. That's a good setup for the Team Liquid
अच्छा
boys.
Falcon का भी हो गया था.
Very similar page in the way that they
Damn.
want to play in that end zone.
क्या हम इधर भी hashtag 12 आने वाले हैं?
Where there is a survey beacon. Don't believe I see a ring console here in Barometer, and the zone pulling all the way up north towards, where is it here? Tiff Vision.
10 Vision, Jedi,
That's a
Liquid.
good pickup for them. That is definitely a good draft
Falcon.
pick. You mentioned Falcon.
बेचारी Zeta एक
Over
point
in
से रह गई
Barometer, where
थी.
Team Liquid played
Lol.
through out of Storm Point for group stages.
Lol,
They
dude.
have a survey beacon, and that's okay. With the Sparrow, they'll be able to have access to it.
Catalyst,
And you can see down at Team Liquid, yes, they do have a survey beacon as well. But Team Vision from the north immediately poised themselves. Your next match point team that almost clutched it out. Sentinels from Jurassic only had a survey beacon, and Zane's getting into early action, and just like that, Game and Gladiators evaporated from the lobby.
I mean, just over time, snowballing.
भाई जीजी आज कितनी बार hashtag 20 पे बाहर हुई है?
Even though they're in 19th, have been able to find this KP, but over onto the north side, look at this. With Vision showing face, Wolves as well, for fun now, take a dive. Right on top of the action. Sentinels may come in right afterwards, because in Stormcatcher, they follow. And Wolves are looking down on them, especially with a lot of these teams calling a northern pull on a zone like this.
And Zeta Division, I want to give highlight to them, coming from Pylon down south, do have ring console in which Team Liquid wants access to. But Zeta are already out of the POI, as For Fun continuously keeps tabs on that. They've moved into Thunderwatch. Vision they're only going to get involved if it nets them God spot. And for now, this power building that they're able to hold, especially with Catalyst being able to reinforce it, we just, honestly, we wait and we third party.
You said pretty. I mean, it's not like we haven't seen an end zone pull up here that has ended the history of our end calls for match point finals. AG were so close to getting the KP that they needed, while Wolves pick up on fun, taking a look at the side-by-side though of our previous fight. We'll love to see what happens to Sentinels. Yes, NIP, they finish off this fight, but neither of these teams are close to the Match Point Club. They take out Game and Gladiators and Sentinels with Blinkster trying to get the res, get it back up with fun, but having to be careful because Wolves have them in their sight.
They get the Dark Veil out, and with just a few HP, the Bangalore passive from shooting at him just gives him the extra nudge that he needs to get behind cover. You can hear the bullets whizzing by, and we are stabilized. Can Fun get back? Because Wolves portal in, and they're just ahead. They connect one shot with the wingman, immediately send damage towards Monsoon, but do not connect.
They have the information from the Sparrow arrow. Wenks letting them know, and after getting that knock, they fully said that they're trying to stop Sentinels. That was their chance, and now Sentinels are eliminated.
Wolves had a mission. Wolves had a mission, guys. They had a mission.
On what happens to the other remaining 4 teams. They take the portal back. 18 squads now left.
And they break the curse
They
of
had
the
a
30s.
mission.
They were stuck in the 30s for like 4 or 5 games. One of the closest teams
But
after our
char
first 2
aur
matches
teams hai.
to that coveted 50 that have now approached 42, 8 points away. We check in here with Team Nemesis, a team that is very momentum based. They can get super hot, but once they lock in, they're so focused. And a time for a comeback is now. And being 29 points away, we have seen games that big prior.
We've seen literally more than half the lobby at match point before. That's what we love about our match point finals here in the ALGS, as Nemesis come take to the skies to mirror that of the team who's also taking an evac in the distance. That's going to be Elite Esports, by the way, who were getting harassed by Falcons, denying the information from the teams who need it over by Cedo. AG Global looking at Nemesis too in the skies while they are so desperate to pick up this KP. You have to imagine how these pros feel with this pressure being so close that they could taste it. Even Team Vision, who over on their POI over by Lightning Rod, hopefully could build up those Evo shields, poking pressure over time. Especially with the way a lot of these teams have been able to get this information with that Northern Zone pool.
We definitely have to keep remembering the fact that we are going uphill. Team Vision still holding down their building. AG Global shouting out the fact they see an evac tower ahead of them, so a team that they're essentially shadowing. A squad that has played in so many ALGS lands together, but are just looking for their first win. See? Vision in the building. Their only concern this lobby was someone sending them for that prio spot on weakened shields, but we're up to blues. We've got ults.
And they feel the threat. All these teams now rotating to the north side, noting that this is where Vision likes for their POI. Our enemy number 1 for the teams that are not at match point, who are now looking to see if they can evict Vision. Looking behind them now, as Loader wants to prio get the ring console. Having to protect them is going to be Zach. Nice calls here from Zach Mazer. We're talking about what a prestigious IGL he is. And with the side-by-side view on where the zone is pulling, look at Liquid wrapping on the cliff side of things.
ALGS में मेगा विलियंस खेल सकते हैं, पूछते हैं.
Still 1 point away
I think that's
from being at 50.
our only way to
See,
win.
they have to go either north or go through
If they can change
Stormcatcher.
the
If we go
format
north, we get the battle of the former
to,
teammates with
you know,
S8UL,
playing
a little
Mecha.
Sharky v0 connection
Yeah.
up there. For
Then we
Team
might be
Vision,
able to
they're still
win.
in the north, but GK and
Yeah.
Alliance could wrap behind them. Falcons over at Cascade drop an evac tower and are working their way. Now, how many times have we seen a command center collapse? But there is a ring console in there, and to know exactly where you need to go. But those choke points on the outskirts are being watched by Team RRQ, who have also been stuck in that area, but they have broken. They're just 6 points away from 50.
And with Catalyst being the most picked legend into getting these ring console scans too, and bunkering down Sparrow to match that alongside Bangalore. 13 Bangalores in this lobby, 11 for Sparrow to not overextend and get that console information as well. Off the survey beacons, and just being able to cover your backs in a lot of these chokes to give you that information was honestly the demise of what Sentinels had to deal with, right? When they saw that Wolves wanted to send it onto them, as Falcons now rotate from the back ends of command center, and then just like you said, Tiff, having that ring console will allow them to plan out their next rotate. But with Team Liquid trying to stay alive, are looking down at Sharky. We talked about it before with the Aussie violence between Zero and Sharky, but he tries to rotate out. He tries to take a different angle, and S8UL are hiding behind the rocks.
But with Sykes on the Sparrow, this could be the difference maker. It's a Valk v Sparrow, but everything else is the same in the Legend comp, and you can see ultimates are coming through. The Dark Veil's been expended, piercing spikes, and Team Liquid answer back with a veil of their own to give them the ability to climb up. That Skynade...
नहीं, Goblin ना थक गया था, like 7 games हो गए हैं, so अभी Thug is playing as a substitute. गई S8UL. गई.
Sharky, they back away. Beautiful suppressed fire to help out Panic. He gets his shields back up. Now they try to cover the next angle here. S8UL now seeing this pressure.
ये fight तो नहीं जीत रहे. ये fight नहीं जीत रहे.
Find Jesco.
GG.
Legacy's one shot, who's still on the high ground until now because Vision Carter actually scoops that up in the distance before Jesco is the next to fall. You try to take this fight versus Liquid, and now Zero has cleared this entire northeastern side of the zone.
And the fact that Vision has an angle on this is something to note. The difference between what we saw in Sentinels in game-winning position in last map and now with Team Vision in the north is you have to show presence. You have to play big and keep teams off your backs. For Team Liquid, who have just solidified right here, so long as no one rotates up on them that wants to full send, like potentially Elite Esports, for now they're okay. Back for a check-in with Team Vision.
I cannot wait to see how this zone pulls. With Zero calling, holding this northeastern side, rotating from cliffside. It could be brutal if this zone ends up continuously pulling towards the south by Stormcatcher.
Juice does it pop back. We've seen crazy bounce backs. Alliance, who recently just got a reset. They brought one back to a team of 3.
बताओ कौन जीतेगा?
You think about a normal game for Alliance, they can do that. But 15 points has them in 11th place. And there's so many teams that it could eclipse match point here. Zeddy, who recently just did it last match. Zeddy could be a game-changing team here to get a win on land. Think of how close that they have been before, Vicky.
Literally.
Especially Dupe.
Literally with the Optic title, right? Imagine how beautiful that would seem as Skittles is knocked. I mean, the script just writes itself. Zeta, they were 1 point away. If they can finish him off, they will also be at match point. But with the side-by-side, now Elite move up, and they may help them. They get the crack following up. Sacred finding Henchman and Light to find Albert Laley. Zeta are praying to see that this
बताओ chat कौन जीत
are
रहा है?
falling in from right behind them.
Do Zeta get involved in this? They're doing really well to only invest a bit.
Nope.
But in a 1v1, they swing. Light, 10 HP through the knockdowns, and he cannot cover it. Elite Esports is down and out, and Zeta have hit 50 points.
Welcome to the Match Point Club, Zeta. We welcome another one. They did the job this game around, and now fate is out of their hands with the outcome of these teams that are holding final zone spot.
A moment to settle in and focus. Zeta was holding Stormcatcher for a long time, and with Satuki there on the Sparrow,
None of the above
we
guy.
finally get that full. We go to 51.
Nahin
We
nga.
drop the Rolling Thunder. We must get Satuki, who has been so valuable to play alongside Yuka. It's looking so crazy because you need the information. You need the tracker darts.
And Wolves also need this KP. If they try to fully send this, I mean, they were at 42 after what we saw them on the hillside deal with Sentinels before. Zeta do get the res, they do put in the pressure with Yuka having the Nemesis in hand, but the fact that this zone is pulling to the north side, when we see that pile up towards Team Vision, where Liquid had taken the fight versus S8UL, who have cleared the northeastern side. To reiterate, AG, though, who still could not get a single point on the board after getting 47. El Presidente Yanya trying to stay alive before dropping down. He does manage to survive.
Oh, the
but it's just a matter of
the
time.
Chow on the low ground. He's in the sky. He's getting clipped. He's trying to get back to the high ground, and they follow. AG Global will not reach match point.
Los Amigos are not in this game, and now I'll have to look on As Vision was still
Yawn.
taking their time. They have the ammo, which is important.
How to stop rain?
Too, but it's not like they're going to be able to take advantage of that, right?
Umbrella.
But they're at least denying the info off the survey beacon from the other teams, as they are not going to be moving from this building, playing to their comp with the Catalyst.
And Team Vision are still in the coveted God spot. They are in Lightning Rod. They chose this in their POI draft. Could this been a $600,000 choice for them?
Depends here. Was Eddie now in trouble though? RC looking to get involved with your respawn.
Zedai भी जाने वाली क्या? गई. गई. गई Zedai. नेमेसिस को भी मार दिया. कैसे जिंदा? हाँ. मैं सोचूं कैसे जिंदा है अभी तक. चलो, one more down.
APAC North are the slaughterers of our match point teams.
You have to highlight that Zach, with his amazing IGL skills, has pinpointed that Team Liquid is
सबसे
this
ज़्यादा
team that
Vision
they're
को
picking.
vote
They know that if Liquid pushes them, it could be curtains. Trying to harass them, prevent them from getting into that next zone. That's why it's only up to Zach to move up. He's waiting in the next 40 seconds when this ring closes in to perhaps send out the bangle.
The only team on the north side of the next circle. Our utility is as follows. Loader has 2 ult cells, Zach has 1, and we are saving our ultimates for the next fight. So long as Team Liquid doesn't push to usurp that. But what does Team Liquid have? It's a mere comp, aside from the fact that Team Liquid has Sparrow and Vision has Valk.
It's time to play big here, as Falcons lost out on Waltzy. That's not what you want to see, as the Falcons have clipped their own wings here, moving up as a duo. Ring closing in, and How pushes up together with Guild. It's gonna be hard as Zeta try to take to the skies off an evac, and it does get destroyed at the hands of Wolves. Great awareness. They take the gravity cannon. It's the Hail Mary attempt to stay alive now as the zone closes in. Vision, though, have to look up to clear their bone building.
And the missile swarms coming in from Vision. We have to move in How after the gravity
Falcon का एक ही
loses
जिंदा
out on
है.
Guild. A
फिर तो वो
solo
भी नहीं जीत
Bangalore
रहे.
underneath Thunderwatch.
हाँ
And
बे.
Zeta and Wolves still have to move. And look at Vayne. He's taking just angles. They know someone's underneath them. Mike on the ground. Yuko on the replicator. Wolves at their back.
And Falcons get eliminated. You can
Gay
stay alive, but it's up to
Falcon.
Visions with RQ, who had pushed up. This is a green light for Team Liquid, but panic.
लिक्विड का ही लग रहा है अब तो मेरे को ज़्यादा. Oh, never mind.
Zeta is down and out. Vision, Team Liquid, and RRQ are in the north. And with 0, last standing for Team Liquid.
गई.
Vision are alive in the north.
Vision.
Team Vision try to keep this alive.
अकेले बची है.
As Wolves get eliminated, Vision are looking with victory in sight.
But a new challenger emerges. NIP and RRQ are still showing presence. But 64% of the time that Team Vision hits top 10, they get top 5. But Zach is down and Cole
मच्छर
is here.
जीतने वाला है. मच्छर जीतने वाला है. मच्छर जीत गया. मच्छर जीत गया. मच्छर जीत गया.
Once again, now move up. Talk about timing our final 6 squads.
RRQ on match point. Unlimit. Your prior match winners looking to join them. Yulari Man, the Messiah, and Peace and Exuvia alongside him. Through the portal we go. We negative rotate out to the back of Thunderwatch. We push all of the teams.
यार बट काश हमने पॉइंट्स निकाले होते. काश हमने मैच पॉइंट हिट किया होता ये गेम.
Can it be half the lobby is the question. With Unlimited still being alive with 46 total points to their name. For fun now, also looking to restabilize, but RRQ, after hitting match point now, they're looking down at the teams that will be forced to move up towards Lightning Rod.
And as you can see, Unlimit need 4 points to reach match point. But 4 teams outside the top 10 are still in it.
अनलिमिट का हो सकता है मैच पॉइंट काश अपनी टीम ने ये गेम मैच पॉइंट लिया होता गाइस, थोड़ा सा हमें जान आती थोड़ी
Looking to get this res. They hear the nades.
थोड़ी
As now they try to make a move. Azubi trying to give him some press fire. Looking behind, making sure they caught. But they swing him at the right time. RQ, the piercing spikes, slowing him.
अबे नॉर्वे तो बहुत लेट है, 2:30 बजे मैच है. They're like 3 hours. 3 hours.
It's not enough. 52 HP. And we dive away as 4 Fun falls. Unlimit to join them. And RRQ, the duo in the north.
Unlimit का नहीं हुआ ना?
Playing out of their minds. Pricey and Easy Flash each have 12 KP.
Unlimit का नहीं हुआ ना?
Of these last 8 games alone, look at the stand-up as they're getting the res. The veil now pulled up, so they have some safety out of the line of sight of the teams that now have to move up.
बस शिवू यार यही तो हो गया, आप चले गए भाई, बिजी हो गया अपनी टीम का, आप क्यों गए भाई? ऐसे थोड़ी होता है भाई, मजाक थोड़ी है भाई.
The Dark Veil about to be done. It's Enter Force 36, Reject, and GK on the other side. 2 APAC
ऐसे चले जाओगे तो कैसे चलेगा भाई?
on your screen. Juzna locked into the amped cover, trying to find a setup. Do we start moving towards the middle to lay siege to Reject the moment they move?
The calm before the storm as this final ring now starts closing it, but RRQ are going to harass E36, Reject, and GK. These teams need a miracle, though, to try to find themselves at match point. Not a lot of bodies here, but RC, this is how you kick things off. And E36 say hello to my little friend off the Sheila as they're rocking off with the
Sheila.
Just looking behind them, too, because they know RRQ just have clear line of sight.
But how many times have we seen GK play Rampart? It's usually Keon, and they're not. We have Cat, Sparrow, Wraith. On the other side, we're eating the bullets from Sheila. And this is the way to keep all that damage to multiple teams.
Jezza says, give me another one right here. While Strafing Flame now actually goes and harasses them in the back. The beautiful follow-up with the Thermite to also get the knockout to Oogly. They're completely taking over this final fight here with these last 4 squads. It's going to be E36 now looking at GK while Reject now clear up RRQ, but it's fine. The job is done. They already got over to the 50-point threshold. E36 though, they want the dub. 2 squads left. E36 now face against Reject, and it is Reject after clearing King of the Hill against RRQ. All your Game 8 champions, and the curse stays alive. We get more Apex. We welcome more teams. Almost half the lobby at 50 points.
I told you earlier, Vicky, APAC North teams are the slaughterers of our match point teams. And Reject inching themselves closer to 50 of their own. Arufa, who after retirement has come back to competitive play. Joined by your Reese, who has been playing ALGS since the beginning, and he's back in comp. Those boys just got us one more game.
The emotions are high, and this is what Match Point Finals is all about. What a game for Reject, 13 KP. After taking that win, they're so close, Tiff. They needed that. With 46 total points in their pocket, they are within the top 10. AG Global, though, are stuck. Have not been able to get the extra KP that they needed for like 2 games in a row.
If it doesn't close out here, we are going to have like half the lobby on match point. And Axis there from Reject had a positive damage differential there. Tied for almost the most damage on Reject that game with Arufa. 13 kills. And as we look back to the top 4,
we may get a run back of what happened last year, Tip. We may be going the distance. And I ain't complaining when it comes to seeing some more good Apex Legends. We get to see how that fight went down too. After moving up back on the high ground, we saw Reject, they split their attention to take care of RRQ. They close up the rest of the lobby. They cleaned up what was left on the other side of the fence line. And we see how Unlimited were so close themselves. They were at what, 48 points before they had gone down to 4-2. But it's Falcons now. Zeta after that game, by the way.
आज तक का लॉन्गेस्ट कितना चला है किसी को पता है एपिक्स का मैच पॉइंट फाइनल्स कितने गेम्स तक गया अभी तक का
we've been waiting for that. UKF and all the roster iterations we've seen hailing from APAC North, but the match results reject with a 25-point game. Enerforce 36, who was at the bottom of the leaderboard, needed all of those points, but our match point teams, Falcons, Zeddy, Sentinels, Stormpoint wasn't it.
13-14 games by players की क्या हालत होती होगी इनसे तो GG है भाई
He's the script writer.
Sorry guys,
She
that's
can't
why
write herself an endgame call on match point finals.
Oh, and limit का वो नहीं हुआ
I can't put myself in the script. That's just, you know, how it works with the overall rankings.
7 टीम का तो मैच पॉइंट हो रखा है और आने वाली है और 4 एकदम क्लोज है.
Half the lobby into this next game. It really depends on how game 9 plays out. Looking on the other end though, Wolves putting a stop in that previous game to Sentinels on that hillside. It's the risk though, and it was an unfortunate zone pool even when you look at what happened to Falcons.
You know, we've gotten to the point where when you look at that leaderboard, anyone can make it happen.
And Sentinels know that. They know they have to GG go next, just like a lot of our other teams. But guys, as you already know, when it comes to match point finals, we get some more Apex. Don't go anywhere because we got game number 9 coming to you soon.
Alliance?
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion.
विनायक शायद नहीं होगा फाज़मो. चैट ने बोला कि आज ज़ेरेफ रेस्ट करेगा इसके बाद. ऐसे तो एनर्जी तो मेरे में भी नहीं है.
Obviously Monsoon's gorgeous fiance, and Cole, I actually want you to tell people
पालवर्ड में
a
मुझे
little bit
यही
your origin
बीटी हो
story
रहा
and
है
how
कि
you became
सब
friends with Monsoon.
कल से लगे पड़े हैं नॉन स्टॉप, कुछ जगह नहीं छोड़ेंगे.
And we actually became roommates. We were roommates for the
फिर
first
मजा नहीं
Japan
आता.
champs. We would spend at Hot Pot and he'd make sushi. Just really one of the best friends I've ever had, and just no greater guy out there.
I mean, I could not agree anymore. You know, we all love Mond here on the show. Now, Riley, I just kind of want to get your perspective really quickly on what it would mean, because now one of the first teams on match point, Sentinels, we could get a back-to-back victory for this squad. Like,
अगर इस बार ऐसा हुआ ना कि जगह नहीं बचेगी कोई, तो फिर मैं ऐसा ही करूंगी कि बेस बिल्डिंग नहीं करूंगी. मतलब सुंदर वाले जो बनाती हूँ ना मैं, लाइक नहीं बनाऊंगी. टाइम पास वाले बेस बनाऊंगी बस, जिन पे काम हो जाए मेरा. Nothing extraordinary. क्योंकि extraordinary points तभी है जब जगह अच्छी हो. पिंक कलर है नहीं, वही बोल रही हूँ मैं कि जगह नहीं बचेगी तो नहीं बनाऊंगी.
in Paris this time around, EWC 2026.
क्योंकि जगह बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है उसके लिए. जगह अच्छी होनी
ALGS
चाहिए.
is just unexplainable. It's akin to just like any playoff sport, and I don't even have the words when I say that, and I mean that. It's next level.
Are you ready to see a back-to-back win here, a Sentinels win here at ALGS at EWC 2026?
There's nothing more, and I know they can do it. There's no better team in North America right now. Sentinels will win this.
Everybody, and a huge shout out to Dark Angel from Na'Vi. We have our first champion here at the Esports World Cup 2026 over on Fatal Fury. It's Dark Angel from Na'Vi who wins it, and that's always a lovely feeling to put your key up on that totem down.
Club championship already starting to get a little bit
कोई
spicy
tournament
as
हो
the
गया?
pace has
Fatal
been
Fury
set.
हुआ.
Who from Apex Legends can
Dark
put their
Angel.
key in that trophy and start to add points to their own club? Can it be the current
Dark
club
Angel जीत
champions,
गई.
Team Falcons? We'll have to find out, but a massive
Fatal
congratulations
Fury.
over at Fatal Fury.
A huge moment, of
ये तो
course. Such a
सिंगल
wonderful
सोलो प्लेयर
moment
वाला
to
गेम
lift
होगा ना
that
फेटल
trophy
फ्यूरी,
above
लाइक
your
इतना मेरे
head.
को पता
Again,
नहीं
a
है.
huge
प्लेयर
congratulations
जीता होगा ना.
Na'Vi on that big win. Now,
बट
let's
प्लेयर
turn our
के
attention
और
back
का
to the
नाम नहीं
stage
आता
here.
फिर
Let's
उधर.
turn our attention back to some Apex Legends, because we've got a trophy of our
भाई
own
गला
that
दुख
needs to
रहा
be claimed. Now, we always say, Dan, when we talk about match point, it feels like if you hit match point, you get one opportunity to close out. Sentinels had that chance. It slipped through their fingers. Team Vision had that chance and it slipped through their fingers. Will it happen again to one of our match point teams, or will we see a trophy being lifted?
Well, this is where you ask me who is the next team that will get that opportunity. Well, if you look towards the statistics, World's Edge has been heavily favored by Team Liquid. They are the far best, far superior team that we've seen so far this tournament on this map, and one of the only teams on match point that has been able to find a win on World's Edge. The only other squad that has found a win on World's Edge that's on match point, Team Falcons. Couldn't have set it up better myself.
Yeah, couldn't have set it up better. Like you say, Liquids versus Falcons is a story that, even if you don't try and force it, it finds a way to the front of the stories when we get into the Apex Legends Global Series. We are closing in on match number 9. And as you quite rightly said, Dan, a change of scenery here as well.
The chance of one more game echoed around Paris, and it was delivered. The real question is, are we gonna see anyone step up to the plate? Also, I just want to correct myself. I did say World's Edge. We're snake drafting. It is going to be Storm Point here, so I do apologize. And that changes everything, by the way, because the POI draft is even more interesting.
Still apply when we get to World's Edge. But we'll stay on our topic of conversation here on Storm Point. Like you say, the snake draft takes us back through. But for Falcons and Liquid, you just can't get away from that storyline.
Well, now I can tell you who's been good at Storm Point. Now I know what the map's going to be. Zeta Division have 3 wins so far this tournament on Storm Point. Vision have 2. Liquid have 2.
ये क्या आ रहा है मेरे Google News पे अर्जेंटीना इजिप्ट ईमेल हैक.
Because all 3 of those teams are, of course, on match point. A total of 7 teams now
Cyber
with the
attack?
chance to win this entire thing right here, right now.
And as we're going deeper into the games, deeper into the series, Legend bands start to rear their head in a way that a lot of teams quite simply aren't able to prepare for. We're going to see some very interesting compositions. A lot of Bangalore in the lobby. Storm Point leans itself, of course, to the strengths of Bangalore. A little bit of Caustic in there as well. We've got Rampart, we've got Sparrow.
कौन जीतेगा ये match?
Caustic as well, and a little sprinkling of Pathfinder as well. The compositions are getting...
यार अब तो देखो winner मिल जाना चाहिए.
One match point team is going to be very, very happy. That is
Vision, Jedi, Liquid, RQ without literally
literally
7 teams
to
there.
see whether they actually have a ring console to work with, though. That's going to be the real question. But Enter Force 36,
अगर
they
Mecha
do have launch
EWC में आ
pads, so
जाए
they're
तो
gonna
what
move
will be
fast.
a
Now,
lineup?
RQ,
मैं कहाँ से
another
हाँ
team
अगर
who have
Hunter
found
के लिए
themselves
चाहिए
on
तो मैं
match
बन
point,
सकती हूँ.
have a little bit of a journey to go until
Hider
they find
के लिए
themselves
crew.
to the southeast
Crew
side of
is
the map
needed.
here. Look at S8UL as well. They're moving pretty quickly. Perhaps they could be one of the teams that keep us going into match 10.
Yeah, interesting. I don't think that Zeddy did have a ring console down at Devastated Coast, but the fact that Enter Force
पोल
36
लगाओ.
haven't
अबे
left,
7 टीम का कैसे
and they're seeing
लगाऊं?
teams arriving, gives them the information that they are going to
ये
need
मैच
to
आ
find
तो
a
कोई विनर मिल रहा है.
priority
अपनी टीम
position
विनर वाला
to
पॉइंट क्रॉस
play.
कर रही है.
Look at some of the other teams that have a long
यार
way to
7
go. Team
teams है.
Falcons over
7
at Barometer. They've got to rotate to make all the
खत्म
way
है.
down to the south.
7
Team
teams है.
Liquid
बात
could
ये है
prio
कि
to this zone
7
as well.
is a big
Looks like we're
number.
gonna have a little pause here before we
मतलब
get back
7 में
into
से
the
कोई ना
action,
कोई
but
जीत जाए ना उसके बहुत हाई चांस है.
just taking a little look at some of the other teams that have got to make a long way towards this zone. Up on that north side, Team Vision from Elrod. Now, one of the reasons that Elrod is such a popular pick when we look at the POI draft so often on Storm Point is your ability to go from the high ground to the low ground so often. They're going to have to do that for the entirety of their journey down to Launchpad.
Well, this pause will just allow the players to take a little bit of a breather as well. It's been very interesting just during the breaks being able to see the players just toddle off to the bathroom, of course, but just have that moment to have a little think how they're going to approach this next one. Now we're at match 9. Endurance comes very much into it. And even though these players, I'm sure, have had endless nights playing ranked Apex Legends and tournaments prior, fatigue definitely plays a part here. And whilst it may be a very different fatigue that you may see in traditional sports, boy, can I tell you, it is very mentally taxing going this deep into a tournament, still with the unknown of whether the game is
who
going
is
to end
cheating?
right here,
Who's
right now, whether
cheating?
you keep
कौन
going.
पकड़ा गया?
As a reminder, back in 2024, we went to 13 games.
Who's
Of course,
cheating,
match point threshold
man?
was 60 then. Last year, here at the Esports World Cup of 2025, it ended here, match 9.
And if one of those teams don't close
Who's
out, of
cheating?
course, look at how close so many teams
Huh?
are to joining the Match Point Collective. You've got Wolves on 46, you've got RC on 46, AG on 47, and Unlimit, who just have a knack, by the way, Yolario Man especially, of keeping Match Point lobbies going. They're on 48, just 2 points away. You can even look down to Alliance, the S8UL. They're still within striking distance, but the game is back live. Match 9, Storm Point.
And when we look across all the teams that are on match point and how many wins they've been able to find, a team that has been unable to find a win this
वाह
entire
बेबी,
time is RRQ.
ठीक है भाई,
It really would be something if their
इसमें क्या ही
first
चीट कर सकते हैं
tournament
भाई,
win
हर गेम में होता है वो तो, हैक्स तो हर गेम में
finals to
होते
win
हैं
the
वो,
whole darn
तुम
thing.
छोड़ो, मेका में लोग हैक
There's a long
लगाते
old
हैं,
journey
ऑटो
just
पेंटिंग हो
yet.
जाता
Now,
है
a lot of
उसमें,
these teams who are on the northern side, they're going to be moving a little bit slower,
हर
prioritizing
गेम में
getting
हैक्स है.
those Evos stacked up. But Zeddy, who were here first, they've laid down the foundations of what they would like to call home.
If it does pull down to the south, which I'm kind of expecting it to move towards the position of Zeddy Esports, they are in a fantastic spot. It's very difficult to force a team away that is playing on that height. Zeta Division playing a little bit further to the south of Devastating
वो छोड़ो,
Coast,
पाजी
but
तो
they won't be
उसमें
safe
करते हैं,
down there, and they'll already be
WS में
pressured by
करते हैं,
Team Liquid.
और वो नया गेम कौन सा
So
है,
even though the job was
उसका
done in the
नाम
previous
भूल
game to
गई,
hit match
स्पॉट
point,
ट्रम्पल का.
staying alive
आज
and
उन
winning
दोनों
a
में
much
चैट
different
जीपीटी
proposition.
यूज करते हैं, अभी
interestingly,
तुम
Zeta
बताओ,
Division
कोई
are
एपेक्स में नहीं करेगा
winning
चीटिंग.
this team in the
आज
lobby
उन
as
दोनों
well.
गेम में चैट जीपीटी यूज करते हैं.
They found the most victories so far this tournament.
Ouch.
But they are struggling to stay up right now as they are being pressured by a couple of teams, Team Liquid being one of them.
Power booster here on Zero's Bangalore, so he's going to be able to have those smokes back nice and quickly as well. Really, really vital to make sure that if you find one of those power amps, you're using it effectively. As we look at the kill feed, and Yuka has just gone down, so Panic gets the pick for Team Liquid in that
नया
fight.
गेम नहीं
So
खेला.
check in with another team.
गेम
on
तो
match
मस्त है,
point.
बट सब ना
Falcons.
अनफेयर
Now,
वो
they
वैलिडेट
took
कर
their
रहे
time
थे, उस
getting
वजह
here
से
now.
मजा खराब हो गया था,
But
फिर
I'm sure
मेरा
the
मन नहीं
rest
किया
of the
इसलिए
lobby
खेलने.
Took a kind of a collective gasp of air when they saw that Falcons had hit match
मतलब
point.
that
It
was
feels
ruining
different when this
the
roster
fun.
hits match point.
फिर से
We're
पॉज.
going to hit the pause as well just to make sure all
भाई
the players
प्लेयर्स
are comfortable
फ्रस्ट्रेट हो
and
जाएंगे
everything
ऐसे,
is set.
क्या सीन
It's okay,
है?
crowd, get a little bit rowdy, but we'll be back there, don't you worry.
What
I do want to take a
happened?
note of the legend that had been banned in the previous as well.
happened?
Catalyst was taken away from the game, and we saw how impactful Catalyst was in match 8. That completely changes the dynamic of a final circle without those dark veils impacting anything. As our eyes turn towards the teams that could potentially keep us going to match 10 here on set. We have teams like Unlimit, who are only 2 points away from that threshold. All Gamers Global, who have been dominating every single engagement that they force themselves upon.
Still yet to win a match as well, by the way. I will say in the tournament. Maybe they're saving the best till last.
But then you do have teams that have found wins. You've got Alliance down in the bottom 10 at the moment that haven't been able to find that victory. NIP, who are still down towards the bottom as well. Even Enterforce 36 and Nemesis, teams that could find wins if the opportunity presents itself to them. And you quite rightly alluded to the fact that when that opportunity comes your way, you have to make it count. Sentinels unable to do so. Vision couldn't do it either. Will they get another chance? Because it feels like this one now is being passed over to Zeddy.
It's one of those situations, I think, where you get tested something, you know, about your personality, about your mentality as a leader, as being part of one of those teams who knows that the opportunity was there. You could feel it, that you were going to be $600,000 better off by winning this tournament. How do you respond to that is the question. So many times we see teams just fall away knowing
जो
that
खराब
that
हो
was the
जाएगा ऐसे तो
opportunity.
टीम्स का.
That was
आपको
their
क्यों
moment,
टेंशन हो रही है
and
मैच
they
पॉइंट
weren't
टीम्स
able
की?
to grasp it.
आपको क्यों हो रही है टेंशन उनकी?
Is a skill in itself.
फ्लो तो
And I think
सिर्फ
it's a
मैच
skill you
पॉइंट
have to have
वाली
as a
टीम्स का ही
human,
बना है.
as a person, as opposed to
देख
what
रही
you
हूँ
can do
मैं.
in game.
It takes great resilience, and you
समझ
really
आ रहा
have
है
to
मुझे.
take a look at yourselves and just say, look, we've seen enough Apex Legends tournaments. We know it's not always won that quickly. Perhaps we will get another opportunity. You just have to keep focused and make sure that when it does come around again, if it does come around again, you can't let it slip a second time.
आसपास.
As the players now, this pause, I said it was a
मुझे
chance
भी
for a
सोना
breather
है.
before, but now the nerves start to add a little bit. But there you go, chairs back up, sitting at a 90-degree angle. as we will be unpausing shortly.
बहुत खुश हो रहे भाई
There are
तो
some key fights starting to develop in some of these areas of the map on people and teams that are on their rotations as well. Especially around Cascade Falls and Stormcatcher, the in-between. A lot of squads are starting to move through that choke.
Well, here we go then, everyone. The pause is over and we are back playing. Game number 9 continues as we jump on board with RRQ on match point. But when you look at their win column in this tournament, there is a 0 there. No better time than now.
A lot of second places, and we can look back at some replays as well.
Oh. Yeah, Noriko, uस time I'll be playing something तो खेलते हुए देखूंगी.
That's what I'm going to say on that.
But you are right. If RRQ can find that victory, boy, with their first one of all tournament, taste even sweeter. And the crazy thing is, even though we're in match 9, we have 7 teams on match point, it still feels like there is a huge possibility we keep going further with how tight this lobby has been.
And also, you got Unlimited in the lobby. The boogeymen. When it comes to match point
Oh
teams.
my god.
How many dreams have been broken?
38% people still believe कि winner नहीं मिलेगा.
To keep the apex flowing.
That's crazy.
Limit gonna have to hit a portal.
That is crazy.
As they try and make their way through.
That is very crazy, bro.
One of these chokes towards the waterfall, just outside of Launchpad. So Stevie's gonna be saying to his teammates, follow me. Things are safe over here. But the rotate in looking a little bit more difficult. Team Falcons over at Pylon at the moment. They're going to walk up to that hillside in a few moments' time and probably play from there. Into the pajama zone. They've managed to find a pick from distance. Tyler's going to be going down, but the fact that it is from distance, you don't expect that to be converted into a point.
Falcons probably waiting to gain information from Pylon as well before they move. Need a little bit of extra info of where that zone's going to be going, but I think a couple of other teams were thinking the same thing, so Pylon might become contested shortly. It's For Fun who were on the receiving end of this damage previously, but they've been able to stabilize, and they can sit here for a little bit, as NIP do not force the fight. As our aggressive All Gamers Global start to move through the map. And who's going to be their next target? Unlimited on one side, Wolves the other, as the Phase Dome comes out for a rotation.
AG getting a little bit closer to the end game, a little bit closer to where they need to play. Having the Rampart in the composition as well is going to allow them to get a little bit of cover down to play these rocks a little bit more successfully and almost as importantly defend it by getting that little bit of extra damage that's going to be coming from standing behind those walls. Elite Esports down on the southern side. Now, they're going to have to go through Team Liquid if they continue to wrap towards Echo HQ. As Alliance take a more direct route from the Pylon side over towards Dev Coast.
They've obviously got the ability to see where some of these players are going to be as well. So they can pick and choose where they want to try and set up for this end game, but actually they are transitioning outside of the zone now. It feels like there wasn't enough playable space for them, so they're going to go the hard way, and it's going to be underneath Zeta, because that is not in zone. Neither are Team Liquid.
Gonna hope for a couple of ult excels, you would imagine, to try and get that Falcon back, to try and get it off a little bit later. That's what we're looking at. That's where the zone is going to be going. That's where our teams find themselves as the zone closes in behind them. RRQ over at Barometer, they've got a lot of work to do here from a long way away from where this end game is going to take place.
ZE Esports have priority to zone. They find themselves in a good spot. Enter Force 36 in a good position as well. Team Vision starting to make their move from the north after they gain the ring information from Command Center. But their path in, unless they decide they're going to go up into the sky as well,
Bangalore भी and Caustic
they're going to
भी
get
है.
held out by the likes of AG Global. Evac towers
Is
are very
that
much
not
needed for some of
weird?
these teams, especially those who are obviously not running the Valkyrie.
Ninjas in pajamas forcing one of the floors of this main building inside of where we saw a couple of teams stacked up against each other. One of those being For Fun a little bit earlier, and I wonder if they're looking to take this fight and flush For Fun out. Synetic is down, which gives the indication that that was the go signal to hit the gas and try and push and capitalize and clear them out of the building. Wolves need 3 points to hit match point. And after that, if they manage to do so, it's about denying
everybody else in the lobby. Another one of our teams who has 4 wins, being one of the most winningest teams in this lobby, is Wolves. So they are definitely
here's Liquid
that could play spoiler.
Liquid surrounded at the moment by Elite Esports. The bang off from Zero bought them a little bit of time, but Henchman up on the height on the Pathfinder is going to be continually harassing them. Light's going to fly in, Zero's down, the trades come in though. Henchman's going to peek, goes back up to that high ground, as Panic and Sykes have to try and clutch a 2v2 to keep Liquid in this game. It's all up to you, Panic. Henchman versus Panic. It's kind of still alive as well. Panic has to try and get out of this situation. I don't know if he's going to be able to. 1 HP.
Liquid.
Liquid are gone.
Tata, bye bye, goodbye.
Point chance slips through their fingers.
As Elite are winners of the group stages, the dominant force that almost hit 200 points from the group stages. Maybe they'll be the team to keep us going. As Vision now, they continue on their journey. I said it was potentially going to be a difficult one. They actually went for a full wrap on the eastern side. This is a Zach Mazer special. And now they can gain a little bit of info by Sparrow if they would like it. It's E36 who are going to be the target. I said E36 were in a good spot. Vision might take it away from them.
Well, Caustic in the composition is going to allow them to force
S8UL
the space themselves, and the Skynade from Carter is going to create the opportunities for them to take even more space here. Ninjas in pajamas though, you've just pointed, they're wrapping. Carter is watching their back though. And all of a sudden Vision under pressure from 2 sides. They are pinched. And Zach is so weak.
They had the info from the Sparrow arrow. They saw it get triggered. And they suddenly panicked and turned around, but they have been able to stabilize. And actually, I think with the arrow hitting NIP, they've decided to back off. It's not worth taking that fight. It would have been a very difficult one to win, as Vision now will be able to hold this spot, but it means Enter Force 36, of course, reset.
We call that a Sparrow arrow, where I come from. Elite now moving onto RRQ, and RRQ have lost Easy Flash. And it feels like Elite at the moment are taking up the mantle of giving us some more Apex. Strafing Flame left on his own. Strafing Flame trying to survive. Can't jump into the void. The only thing it looks like he's going to be able to jump into is the spectator screen. As he is the last chance for RRQ to stay alive. Jumps into a portal after jumping in the void, but RRQ have gone next. The match teams are falling like dominoes.
The Grim Reapers of the lobby are Elite Esports. Are they coming to life at just the right time here? As Zeta Division have also lost one. Alliance are starting to press them here, but a lot of damage has been done back. But they're without their star boy Yuka right now.
Yuka down, it's time for Mike and Satuki to take the front seat. To stand under the spotlight here for Zeta Division. Alliance are flooding though. Nothing they can do. Another match point team is out.
They are dropping like flies, but now we have to take a look elsewhere on the map as Team Falcons
भाई फिर से वही 4 बच्ची है जिनका लास्ट गेम भी मैच पॉइंट हो रखा था फिर से वही 4
All of a sudden it's a 2v2 here. Armor advantage still in the hands of Falcons.
16 में से मतलब अभी तक 4 टीमें बाहर हुई थी और 3 वो हुई थी मैच पॉइंट वाली.
Nemesis are here though.
Do they know?
15 में अब 4 टीम बची है.
Falcons are going to run. They've got word that there's going to be another squad. I do also want to congratulate Waltzy on his 1000th career assist with that one as well.
Hall running
but I'm sure right now he just wants to know, are we going to survive?
One team at the moment who is in prime position is one of our match point teams. If you're wondering who it is the team that no one was talking about. ZE Esports are bang center of zone. And what a story that would be.
That being said, Vision are also on the eastern side of zone. Alliance are there as well to try and disrupt things, as well are the Grim Reapers, Elite Esports. But Falcons survive for now, but sadly Nemesis are very much holding them here. This could get ugly.
I don't really know what Falcons could do here. Elite Esports have been eliminated in the meantime. Falcons have to force it. Has to be a straight 2v3. Zone is forcing everyone forward. Nemesis being one of those teams. Sacred's taken damage but got that bat off. And he's spotted out Waltzy. Somehow Falcons are alive here. But with the zone at their back and everybody looking at Skittle Cakes with a to the CEO to pull off the impossible. Not gonna happen for Fun Esports eliminated. Alliance will fall as well. And Sentinels, they're here. And they want a second shot at this.
Vision also won that fight against Alliance on the eastern side.
Then
So two of our
Zedai
match point teams winning their
and
engagements,
Vision.
staying in this one. The third match point team, you rightly pointed out. Look at it on that minimap. Zeddy Esports, prime position. This is the best chance they may get to win this whole tournament.
भाई कॉफी कुछ नहीं कर पाएगी जब इंसान बीमार है ना तब बॉडी को रेस्ट चाहिए.
But they hold so much space, so much power in the current position they hold.
मैं तो अभी इसके लिए 100% श्योर नहीं हूँ if I'm gonna do kick after this. It will be 50-50. नींद आ गई तो सो जाऊंगी और नहीं नींद आई तो मैं आ जाऊंगी कुछ देर बाद. ऐसा प्लान है मेरा. क्योंकि बहुत क्लियरली मुझे फील हो रहा है कि रेस्ट की जरूरत है.
As Nemesis just try and scout out, see if there's anywhere they can go.
यूज कैसे करते हैं वो तो बस यूज करना होता है. हाथ में लिया यूज किया काल्ट आ जाता है.
Wolves 2 points away, AG 2 points away. If it doesn't end here, we may well have 10 plus teams on match point going into match 10.
Sentinels aren't safe in this building. They are going to have to work their way forward. And S8UL, I think, are inside of the little bunker underneath the bridge. Fon's going to line up Sheila.
लेके रख देता था हैं.
Corsico goes in. That's going to hurt Sentinels. S8UL.
यूज करना होता है उसको यूज करने से अपना अल्ट आ जाता है. मतलब जीरो भी होगा तो भी अल्ट आ जाएगा. नाम ही उसका अल्टीमेट एक्सेलरेंट है. हाँ वैलो ग्रैंड फाइनल्स कल.
Sentinels live, but they're being pitched. They are being pressured.
वो भी मैं कल तबीयत के अकॉर्डिंग डिसाइड करूंगी कि देखूंगी या नहीं क्योंकि बहुत मेरे को फील हो रहा है कि भाई एग्जॉस्टेड है बॉडी. भी गले में दर्द हो रहा है बहुत ज़्यादा.
Deathbox red, no. The Sparrow will deny it, but maybe you can get that rampart wall down and go for it again. They want Blinkster back in this game.
ठीक Kapil, you are bought for a reason.
They're sticking this one. S8UL are terrified of AG. They don't want to push.
बॉट तो अपनी हरकतों से ही हो गए हैं. वो वाला डायलॉग था ना. गरीब हरकतों से गरीब हो गए. बॉट भी हरकतों से ही बॉट हो गए हैं.
They do not want to let another opportunity pass here. And they have defended so well as reject do go down. But remember, they did cross that match point threshold. Unlimit just hit 51 as well, so they will also be eligible if we get there. Ascend, make their move. Can they find somewhere to call home?
They're
yes,
safe.
they are safe for now.
But now they're being pressured from the team on the staircase. That's going to be Unlimit, who are looking to take another scalp of a match point team. Over to the other side of zone. This is Unlimit staring at Sentinels. That building that Sentinels currently reside in is broken. It is bruised. But that's been the story of Sentinels' game for the last 60 seconds, and they are still standing.
And most importantly, Unlimit still standing as well. They were the ones who stopped Sentinels winning last time, and they might just do it again here. Fun's gone down.
भाई सेंट पे फुल बारिश हो गई है. कैसे बच रहे हैं लोग अभी तक? 1 HP है, मार दो मॉनसून को. He's one. मार दो कोई मॉनसून को. Vision and Jedi.
And we are down to just 2. It's Vision make their way in, but Zeddy, they've lost 2. It's Vision who
Jedi
actually got
OP.
the KP.
Star Wars OP गया. Vision तो खत्म भाई, जीत रही है भाई. Vision का तो गेम हो गया है. मच्छर को तो मैं कब से ही कह रही थी भाई ये मच्छर क्या खेल रहा है. मच्छर ही जीतेगा भाई. मच्छर मेरा फेवरेट प्लेयर आज से. मच्छर OP. मच्छर वेरी OP. जीत गया मच्छर. Let's go मच्छर. Yeah.
As Vision eliminated, all of our match point teams are gone, but now it's about can anyone else reach match point?
We go next. We go next.
If they can put a win plus kills on the board, maybe they'll join the rest of the lobby. We are going to have 11 teams on match point as it stands, as Cole taking damage. Under pressure, but can get those barrels out, which might just help them reset.
Cole's down, Ninjas in Pajamas eliminated. 4 squads remain. Wolves down on the low ground. The only team right now who is not on not match point eligible, I should say,
is Nemesis.
Is Team Nemesis.
And they're about to get absolutely peppered here. Whew. Strap yourselves in, folks. Match 10 on the horizon. And now we can just enjoy some bloody good Apex.
The king of the Nater. The boogeyman of match point. Stands tall.
नहीं अपनी का होगी अपनी का तो भाई जीजी है जीजी
Esports eliminated. We're down to just 3.
So Nemesis solo that is still alive, but it would need kills plus placement to be able to find Nemesis crossing 50. It's very unlikely, even if it is the young star himself, Sacred.
Unlimit और AG का भी match point हो गया ना.
As Unlimit have spotted him, and there they go.
Next game में तो खत्म हो जाना चाहिए भाई. फिर कितनी हो गई भाई? 10 plus teams हो गई शायद से.
It feels like we're primed for an unlimit win, but if there's one team who likes to pull things out of the bag, it's AG down on this low ground. But Yolari man with the stinger bolt flushes out AG, claims another victim.
Unlimit जीत गई.
And I wonder if he's going to go for something fancy here.
Put on a show for us.
Hold your breath. No, that's it there, Kraber. He's going to have to reload. Yanya down. It's Unlimit's time to celebrate as we keep this tournament going here in Paris.
Second time जीते आज ये लोग.
Unlimit do it again. And it just felt like we were always going to another one with how those match point teams were dropping over and over again. They were being
यार अभी तो जोन का उतना डिसएडवांटेज भी नहीं था. लाइक अगर ये गेम निकालते ना होप्स तो होती कि हाँ भाई अब एक और जीतना है. At least we would have been close भाई. At least we would have been close.
Being treated to more Apex is only a good thing.
Wherever you're watching right now, this is Apex Legends. And this is match point. It never disappoints.
भाई ये तो traumatized लग रहा है मेरे को. He's done. Bro wants to go home.
Heading into match 10, we will have 11 squads on match point. Over 50% of the lobby with a chance to win this tournament here. But we still have teams like Alliance, Nemesis, Elite Esports, Ninjas in Pajamas, S8UL.
कितने points चाहिए अपन को कितने हुए ये गेम? थोड़ा एंड तक तो आए थे हम पे. केपी वेपी थे क्या पता नहीं. रुको अभी पता चलेगा. 4 points निकाले हमने. इससे पहले कितने पे थे? 30 something, 36. I guess 10 points away. तेरा चाहिए? 37 नहीं हुए क्या? Oh.
AG Global got the points they needed to hit match point, but they're in red. They are your match point teams, or at least some of them that went down extremely early in that game.
Look at all the red.
लाल है, लाल है.
We have to go to a second page just to see them all.
भर गया भाई अब तो.
I mean, as a viewer,
insane.
as a fan, as a commentator,
सबका हो गया match point.
Because it is the unknown. It's how far will we go? Who can seize that opportunity? Whether it is a fortunate zone pull or whether it is making sure you clutch up at that very moment.
जहाँ फिर से 3 गेम हो गए ना, लंबा ब्रेक
gets to
होगा.
lift that trophy. Well, not that one. That's the key.
Well, everybody is waiting to see who is going to lift that trophy. And we're going to have to wait a few more moments to find out. The ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC 26 will continue after this.
मैं जाऊँ क्या फिर है? ये क्या बात होती है?
Limit gets a chance to step up and get that win. And with that win, they pushed themselves all the way up to third place with 69 points. But we actually have to rewind this night because on game 7, it felt like Sentinels was going to be able to win, but we were talking about teams changing their playing style. It seems like that's what happened with Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels put themselves in an insane position to win the game, and all they had to do is they played passive. They only led with 2 kills. That's what they wanted. They had the spot to win the game. I don't know what went wrong. They placed a portal, and it seemed like things just went chaotic.
सबको मैच पॉइंट नहीं मिलता लक्ष्मण.
At one point, he took it. They got eliminated.
यार but
We have not
अपना
seen them
ग्रुप
play the
स्टेज
same since this
कितना
last game.
अच्छा
They
था
were in a great
यार.
spot. There were some open spots in front of them when they saw the zone pull. They couldn't
genuinely
move forward. They decided to sit
कितना
still. They didn't clear their back. They
अच्छा.
could have taken the room right next to them that we saw them trying to
जीतने
fight
पे
for
कितने
over
पॉइंट्स
and over
मिलते हैं?
and
देखो
over at
जीतने
Rampart.
पे
And it
12
just seems like they're
प्लेसमेंट
starting
पॉइंट्स
to play a
मिलते
little
हैं
passive.
और
They're
उसके
trying to
अलावा
they're
जितने
trying to be
किल्स हैं उनका
reactive. They
एक
are
एक
reactive instead of
KP
being
पर किल.
proactive, which is what you need to win this tournament.
I mean, we've seen people doing too much, and we've seen people doing nothing and letting the game play them. You need to find that sweet spot
Hello,
between making it
Harsh.
place at the right moment, because at some point people are just flooding in from the
वो
same
कपिल
side.
को सिर्फ
Everything is
क्वेश्चन
collapsing. It
पूछने
was
की
like
आदत है
5
ना,
teams
तो
from the
किसी और ने
northwestern
पूछा
side,
तो भाई का
and at
ब्रेन
that
लैग
point
हो
you're just
गया.
getting shot by absolutely everybody.
And I mean, Team Vision has been able to position themselves really good in the zones. They just really
So we have
haven't
to
been
win this
able to
one.
close it out. But this squad, if they were
I mean,
able
we
to
could
close it
have
out,
won
they
कोई
would
भी
end the
बाकी
day
9 में से
with
भी
3
बची.
wins, which is honestly, it's insane considering teams like RRQ haven't even gotten a win yet.
Yeah, I mean, you find these teams, they have their opportunity to win it on match point format, and I feel like I've said this in the past, you get one chance and one opportunity, and if you haven't taken it, you know, such as Sentinels, even Team Vision, like, you have this opener to win it all, but now I think the pressure and everything like that is setting in for these teams, and I'm
कितने
kinda
पॉइंट्स
with
आए
the
लास्ट
crowd
मैच
though.
अपने तो 4 ही आए हैं.
One more. Look, and I did say 14 matches, and what did you
अगर
guys
हम
say?
मैच पॉइंट
8,
हिट कर
7?
दे तो वो भी
I said
होप्स
9. I
है.
thought that was it.
9.
I said 8 to 10 is what I said, but that's like a broad. That's like a 90% hit rate, so it's a little bit too much to say 8 to 10. But yeah, it's definitely going to go on for a while. But 11 teams out of 20 is now on match point, and I think honestly, I said it in the room as well. I think Falcons might take it. I don't know. I'm just feeling it. I'm feeling it's coming. I don't know why. It's just there. It's gonna soar.
Yeah, I mean, usually you have those players being able to step up. We saw the
Last
passion
time
out
we
of
ended
Imperial
at
out
it
earlier
was
on
what?
today
When-
too.
when-
Is that one of the
when?
reasons why you think, especially going into the 10th match, that Falcons might be able to take it?
Yeah, I mean, we always say it's like all of these people are under pressure, and nobody in this entire, well, not counting other games, of course, nobody in this lobby right now knows pressure as much as Hal does. He has had a target on his back the entirety of his career ever since the old days, and if anybody knows how to do it during these stressful moments, it's him.
Yeah, I think something to point out from honestly what we've seen so far is every one of the teams that has been on match point, you know, the Zeddies, the Zetas, all these teams have had a circle that has put them in a position to win the game. Vision had a great spot that last game, and everyone's collapsing on them. Falcons, back-to-back games they've been on match point, have had to go across the entire map. They've had to fight their way, and they have not been in a position to actually get a zone to put them in it. So I think that's the last thing you want to do. You don't want to give them an inch because they will take it all.
Okay, graceful with the Falcons pick right there. How about you, Lace? Out of all these teams, and there's still one more in the second page, who do you think is going to surprise us here in Game 10 and maybe close it out via match point?
Yeah, look, it needs to be team vision. You know, I feel like they are setting it up for this right, and we've heard it from Zach himself. Like this is their moment. They are setting in, but I also just have this sneaky suspicion Wolves esports might be tickling on up in there. And the reason that I do say that is because they were obviously super proactive in the start of match point format, and then they have that little break. But this is the snowball team I talk about. Now that they're getting their footing again, no name gonna go crazy.
I mean, previously in 2024, we ended up going to 13 games. You can tell Alliance is close by. Some of the other squads are close by. You were talking about players, Graceful, in regards that are used to this kind of pressure. One player that comes to mind, Snipe, has to be Zero, and they are also a team that's been in match point.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid, they had a slow start. They were 19th, then they had some really, really, really good games back-to-back, and it's put them in a position. But we saw it in that last game. It just seemed like there was something that they weren't as on point. That team fight that they had really didn't go as well as it could have, but there's never a person to count out like Zero. You don't want to ever count him out. He's had so much success. This is just one event that he doesn't have under his belt, and it would be an incredible accolade to add to his list of already massive achievements.
Yeah, I mean, it will be insane, right? EWC being able to get those 600,000, and not just that, get those points for Team Liquid in the club championship. Out of everything here, okay, since we have already passed some of our guesses in regards to how many games we're gonna be going with, yours we haven't passed yet. But now, Graceful, is it going to be this next match that we're going to see it in?
Yes, 100%. 11 teams are on match point. It's over. It's over.
We
You just want to be able to sleep. So you can
Bro, I got my shuttle in like 6 hours, bro.
everything.
Snipe.
Team.
How many games do you think it's going to go?
One more game. One
Double
more
game.
game. I'm ready. I think we go another one.
Voice low है
I don't think it ends here. I think we go at least one more.
Okay,
मेरा बैटरी लो है बैटरी लो है अभी मेरा हो गया मेरा बैटरी खत्म है
Elite Esports too. Remember how consistent that squad was
अभी
during
इनको
groups?
बोलो
They
जल्दी
could
शुरू
find
करो
some
मेरे
kind of
को
opening to
सोने जाना
maybe
है
take it one more game.
मेरा
and then
मेरा
get
हो
into match
गया है
point.
बॉडी
Seven,
का
this is
एनर्जी
insane
खत्म हो
teams in this
गया
entire
है
lobby. So, you know, I know Grace will go get on a plane, but like there are so many opportunities for these other teams to win. You know, we are used to seeing like about half the teams getting to match point format. I mean, this is kind of nice seeing 11 in this sort of standings, but there are so many, you know, great plays that are yet to come, and numbers not one more game.
Well, one team that just made it to match point and going into the next match, they could end up winning it all. It could be Wolves. Remember, No Name was able to step up in a big way for them in survival. This could be the chance that Wolves has been looking for, Snipe.
Yeah, I mean, are we back in Sapporo? Because it feels like we have a home team crowd here, and it's incredible. I mean, I have never seen this close of competition at the ALGS before. I mean, we're talking about we have Elite and Alliance that aren't even on match point, NIP not even on match point, and these are some of the favorites coming in. So the fact that we have 11 there and we still have such big powerhouses not on match point yet, like, what are we could end up with 16 teams on match point for all we know.
Oh, 16 teams? Okay.
Make a record.
Yeah, does anyone remember the record actually? Was it 14?
We'll come back with
13,
it.
14, yeah.
I know Dia's definitely going to be looking it up, so
Get it,
I'm
Dia.
waiting for those stats. Dia, whenever you end up sending a shout out to him. He's been doing amazing this event. Now, from all these squads, right, Graceful, I'm going to go to you with this one. As an ex-pro player, you're going to match 10. What is your mentality like? I know in previous conversations that we have had, you told me you don't really get nervous in these situations, but match 10, so many teams in match point, what would your mood be like?
I mean, at this point, like, it kind of fluctuates, especially depending on how many teams are hitting match point game after game after game. But at this point, everybody knows this is most likely the last game. So everybody's going to come out guns blazing, especially the teams on the lower end, but the teams on the higher end we have seen have played kind of passively. And I think even they can feel themselves, because we've had this time and time again through every LAN, as every team that hits match point at some point normally has one chance where they could have closed the game. That has now passed for several of these teams. So any other teams that hasn't had that chance just yet are incredibly hungry. And I think we're going to see a lot more proactivity coming out through this, because now it's literally, most people are probably feeling that this might be the last game.
I mean, all of us, honestly. I'm with you. I think this is going to be the last game. But if that's not the case, let's see. Because this could end in Game 10, ALGS at EWC 26. Is it going to be one more game, or are we about to crown a new champion?
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how much more I can take. Oh my goodness, this is reminiscent of EWC 2024. We're into 13 games. We're now in double digits. This is game number 10. Speaking of double digits, Luty, there are 11 teams on match point right now. If we're looking at an upset, the only two that could really do it right now are Alliance and Team Nemesis. So, I don't know why. I don't know how much more can I take. So.
Yeah, you guys, you asked for more. We will have more. So please, one more time, let them hear you. Paris, are you ready?
Let's send it over. We're now going to send it over to our casters to take us into game number 10.
I mean, it is absolutely electric in here. Why wouldn't it be? We are into double digits in our match point finals, match number 10. And the best news of all is, Dan, that your stats become relevant about World's Edge.
It's almost like I knew we were going to World's Edge. But the thing is, now we have more teams that are on match point, more teams that have won on World's Edge. The likes of Unlimit, for example, maybe they could be the squad to put this to bed. Liquid and Falcons, though, are two of our favorites. Another team that has been fantastic on this map is Wolves Esports. Maybe they could be the team of 11 of them that are on match point.
Now, let me tell you, there's not many opportunities to play 10 matches in this kind of a situation. This much pressure with this much on the line. Remember, $600,000 if you close out here in this match number 10. And you've got to talk about experience in these situations, Dan. You've got to talk about the teams and the players who have been here before. The likes of Zero, the likes of Hal. They know how to play the long game. And when we talk about our zone, it could not be more central to World's Edge. It is bang center.
And when you look at the match 10 situation, we've had 9 legend bans at this point. 9 of the Apex Legends roster banned away. Bangalore was the latest addition to that. And suddenly it has made the compositions look very similar across the board. Sparrow, Wraith plus something is the majority of the choice here. There are a couple of additions. There's an Axel in there. I think I saw a Valkyrie in there as well. A Pathfinder that slips in. But for the most, we are seeing plenty of Sparrow in Wraith, to the point they are tied in terms of selection.
One thing that's very interesting here, you did see a knock in the feed from EK Esports. They took down a member of RRQ who are now completely split from each other.
Points
Although they're trying to get a little bit closer. And look for a res over at Landslide. Now, that's the zone.
37 pair, 13 points.
If you draw a straight line from each edge of that circle, it's going to be about the same distance to the edges of World's Edge. Team Liquid are in a fantastic position if they can hold this southern side. Playing away from the majority of those buildings, if you can, is going to allow you to see a lot of the carnage take place in front of you.
I couldn't think of a more historic final zone than Fragment. On World's Edge for a chance to lift a trophy.
Obviously,
Here in the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC 26. That being said, there are still 9 teams who are not on match point just yet.
Now, one zone that pulls right outside of the building.
I am like kind of done.
Where that respawn beacon is. So if you're talking about a good position to choose to play early, I would say that Zeta Division are
भाड़
in one
में
of those
गया
spots.
पैलवर्ड
Right next
पे
door
लेने
to
दो
them,
सबको जगह
gonna be
भाड़
Wolves
में
Esports,
जाए
and you mentioned their
पैलवर्ड
record on World's Edge, Dan. This would be a
health more
fantastic time
important भाई
to prove
डेड
you
फील हो
right.
रहा है एकदम
They put 4 wins on the board so far this tournament. Up there with the most that we've seen, alongside Zeta Division, actually. Oh! Excuse you. Thankfully, Easy Flash is out of there like a flash.
ना
As
ना
our
it's okay
first
अब
match
तो
point
एक ही
team
गेम
is
है यार
under
मोहित खत्म
pressure.
है
It does feel like, though, when you've got this many teams on match point on set, every fight is likely going to involve one of them.
Well, this certainly is. Elite Esports versus Falcons.
ओए
Pyro
लड़ाई हो
trying to
गई
queue through the Stinger Bolt here to
राडा हो
capitalize
गया
on some
राडा
damage.
हो
You can see how
गया
weak Elite Esports currently are.
फाल्कन हाथों के
Now
पीछे
send
पड़
some
गई
nades up
लीड
to the
के
heavens. Well, they don't connect this time around.
भाग गए लीड वाले
A lot of these teams that are on match point are going to be reluctant to fight.
छोटी उठा के भग
Opposed
गए
to
वो
the teams who
लोग
are not on match point are going to want to fight. So we're going to get a little bit of a cat and mouse effect for a lot of these squads as Falcons, they back off. They're unhealthy, but they have been able to create a little bit of distance here.
It was GK Esports who are on the other side of Countdown here. And you can see from the POV of a couple of Falcons players, it looks like they're just struggling when it comes to loot, to shoot from distance. No scopes outside of the 2 times that's on the Hemlock of Imperial Howl. Wolsey only had the iron sights on that Nemesis. But 2 times good enough. Howl forces GK back, but this slows down the rotate here. And with a lack of Valkyrie in the lobby, only one that I can see being run by Reject, making your way towards zone is a little bit more difficult.
By the way, while we look at the replay of RRQ losing players, Survey Camp has provided RRQ with a respawn beacon, and they are back up to 3. So suddenly,
Bhai,
the lobby very healthy
60%
again.
abhi
Although
bhi
saying that, I
no.
think Liquid may have lost a player here.
What are you guys
And you mentioned Reject, one of the Valkyrie teams. There is one more. Nemesis, I think, are also running Valkyrie. So we might see 2 teams beaming through the skies late on, as Team Liquid will try and escape after losing Sykes.
वही तो ये
Really
से
go from here, though,
भाई
Team Liquid,
खत्म
because GK
भाई
look like they're pushing them and trying to force them back.
Optimistic?
It's the same thing, isn't it? It's a team who isn't on match point, wanting more points, wanting to catch up, and knowing there is a fantastic chance that if you win a team fight, you're gonna be
No,
eliminating
man,
one of the
no,
match point
no,
teams.
no.
Elite Esports are coming through the choke to the north here, which is a little bit of a worry, especially now that they've just with the Sparrow Arrow hit that survey beacon. That's going to let them know that there's a duo inside of that building. And if I'm Elite Esports and I'm Light, I'm saying this is a chance for KP.
Liquid might get pinched here by 2 teams not on match point, and 2 teams who definitely know how to close out fights as well. Certainly going to be an awkward one. That being said, you don't want to overcommit to fights if you are one of the non-match point teams either. But with the amount of Sparrows in the lobby, by the way, there is going to be so much information gained on those rotations if you do not avoid those arrows that are laid down.
That's helpful to find on the floor. Little Nitro Gate helps to rotate into zone to try and get your teammate back and be a little bit quicker. Now, I said it was central, it's staying central, and we are going to continue.
Look at
Essentially with a
us,
very
guys.
predictable
Look at
zone and
us.
where people are going to play. There's a lot of buildings to play, a lot of floors to
चलो
play.
next game Sparrow भी गया अगर next
Monument
game
and the
होगा तो
fragment
नहीं
side.
रे थे क्या
But Sentinel's position is one that is raising my eyebrow down. They look very, very good.
You raise 1, I raise 2. Because I
1
do think
2
Sentinel's in a
हाँ
fantastic
Sparrow
spot
और
here
Wraith
if
का
we see the
tie
zone
है
shift the way it can, slightly towards that southwest
18
area.
18
And the main
दोनों
reason that Sentinel's are in a good spot is because everyone else is playing these buildings. But in terms of composition for Sen to hold on to it, they do have that rampart as well. As a legend, they can just apply them with that a little bit extra cover. Supply them, excuse me. But with the amount of caustics that are in the lobby, this final circle is going to be a difficult one for everyone involved, you included.
बोला था कि मैंने earphones नहीं लगा रखे ना
In the meantime, Team Liquid just off of the cameras did get the respawn over at Skyhook, but they're still deep in zone. They're backing out as it stands. Zeta trying to get up to Blues, like managing to do so. Vision, we have not talked about them yet. Their path a little bit more slow, a little bit more considered. Having to move all the way from the southern side of World's Edge. They've got Zach up to purple. As they move through the Geyser choke, there's a team holding the Harvester choke, excuse me, the Lava Siphon choke, and that team is going to be Alliance. Now, GK, this is completely the other side of the zone, trying to work their way in. Now, we know that Zeta Division are in one of the buildings in front of them, and we know, to be honest with you, that half of the lobby is in the buildings in front of them, so this might be pretty tough to rotate, especially with Liquid right next to you. Caustic goes in, panics, goes in, and Zero goes out. That seemed like a very aggressive swing from Panic in that situation.
Liquid का तो हर बार DG हो जाता है
Zero has to reluctantly go back into the portal, and sadly, we know what's on the other end of it.
Wait a minute.
Surely
GK
not.
are busy.
GK are busy, it's reject.
आ गया
Well, Nox has no shields, but Zero doesn't know that.
पीछे है पीछे पता नहीं game over
Team Liquid eliminated.
1 down
One of many match point teams falls.
10 more to go
And you saw Zero slump into his chair because he knows now it's unlikely.
One down, 10 more to go.
This is the fight I was talking about in the chokes. And this is Lota being left on his own. Trying to slide away, trying to keep Vision's dreams alive.
Whee!
Who else but Alliance? It would be very Alliance-esque to see them win match 10, put themselves onto match point, and a team that has won the Esports World Cup before could potentially take us to 11.
They did it in 13.
They are a team who knows how to go the distance. Experience is going to be everything here, Mark.
Ninjas in Pajamas firing onto the position of Alliance. Alliance do have to move in a few seconds' time, but they should be just about safe, but the cover is a little bit of an issue, and Ninjas in Pajamas want to hold them out. Vane's got his attention elsewhere, though, onto S8UL.
Yep.
Who are now forcing themselves back
Sube
through
ने
the
कुछ
choke.
लिखा,
Lota did
Sube
survive,
के वो
by the
लिखते
way.
ही जेस्को down, Sharky
He's
down.
his way towards a crafter.
Wow.
Which is behind Alliance's position. You can see it just in the background, the top right-hand side of your screen. A little bit lucky to find one there.
It's about where you go from here, though. Even if you craft, you go one choke
I
gold, it's Alliance. The other choke gold is going to be Falcons.
Speaking of Falcons, by the way, love to go over to their POV right now because they are wrapping behind Team Nemesis. They are making a potential tournament winning play if they win the engagement they're trying to take.
Nemesis were holding this spot. The Mythic bin has also been opened. So there are a lot of prizes here if you win this fight.
GK Esports just been eliminated in the meantime in the feed. Albrelelli's trying to survive by floating through the skies. And he manages to retreat back to his teammates who are actually in this tunnel. Now this becomes a little bit more awkward. But with Sacred down, Enter Force 36 will fall elsewhere. Falcons bully Nemesis away and take away their spot.
You know what's crazy is like Sentinels had a position close to this and they have left, gone into Fragment, and now the zone is pulling back down towards where Falcons are currently playing. And you mentioned it. It's potentially a tournament-winning fight for them. As when we do check in with Sentinels, they are taking a fight, and it's a 1 versus 1, I think now. AG versus Zed.
One left on his own. Yanya. Oh, fuck! Gets the armor swap, but it's not enough. Sentinels.
2 down. 9 more to go.
Broken once more.
It wasn't a 1v1, it was a 1v2.
It's
but now
Zeta still alive, by the way, on the high ground. Another match point team.
2 गई की ज़्यादा गई है
perhaps you
match
get the
point
reset.
वाली.
Does anyone dare push?
Match point वाली से 2 ही गई है.
A team that has been doing so successfully in their 3v3 engagements. Now, elsewhere on the southern side, Falcons still looking towards Team Nemesis. Vision have been able to get back up to a 3 and are in zone.
Recall होता है ना भाई, कितनी बार
A lot
recall
of our
करते
match point
रहते हैं
teams
सब.
are in prime
Recall पे
positions.
recall करते रहते हैं.
This is a really interesting side of zone right now. Albrelelli will fall, and the reason I say is S8UL, Team Nemesis, Team Vision, and Falcons all reside on this southern side. Now, S8UL down to 1 or 2, I believe, are just trying to escape.
Yeah, they dodged through. I think they actually bypass both Falcons and Vision. And zone is looking pretty good for a
शर्म कर लो.
Falcons fan.
You फिर से कर रहा है ये देख लो,
The
फिर
fight
से
that
कर
they
रहा है.
had, the push that they
फिर से
made,
कर रहा है guys.
the fight they are
पाजी के
continuing to
भाई
have
ये.
is so important here. They want to dominate this southern side. They want to be the only team here, so they don't have to worry about their back. And they are very much pushing here.
How wants to take this 1v1 with Skill Cakes and get the job done. Make sure that their back is clear. Skittle Cakes is down. Nemesis will fall. And Falcons are starting to spread their wings on this southern side of zone.
Alliance eliminated in the kill feed as well. That is another non-match point team gone down. We now only have 5 teams left who are not on match point that could take us to 11. But we still have 9 alive that are on match point. It feels like 10 is likely to be the number now.
Zeddy Esports tough rotation now through Fragment. Ninjas in Pajamas, another non-match point team are eliminated. Only 4 can keep us going here in Paris.
And one of those is taking a fight against Wolves.
Oh.
It's Elite.
Oh.
Our group stage leaders.
Ooh.
And you feel like if anyone is going to keep us going, perhaps it would be them out of the remaining. But Wolves will get the chance to reset. Elite do not commit to the fight. And probably for good reason, because there's too many teams in the area right now.
Another Stinger Bolt goes in though, and it's forcing No Name to jump into the void. Gets into a position here to pop that shield battery. You see the reaction of Privacy, the analyst in the back for Falcons in the crowd. He knows this is their opportunity. We talk so many times about it. We've talked so many times about it in this tournament. You get one chance and you have to take it.
That being said, S8UL set up now for Fun Esports. Eliminated, it's another non-match point team gone. It's just 3 now that remain. But AG also pretty weak here, as they are desperate, trying to survive, and Reject now are also under fire.
Well, they Valgold it in. They tried to take this space away from Team Falcons. They've been eliminated. But as the zone continues to pull towards the north now, Falcons have work to do. Team Vision, just a duo.
I mean, whilst Falcons were taking this fight, RRQ just went down, by the way. Whilst Falcons were taking this fight, S8UL and Unlimit just took their position. Elite are out, GG are out. It is only S8UL are out.
It finishes here. But who is going to claim the title of the Split 1 Playoffs champions at EWC? Lota on his own. And boy, must it feel lonely for this young
सारी
man
मैच
right
पॉइंट
now.
वाली टीम ही बची है लॉल
And a syringe or two to get healthy. Now there is a crafter, but it would be ballsy to say the least.
But if they have been successfully watching and they see that it is definitely ending here in 10, you have to make a play. Now, a team I want to point out on the Southwest, Zeddy Esports. This potential engagement between Falcons and Zeddy, again, could be a game-winning one.
House sends a couple of Sky Nades.
भी है कि कौन
Are they going to
जीतेगा
connect though? But what it does do is force Zeddy away. Jelly a little bit isolated from the rest of his team, who are safe in zone still. Falcons are trying to bully them. They invested a lot of utility in doing so. Nades, Stinger Bolt from Sparrow. And now it's invited to fight. Won't see.
भाई जो मैच पॉइंट वाली मर गई उनको क्या बीटी हो रही होगी ना
Has to go huge. Falcons are weak. Falcons are bleeding. And Dupes pop the battery. Here comes Duplex.
They're stuck against a rock right now.
यार तो अच्छा खेलते हैं फिक्स यार अपना फाइनल हमेशा ऐसा अनलकी क्यों है
And to give Zeddy the chance potentially to win this whole thing, as Hal's now gone down.
यार सेन पे तो लगा बाकी किसी पे क्यों नहीं लगा कितने टीम पे लगा हूँ मैं हमारी टीम का आ ही नहीं रहा था मैच पॉइंट ही नहीं हो रहा मैंने तो फुल ट्राई किया भाई
And somehow take control of the zone.
Wolves who have a 33% win rate.
Wait a minute, here come Unlimit.
From top 5, might lose out here from Unlimit.
कई Falcons भी गई चलो अच्छा कोई नया विनर होगा अरे यार जेडाई भी चली गई यार जेडाई जीत जाती थोड़ा खुश हो लेते हम मुझे लग रहा है अनलिमिट निकालने वाली है है ना प्रॉपर 3v3 है अनलिमिट
No caustic ult here for Mike.
Unlimit.
Is this the moment that Yuka has been waiting for? Or will Unlimit, who have been known to keep the tournaments going, finally claim their moment? A Kraber for Yuka.
The star boy of Apex Legends for his region, probably in the world. Could he finally lift a trophy? Rise to the occasion that it feels like he's been destined for his whole career. On the other side though, Unlimit, who have denied
आज ने क्रेबर देख के मूड चेंज कर लिया हाँ भाई जीत गई बेटा जीत गई भाई जीत गई नेवर माइंड अनलिमिट भाई साहब भाई इनका रिएक्शन देखो Oh my god कौन से दिन के पता नहीं बट आज ये लोग क्या खेले हैं भाई 2 गेम जीते आज ये तीसरा था इनका ओह नो बाकी प्लेयर्स को देख के बहुत बुरा लगता है यार लेकिन हाँ ना इनका कितना लेट आया था मैच पॉइंट
Sometimes history just repeats
Falcons
itself.
fans disappointed.
What's keeping us going in matches, but what does not repeat is the winner here. A brand new winner on LAN of Unlimit. And what an incredible moment for all these young men. And not only did they win this last game, but they had the most points in the lobby as well. It doesn't always happen that way in Apex Legends. Unlimit slayed through that game. And what was a fantastic 3v3 engagement to win it all.
Well, as the crowd pays their appreciation to every player on this stage and every team, we're going to go down to the stage right now because we need to catch up with Unlimit.
Ladies and gentlemen, Unlimit are your champions. Dude, I've spoken to you multiple times this week. You've spoken about being uncertain but feeling confident and then showing up on the main stage. You've just won it all. How does it feel?
रिजेक्ट T36 ये सब इधर की थी Okay.
Dude, you can't find the words. It doesn't surprise me. This is the most phenomenal day. Yulari, man. The boogeyman of match point finals. So many people have been saying it. When other teams were in the final, they were in the match point threshold. And you were down there. You weren't quite there yet.
Purple your favorite color win.
You've got to watch out for him. How are you feeling?
उसका क्या फायदा इधर क्या करूँ मैं मेरे फेवरेट कलर का अरे भाई रोने लग गया अरे लोग रो मत यार it's okay रोते नहीं है
The best, gentlemen, follow me. We've got some things to do to crown yourselves as champions. Come with me. Let's go for a walk. Which way should we go? Let's go this way. Come on, boys. A lot of emotions here on the main stage, as you can imagine. The ALGS Split 1 Playoffs has its champion of 2026, another Esports World Cup champion. And oh my goodness, what a deserved victory. 11 teams were on match point. And here we go. We're going to make our way over to the absolute demon of a crusher. Gentlemen, please line up in the middle over here. So, take a breath. You're okay. Take a breath. We're going to go through some bits right now, okay? So, firstly, if you can remember, which 3 teams are you going to have placed in the base of your trophy with their crushed keys?
I remember one team that we all 3 wanted to crush.
Falcons लेंगे
The best team, Falcons.
It's Team Falcons is going in the base of that trophy. Would you like to ask anything, my man?
I mean, I don't want to. I just want them to push this button, and here we go. Like I will have the right to ask them some question when they go to the totem place right after. So I mean, if you can go and press this button for me.
So we're going to press this button first.
Yeah.
Don't worry, your key is safe and sound. And the crusher is alive. One of them's already gone. Sayonara. Okay. Here we go. Stuvi, would you like to do the honor of just gently pulling this lever? Is there anything you would like to say before we send these 19 keys down?
Well, I feel sorry, pity for them because it's getting crushed.
I feel sorry for them. You just beat them. You got this.
Beat them, bro.
Stuvi, let's do it. Pull that lever. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. one. You can hear it crunching. You can hear the keys being absolutely decimated. And there you have it. And so I would like to now call our key master out onto the stage to present you with your key. Here we go. Make some noise for the key master, everyone. Nice round of applause. You have your key, your Lari man. Okay, gentlemen, your job now is to walk all the way to your trophy. Place your key in the center of the trophy and lift it for everyone to see and cement your legacy as champions of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs.
Monsoon sad ho gaya.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some
अंदर फेंक दो
noise
किसी को
for
दे दे तो.
Unlimit!
हाँ फाइनल्स था खत्म एपिक.
Unlimit, now is your time to lift that trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 ALGS Split 1 playoff champions at the Esports World Cup, Unlimit! Gentlemen, I'm back. Extuvi, let's ask you a question, my friend. I want to know how it feels to have teammates like this who have had your back throughout this entire tournament. How does it feel to finally lift a trophy of this magnitude, to win an event of this size, and to have your teammates backing you the entire way?
このような大きな大会でずっとチームメイトと一緒に歩んでこられたと思います。そして常に背中を押されて守られてチームメイトと戦ってこられたと思います。今日この場を迎えて今のお気持ちをお聞かせください。
ちょっと序盤ちょっと苦しんでムーブがあまりいいスタート切れなかったんですけど、ちゃんと俺の味方2人最強なんで、それ信じて頑張って。
अभी तो 15 से
苦しい時もあったんですけど、それ乗り越えて優勝できたんで本当に嬉しいです。
Well, I didn't start very, very good, but like you know, my teammates, two of them are greatest, and I was supported throughout. I am so glad I was able to win. We were able to win. Thank you so much.
Yulari man, once again, the demon of match point finals. Congratulations. Obviously, you've been in this ALGS community for such a long time. So many people have such high respect for you. Is there anything that you would like to say to your fans and your supporters out here who have supported yourself and, of course, the team Unlimit throughout this journey?
ずっとおめでとうございます。ALG ではもうずっと長いこと戦ってきていらっしゃいます。ベテランでいらっしゃいます。ファンの皆様、そしてチームメイトの皆様、他の応援してくださっている皆様に一言メッセージはありますでしょうか。
本当に自分たちを信じて応援してくれた方、本当にありがとうございます。
Thank you very much indeed for everyone who believed in us and kept on cheering on us. Thank you so much.
Peace, are we okay now?
Yes, I'm a little bit calm now.
You calm down a bit. I asked you a question earlier, just saying, you know, just try to put into words this feeling right now. Everyone cheering your name and managing to accomplish something so incredible in ALGS.
Yes, I thought this was a dream at first when we won the last game, but the dream came true, and I appreciate everyone that supported me, my family, my friends, and Unlimited staff, and I appreciate everyone. Thank you very much.
But मेरे को इसके लिए
Ladies and
concept
gentlemen,
crazy लगता
let's hear it
है.
one more time for your 2026 ALGS Split
Like,
1 Playoffs champions
You need
at the
to score
Esports World
points
Cup.
and then win a game.
Unlimited!
ऐसा नहीं है कि इतने नंबर ऑफ मैचेस है बस पॉइंट्स बनाते रहो टॉप पे मेंटेन करो ये वो.
Okay,
ऐसा नहीं
there is
होता.
one more thing. I'm so sorry.
कभी
I
भी
know I've
कोई
been
भी
here for way
जीत
too long.
सकता है.
There is one more thing. At this tournament, we have the MVP, of course. And so, ladies and gentlemen, your MVP of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs is... It's Peace. Congratulations, my friends. Can I get the Keymaster to bring over our MVP trophy?
Oh my.
There you go, buddy. Lift it up for everyone. I think it's the whole thing. I think it's the whole plaque.
वो निकाल रहा था.
In 3, 2, 1, give it up for Peace, everyone!
हो जाता तो बहुत कुछ जा सकता है ना, बट हो ही तो नहीं रहा ना.
You can wake up, Peace, because this is not a
Every
dream.
finals
You
मुझे जो
are the
फीलिंग आ रही थी ना
champion
परसों
of
से सही फीलिंग आ रही थी.
ALGS at EWC
Group stage में ही मैं बोल रही
26.
थी.
And not only that, he has won MVP Snipe.
Yeah, I mean,
कि हर
Peace
फाइनल
Love and
हमारा
EWC
लकी रहा
champions
है.
is the name of it. I am so proud of
और
this
मुझे
team.
फीलिंग
Lauren
आ
has
रही
done
थी कि
his
इस बार भी
job
रहेगा.
so many
पता
times
नहीं
of
क्यों.
keeping match point finals going, and for them to finally pull it out and get the win like this, we saw the emotions on the stage. We saw the emotion from the competitors. It is the best feeling that they could have, and we've seen it all on their faces.
Yeah, I mean, it's really super
Ladies
hard
and
to not get
gentlemen, one more time, we'd like you to lift this trophy. So Yolari man, come over here, grab that trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is your champions one more time, Unlimited!
There you have it, your champions. I mean, the emotions are at an all-time high, Lace.
I mean, it's really hard to not get emotional yourself with such an incredibly humble team. You know, they have been working day in and day out for this moment. So, of course, you know, wipe back the tears, but of course, tears of joy. And just to see them have an incredible performance throughout match point format as well. I thought Sentinels was going to take it home in game number 7, and we sort of counted out Unlimited at that point, winning that game. Obviously winning a second game and then winning the thing.
तबीयत के अकॉर्डिंग थोड़ा वालों का देखूंगी मैं. I'll let you guys know tomorrow. Okay. Bye guys. See you. Take care. मिलते हैं कल. एंड बाय द वे अगर मुझे नींद नहीं आई तो मैं रात को 1 सेकेंड वैसे तो 1 बज गए किक पे आने का इतना पॉइंट होगा नहीं क्योंकि पालवर्ड 3 बजे तक ही चलता है बट फिर भी नींद नहीं आई तो आ जाऊंगी कुछ ना कुछ तो कर ही लूंगी मैं किक पे सो या बाय गाइस सी यू टेक केयर गुड नाइट बाय